Did you know that because of the imported beer virus, some clinics are now doing drive-through Botox? Thank you, doctor! Now I am going to drive home! That might seem strange to you, but that has nothing on the extreme plastic surgery and body mods in this video. Starting off strong, Joel Migler has a literal hole through his face. Bruh, how do you live never truly being able to close your mouth? Can he hold liquids in his mouth, or do they just slowly drizzle out the sides? Mark my words, Joel, if I ever see you at a restaurant, I'm making spitballs with the little straw paper and seeing if I can get 100 points through that skee-ball jackpot hole in your face. I know everybody's already thinking it, so I'm just gonna say it.
What are the holes for?
Are the holes for what I think they're for? Next up is Paul Lawrence, aka Enigma. Enigma sports horn implants, reshaped ears, multiple piercings, and a full-body puzzle tattoo. In addition to resembling a trans-dimensional demon from a land that someone would be transported to after shotgunning a pressurized can of spray-on Old Spice deodorant, he's also a very impressive performance artist that's been studying music since the age of 6. Enigma swallows swords, drills power drills into his nose, and he drinks a bunch of liquid and then pumps it out of his stomach only to re-drink it, among other death-defying stunts. Enigma has an extensive media career, having worked on projects such as The X-Files, National Geographic, Ripley's Believe It or Not, and Universal Studio Orlando's Halloween Horror Nights. He's also toured with bands such as Nine Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson, Korn, Godsmack, and he once opened for David Bowie. Straight up, he shows that you shouldn't judge people based on how they look. I really do admire his passion, commitment to the craft, and ability to play to his strengths. Next up is Pixie Fox. Pixie wants to have the world's smallest waist, and to achieve this look, she wears a corset every day, eats only very small meals, and has had 6 ribs surgically removed. She has an 18-inch waistband. I know people with bigger biceps than this. Rib removal surgery increases the likelihood that you'll damage your organs because you don't have any ribs. She also has noted that she can no longer eat bulky meals because it makes her feel physically uncomfortable. Therefore, she has started blending all of her food. Next up is a man who calls himself Stalking Cat. This was a man hailing from a native tribe that believed in spirit animals. Because of this, he has undergone extensive body modification to look more like his spirit animal, the tiger. Stalking Cat sported tiger-striped tattoos, a flattened nose, brow implants, sharpened teeth, elongated ears, synthetic whiskers that he would thread through holes in his lips, and to top it all off, a wearable animatronic tail that he controls with a handheld remote. Since many of these body mods aren't legal for doctors to perform in the United States, Stalking Cat had to do this without any anesthesia. Unfortunately, this extraordinary man passed away in 2012. Another animal man that I like is the Lizard Man, aka Eric Sprague. The Lizard Man has undergone 700 hours of tattoo sessions to give him his realistic reptilian scales. Eric also bears a forked tongue, sharpened teeth, and implants in his eyebrows to give him the classic scaly ridge like a lizard. The Lizard Man is a sideshow performance artist who performs feats such as putting corkscrews through his face, suspending himself in the air with his piercings, power drilling into his nose, and topping it all off by letting a snake into his nose and having it slither out his mouth through his sinuses. Will you please go in my eye hole? Daddy needs attention because he's insecure. Okay, after those last two, I can't be the only one who's imagining making them fight. 2 literal animal men who have incredibly high pain tolerances and a no-holds-barred cage match covered both by ESPN and Animal Planet, an interspecies smackdown that would be sure to go down in history. I'm talking Mortal Kombat in real life. Last, but certainly not least, is Martina Big. Martina started her life with a fairly pale complexion, and after a tanning addiction, she became obsessed with darkening her skin. So much so that she began to take injections of a substance known as melatonin. She claims it only took 3 injections to completely change her skin color. She says that deep down she feels that she is an African woman, and she flew to Kenya to have an African baptism? Being a white Jew, I like to reflect on my own perspective and be very sensitive with issues like race because I know it affects a lot of people very deeply, and I can really only see from my own perspective. So, the only statement I can be confident in making when I see Martina Big is that I am fucking confused. Genetic engineering. How does one genetically engineer? If I modify the genes of a chicken embryo, could I unlock its ancestral past and create the Velocichicken? How quickly would I get sued if I shove jellyfish genes into a pregnant lady's hoo-ha to make her baby glow? And why does this fruit fly have so many legs? Find out this time on In the genome. One of humanity's favorite species to genetically modify is the fruit fly. This animal has only 4 chromosomes compared to the 22 of a human. That means that it's much easier to gain an understanding of how the genes you're editing directly make a difference to the organism you're creating. Also, a low intelligence with a short lifespan, plus the general distaste that humans seem to harbor for insects means that no one really cares what you do to these creatures. Because of that, scientists realized they could breed a fruit fly with no limbs, inside-out skin, and multiple sets of both reproductive organs, and Mr. Ethics Board over here is still just like, me. That means it's open season on the fruit flies, baby. This has led to some interesting insects. For example, through expressing the antennapedia gene in the wrong area, it is possible to create a fruit fly with an extra set of legs on its face in place of antennae. Through deactivating the ultrabithorax gene, we can create a fly with an additional body segment and pair of wings. So the obvious question, how far can we take this? The specific type of genes that they are editing are called Hox genes, and the expression of these genes can control the physiological development of the being they belong to. Hox genes are found in many other animals, including humans. So the obvious question, how far can we take this? On a related note, a team of researchers have been tampering with the biological functions that cause chickens to develop beaks in the egg. They've created a chicken embryo with a dinosaur-like face. They remarked that its snoot looked similar to the visage of a velociraptor. The team was trying to better understand the evolution of the beak in birds. They looked at changes in ways that genes are expressed in the embryos of chickens, emus, rodents, alligators, turtles, and lizards. From this research, they found that birds have unique genes not found in other animals that are specifically for facial development. When they disabled these genes, the facial structure of the developing embryo was greatly affected and began to resemble that of a dinosaur. The new animal also had a shorter, rounder bone structure, more similar to their dinosaurian ancestors than modern chickens. Fortunately for ethics nerds, but unfortunately for my legally distinct dinosaur safari theme park, they did not let the Velocichicken hatch. However, the head researcher did believe that they would have been just fine. I consider science an art, so any of my genetic artists out there, hit me up because I got an egg to commission. Hey, fun fact, did you know that chickens will just keep laying eggs if you keep feeding them, so they're a very easy animal to breed on a mass scale? Just saying. Speaking of genetically modifying animals that humans enjoy digesting, this is a teeny tiny pig. Now, in a normal pig, they're like those people that get so fat that even their forehead gets fat. Great if you're eating it, not great if you're keeping it in your house and you have to pick up its turds. Enter the micro pig. Scientists in China have used a technology known as CRISPR to modify the genes of a small species of pig to create an even smaller pig. They plan to sell this new smaller pig on the commercial market. This raises a ton of ethical concerns, because sure, gene editing with CRISPR is cute when you make a tiny pig, but suddenly when you try to recreate King Shark, you're looked at like the bad guy. Also, humanity has a very limited understanding when it comes to the repercussions of gene editing. Apparently, the possibility of disaster ain't gonna stop them from chasing that bag. No one seems to be stopping them yet either. Just like how when I walk into a pharmacy wearing a lab coat and walk out with whatever the hell I want. I guess the secret ingredient is just a dick full of confidence. Scientists have also been able to create multiple glow-in-the-dark animals using a gene from jellyfish. They've created glow-in-the-dark fish, cats, mice, rabbits, pigs, sheep, monkeys, and dogs, just to name a few. It's reasonable to assume they could create a glow-in-the-dark human from this technology. Could you imagine closing your eyes to go to sleep and then your eyelids start glowing? I guess it would be useful at night, maybe? Let's ask this glowing man.
The moths. They never stop.
Bank robberies. America's favorite pastime. If half of all bank robbers get caught, and I go into a job with 2 people, does that mean one of us is going to jail? Is it possible that a psychic could rob my spank bank? And why do all my friends laugh at me when I propose robbing this bank? All this and more on In the Jail Cell. For legal reasons, I gotta say that you shouldn't rob a bank. I'm not saying that you should, but what I am saying is people have done it to varying degrees of success, and oh, looky here. I just happen to have a list of some of those times in an overly active imagination that some people with a medical degree would call an attention disorder. So let's get into it. The amount of time you could spend in jail depends on what you do during the job. 50% of bank robbers throughout history eventually have gotten gotten caught. Statistics don't really care how smart you are, so on the 1 in 2 chance that you are, you should focus on minimizing your eventual possible jail time. To make sure this job doesn't put you away for life, follow these 3 rules. Number 1, never show a weapon in the bank. I know a pistol really ties the whole bank robber look together, but the first gun is an extra 5 years, and then it's 25 for every other gun shown. Number 2, never go over the counter. If you go over the counter, it's a takeover, and that's another 25 years. If you bring 2 guns and jump the counter, you could go into jail as a child and come out with 4 grandchildren. Number 3, do not touch anybody. Assault is another 5 years. If you touch anyone for another strange reason, there's a decent chance you'll go to jail for that too. In most of the movies, there's a crew doing the job. The only person you absolutely need is someone on the inside of the bank. While a full crew would make it easier, remember that 50% of bank robbers get caught. Even if this isn't the case in practice, statistically half of your team is screwed, especially if certain members plan to do it again. That being said, this is not the place for someone you suddenly became friends with when you were blackout the night before the job at a booba bar. You have to trust these people with your life, because even some of your actual best friends will give you up if it'll cut their 25-year sentence in half. Can you really blame them? Your harebrained scheme caused them to spend a quarter century in a felony-themed sleepover box. This is a far cry from the life of endless blow and blow that you promised them. Businesses in the legal world fall apart on the daily. You really think that in the criminal underworld it'll be any different? Lawsuits don't really work against murder rapists. Just food for thought. Now that you know the rules and you've got a minimal crew, feel free to disregard everything I just said because a weaponless robbery is far too boring to draw. What are you even gonna do? Threaten people with your fists? Go to the bank already masked up when your man on the inside is working. Walk up to your boy and put them at gunpoint. This is just for the cameras, because your man on the inside needs deniability when he talks to the cops. When the Bopus ask him why he liquidated the bank's assets and gave them to a random stranger, he's gonna need to say more than, oh, he asked like super nicely. Make sure no one has a reason to be a hero. These people's accounts are insured by the federal government. Let everyone know you're not here to harm them and you're not here for their money. You're here for the bank's money. People are a lot less likely to fight if they have nothing to lose just by laying down and letting it happen. That came out very wrong. Make sure to get your inside guy to get the cash. You don't know the bank's security measures. 75% of banks use die packs disguised as cash that explode when you leave the building. It'll be pretty hard to elude the cops and general suspicion looking like a Megamind understudy with eyes full of blue paint. Have your man on the inside hit the silent alarm just as you leave so that you're able to escape without having the police right behind you, and he's not a glaringly obvious pawn to investigators. Even though it's cliche, unless you want to race a police car on foot, you're gonna have to get a getaway car. Don't use something notable, use something unassuming yet extremely powerful. The best you can do is like a soccer mom minivan with one of those weird fold-up TVs and the engine of an F1 race car. Now that you've got your vehicle, it's time to get in, turn on the TV DVD player with Ratatouille, and book it until you've lost the cops. Go as far as you can on a full tank of gas and ditch the car in a pre-designated location in the middle of nowhere. Once you lose the cops, throw all the crap you used for the job into the vehicle, and just like all problems, this one can be solved with fire. Lay low and don't make any noteworthy purchases for a while. If you want to use the money to go on the run with a new identity, might I suggest you check out my video on how to fake your own death? Congratulations! You're either really rich for a few months before you blow it all on blow and blow, or more likely you're in jail because you took bank robbery advice from someone who can barely even make a YouTube video. Regardless, you can rest easy knowing your meals will be paid for a while. Hey folks, now we all know that every single cute animal is great, right? There's no way a creature would take advantage of our brain's instinct to care for things that look goofy like our own spawn and use it against us in horrific, unforeseen ways. That mindset tends to get you bodied to natural selection, so let's get into every reason why you're wrong and should feel stupid for it. Dolphins are really cute animals, and they're the reason that I can't trust anything that looks too innocent. From the outside, dolphins dolphins look like a wholesome, pure friendly animal. They're intelligent, often friendly, work in teams to accomplish goals, and some people think they get lit by slurping neurotoxins out of a pufferfish's holes. Probably not though, because scientists think this wouldn't be fun and might just kill them. Although, death is kinda like the ultimate trip. They're actually just having a wholesome time playing ball with the terrified, smaller, weaker creature, just like nature intended. This outside perception of a friendly, substance-abusing sea mammal is actually just a front. Behind that bright smile lurks a cold-blooded killer. Dolphins are one of the only animals other than humans that kill for sport in addition to food. These creatures also sometimes get into groups and use their numbers to force themselves onto a single female dolphin. In extreme cases, these dolphins have been noted to create a network of connections as they rise through the ranks of Hollywood, which they then leverage to take advantage of other dolphins who dream of making it in the entertainment industry. Absolutely disgusting. You would hope that that last thing would be a rarity in the animal kingdom, but unfortunately, it's kind of the norm. Even the friendly Donald Duck dynasty is hiding a deep, dark secret that should be keeping them far away from a place like Disneyland, but I guess Mickey's lawyers can make anything disappear. Now, this is a serious allegation, but I wouldn't say anything like this unless I had some evidence. Donald canonically has a big family, meaning that unless the Disney universe established the entire Duck family as all simultaneously the second comings of Jesus Christ, which is distinctly possible, there needed to be a lot of ducks smashing each other to make a family of this size. Okay, well, what's the problem? You're probably asking. Oh, you know, only that around 2/5 of all duck mating is forced, and I'm at least 65% sure this picture has more than 5 ducks in it, so, you know, probably. Also, there's a lot to be said for the shape of the duck's organs, but I think that's for another video. If ducks are the aggressive, untrustworthy frat bro of the animal kingdom, penguins are like the Discord mod that never leaves the basement until the day the FBI kicks in their door. Fun fact, some penguins like to mate with any penguin, regardless of whether or not its heart is still beating. And in a particularly extreme example, a male penguin was once reported to have had relations with a female penguin that had been dead for a year and was preserved in the ice. There are also cases of penguins doing the same actions to their own young and the babies of others, as well as various forms of physical abuse against the chicks. Multiple species of penguins have also been recorded kidnapping each other's babies. I'm not gonna piece together the horrible, depressing implications. I'm just gonna face the other direction and look at this beautiful landscape with these other penguins, who have a neat little brothel economy going on. This discovery shows that penguins are the only other animal other than humans to trade sexual favors for rocks. The single male gets a mate and some affection, and be sitting prostitution that I've ever seen in my whole life. Just remember, folks, no matter how cute something looks, it's always capable of doing unspeakable things to you against your will, and then offing you afterwards just for funsies. The end. Dear Satan, please send me someone who will give me lots of free shit. Love as fuck.
Why have you summoned me here, mortal?
I want more YouTube subscribers.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Am I fucking serious? What kind of demon walks through the front door? Are you fucking serious?
What, you asked me to come here and I'm not allowed to use the fucking door? Would you prefer that I came through a fucking fire in your floor?
Honestly, yes, because at least it would give you some credibility. If you weren't so weird, red, and ugly, I wouldn't even think you were a demon at all.
Okay, first of all, hurtful. Second, you really think that shit's worth your immortal soul? You didn't ask for, I don't know, like fame?
Well, first of all, it's not my soul I got a stand in. And second of all, I changed my mind. I want to be a famous rapper.
Okay, YouTube subscribers it is.
Do you want something, but not want to work for it? Are you desperate enough for something that you have no control over that you'll take any deal, no matter what ironic and terrifying consequences come along with it? If so, you're in luck. Today, folks, we're gonna learn how to summon a demon. Step 1. Pick your demon. Make sure to do your research before just summoning a random demon. There are so many different demons to pick from, and they all focus on different things. Like humans do in their careers, demons often specialize into certain fields, so make sure you outline your goals before you decide who to ask for help. Choosing the wrong demon can make your request have horrible and ironic consequences. For example, calling up Lucifer to help you with family problems is like taking marital advice from Oscar Pistorius. Step 2. Prepare for the ritual. Each demon has a specific sigil that it corresponds with. You need to keep this symbol in your mind the entire time you conduct the summoning. This is the symbol that the demon associates itself with, so it's basically the extra-dimensional equivalent of a graffiti tag. Prepare a sacrifice for the demon and gather all other necessary supplies. The sacrifice and supplies are specific to each different demon. Step 3. Summon the demon. Draw a circle on the floor and draw your demon sigil in the center of the circle. Place 5 lit candles at equidistant points around the circle. Visualize the demon sigil in your mind. Present your sacrifice and wait for the demon to show up. Show respect. Never use a demanding tone. Don't just talk about yourself, ask about its day. Maybe get to know it a little bit, cause you're asking it a favor. Just general manners, really. If you play your cards right, maybe you could even gain a powerful friend from this experience. When you feel that it's appropriate, ask for your favor. This could be literally anything. And keep in mind, you're trading your immortal soul for it, so it better be fucking worth it. You could ask for shit like money and power, superhuman mastery of any skill, demonic abilities, an unlimited supply of literally anything. The only limitation is what you can think of. Side effects of demonic summoning may include consistent nightmares, spontaneous levitation, explosive diarrhea, hallucinations, obsessions pertaining to the sigil or demon, demonic possession, bleeding from the eyes, death, and in some severe cases, a mild irritation of the skin. Congratulations! If you followed the previous steps correctly, you've sold your soul, which means either nothing or everything to you, depending on what you believe. Now that you've traded away your afterlife for ethereal goods and services in the physical world, it's time to live it the fuck up. For some reason, one of the most dangerous and powerful creatures in the entire Lovecraft mythos goes unmentioned in almost every piece of media I see about him. This abomination is so powerful that even though it died almost 100 years ago, uttering its name can still destroy the career of any online creator. This creature is, of course, H.P. Lovecraft's cat. Even though a lot of Lovecraft's discriminatory ideology aged like spilled yogurt in a Florida parking lot, the monsters and some of the philosophy behind them are still pretty cool. Visualization of Lovecraft monsters is hard because many of them drive you completely mad when you look at them, but this art style is too goofy to scare anyone, and I'm already insane, so I think we'll be safe. First up is the Dunwich Horror. The Dunwich Horror was born from a human woman and a great old one by the name of Yog-Sothoth. Yog-Sothoth is a mass of glowing orbs covered in eyes and writhing with an uncountable amount of tendrils, some of which were, most likely, inside of an incredibly disturbed human woman. Unless you have a better idea of how these two did the deed. I mean, what other part of it would even go inside of where is beyond me. Anyways, the Dunwich Horror usually chooses to remain invisible. It can show itself, but when humans look upon the Dunwich Horror, they go completely insane. The Dunwich Horror is described as a monster around the size of a barn that's dotted with red eyes. It has many tentacles extending from its body, each ending in a mouth that contains razor-sharp teeth. It has a vaguely human-like face with a large mouth also overflowing with dagger-like teeth. It exudes a nauseating stench, and survives by draining cows of their blood before devouring them. Now, this creature might be terrifying, and it might smell terrible, and also maybe it devours entire swarms of cattle in a series of seconds, and sure, it might drive you literally insane if you look at it from how horrifyingly disgusting it is. But I put up with lots of humans who have the exact same problems. I think the Dunwich Horror gets a bad rap. I mean, sure, it's a harmful monstrosity, but it never asked to exist on Earth. If we are to blame anyone for this, it is the family who encouraged the woman who watched too many naughty tentacle animes to act out her unholy urges in real life with an eldritch abomination. If the mother smoked, drank, and did lines of Colombian white during the pregnancy, you don't blame the baby for being a little bit off. I don't know, maybe that's a bad example. The story of the Dunwich Horror is actually quite tragic. Before the creature's death, its last words were a cry for help from its extraterrestrial father to be saved from a place with people that didn't understand it and punished it because of that. Who's the real barn-sized, horrible-smelling, cattle-devouring, tentacle-covered monstrosity? Now you just think about that. Well, that's pretty depressing, so let's lighten the mood with something really weird. Next on the list are the Children of the Sphinx. The Children of the Sphinx look like humans that have been Frankenstein together with different animals, appearing often as a human with an animal head. They are created from human and animal mummies being mixed and matched like bionicles before being affected by a very powerful magic called suspension of disbelief, which reanimated them. These abominations worship the Sphinx, and that's pretty much the sum of what they do with their existence. Fun fact, the creation creation of the Children of the Sphinx was partially attributed to Harry Houdini, the legendary escape artist that could escape anything but his own appendix. No, I don't think it was too soon. It was almost 100 years ago. This is Yagalanak the Defiler. Yagalanak's day job is being the god of perversion and depravity. It is a sadistic old one that enjoys making humanity suffer. This old one is from an unknown ruin in an unknown place. While it doesn't always have a physical form, it for some reason chooses to manifest as a morbidly obese mass of a man with no head and mouths with long tongues in each palm. So, you know.
What that mouth do?
I'm cringing too, but come on, you can't not make that joke. When summoned, he either offers a job to the summoner to be one of his evil priests, or just consumes them as food. Yagalanak often looks for people who read perverse and forbidden literature to become his servants. So if this monstrosity kept up with the times and got into other media as it developed, I'll see you degenerates in his army. Next up is the Great Race of Yilth. This alien species is capable of projecting their consciousness across space and time, and they can even swap minds with members of their own species and steal the bodies of other species. If humanity had this ability, I guarantee all people would be doing would be playing musical chairs with each other's bodies to do disturbing things with each other's bits, and nothing would get done. This isn't a problem for the Yilth though, because they reproduce with seeds that grow into another Yilth when in contact with water. Their original forms are unknown, and at some point they swapped bodies with this species that was on prehistoric Earth, and created a huge civilization governed under what is described as fascistic socialism on the planet. They were eventually forced to project their minds into an insectoid species to avoid being wiped out by the next monstrosity on our list, the flying polyps. The polyps are very mysterious, because the records kept by the Yilth only told us how icky and scary they are, but for some reason they didn't describe their physiology very well. They are described as polyps, which are like a kinda sea anemone, so I guess they're like a flying, evil, tendrily, fleshy, mouthy, eyeball-y sea anemone? I could say how they look quite phallic, but that's kind of a low-hanging fruit. While they can fly, they don't show any wings or any other body parts that would typically allow a creature to get in the air, and they leave many five-toed radial footprints wherever they go. Next up is Lukathu. Lukathu is a planet-sized sphere made entirely from organs. It's quite moist, and covered in these weird warty pulstals. Apparently, every one of these tiny pulstals is a gestation chamber that's developing a baby old one. I know old one just means being of a great power from an ancient source in this mythos, but the words baby old one just makes me imagine a really wrinkly old man baby. Most often when one thinks of a fertility god, they think of Aphrodite, but Lovecraft's idea of symbolizing fertility is a giant insectoid-esque egg sac. It's kind of common knowledge that he projected himself into his work, so I'm really curious what Lovecraft was into. What got his motor running? What made his cream expel at great speed out of his cock? The next entity is possibly the most abstract of all of the abominations in the Lovecraftian mythos. It is the blackness between the stars itself, a literal conscious nothingness that observes all of the universe with a sense of cold indifference. This being rarely chooses to communicate, but when it does communicate, it speaks in a language only it can comprehend. I know what you're thinking, did you only cover this one because you could draw it just by using one color and a paint bucket tool? No, that's not the only reason, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't one of them. I couldn't make something on Lovecraft without mentioning the face of the mythos, so let's talk about Cthulhu. Cthulhu is often described as an unholy amalgamation of human, dragon, and octopus. This lumbering beast is said to be the size of a mountain. Cthulhu is currently in a deep sleep at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, and he dreams of the day that he will awake to subjugate all of humanity. That's some big goals, Squiddy. You can't fault this guy. He's just a boy with a dream, damn it. He has an incredibly devoted and extensive cult of followers that devote their lives to bringing about his awakening. He's even run for office in multiple satirical political campaigns. Needless to say, he is someone who I aspire to be like one day and take great inspiration from. Lovecraft encouraged people to collaborate and add to his mythos, so while some of these creatures may have been created by Lovecraft himself, a good amount of them were from other authors who contributed. In that spirit, I would like to add my own creature to the mythos. In the spirit of Lovecraft, I'm gonna make it unpronounceable, and if you want, you can decide on spelling on your own, because I don't care. This is... and it is the love child of Yagalanak the Defiler and H.P. Lovecraft's cat. It is an overweight neckbeard with anime catgirl ears and a tail that spends its day on internet message boards making jokes about things that I would get canceled just for mentioning in this context. Human-animal hybrids. What is a human-animal hybrid? Is this a human-animal hybrid? What about this? Have you heard that a team of scientists have created an embryo that was part human being, part monkey? This all started when an international team of researchers got their hands on some crab-eating macaque monkey embryos. They injected the monkey embryos with human pluripotent stem cells and allowed them to develop ex vivo, aka test tube baby style, for 19 days. The human cells were given a glowing label so that the scientists could track them. Upon the end of the experiment, 8% of the total embryonic cells in this monkey fetus were human. Fortunately for ethics nerds, but unfortunately for my potential Planet of the Apes documentary, the team did not allow the fetus to be born. If a monkey-human chimera were to be born, it would blur the lines between what is considered human and animal. This raises a lot of questions. Will we consider this a human, an animal, or something in between? If you made a cow with human skin and feet instead of hooves, would it be cannibalism to eat it? What percent of this organism has to be human for it to be given human rights? Would something be more human if it had a human brain rather than just a human foot? What about a human-like face? Would I go to jail for giving a chipmunk a massive human penis? Realistically, this kind of experimentation would lead to entirely new fields of research. With all this comes new ethical conundrums, and most likely law changes. This particular experiment took place in a lab in China, so if we ever made a live one, we might not know about it for a while, seeing as how censorship laws there.
Nope, stop talking, go to jail.
The being they have created is known as a human-monkey chimera. Chimeras often do not survive for very long after creation, but some species are more effective at being chimeraized than others. For example, one previously successful chimera combination is rat and mouse. This raises a ton of moral issues, but if you discard all of those, the possible combinations could be endless. This is not the same as a hybrid animal. Whereas a chimera is a being that has cells from multiple different species, hybrids combine two sets of different species DNA to make genetic material for all of the cells. Like when a tiger meets a lion in a nightclub bathroom after taking 9 multicolored pills. Boom, one gestation period later, you got yourself a liger. Ever wonder if a human woman would sign up to have a human chimpanzee hybrid in her vaginus? Enter the proposed hybrid known as the human Z. The first recorded human who attempted to create a human Z via artificial insemination was Ila Ivanovich Ivanovov in the 1920s. I'm sure someone has attempted to create a human chimp hybrid in the natural fashion, but most people probably wouldn't publicize that they did that. Ila inseminated 3 female chimps with human sperm, but none of them became pregnant. He organized an additional experiment with human volunteers and non-human sperm, but his program was shut down before it could be carried out. Jump to 1977, and one J. Michael Bedford discovered that human sperm could penetrate the outer membranes of a gibbon egg. Don't ask me how he figured it out. I'm sure it was some scientific device, or like a turkey baster. I'm fine with literally anything, so long as it wasn't his dick. It has also been found that human sperm binds to gorilla oocytes with almost the same ease as to human ones. So, is this possible? Human beings share 95% of their DNA sequence with chimpanzees, and our other close relatives, the bonobo apes, are reportedly able to create hybrid offsprings with the chimps easily. It's a big maybe, so there's only one way to find out. Hypothetically, let's say someone had enough money to fund a laboratory capable of running these types of genetic experiments. If this same someone were to fund said laboratory and begin to attempt the creation of a human-ape hybrid, would the government attempt to intervene, and at what point? What countries would be the most forgiving of this behavior, and could the aforementioned individual get away with this in international waters? If the individual were to just drop said hypothetical human Z off in a random genetic laboratory with a collar that would say analyze my DNA, sit back with a beer and watch the chaos on the news, how do you think the world would react? Also, if you were to watch a hypothetical YouTube video outlining a scenario that may or may not violate international law, and it happens like 20 years down the road, would you snitch on that individual who made that video? Feel free to choose your words very carefully in the comments below. Fun prank idea, go to a sperm bank and switch around some of the human vials with chimpanzee.
Just keep pushing, honey!
Can I see my baby? She already paid, right? There's a ton of really cool science involving chimeras and hybrids, but I need some real evidence. I'm talking like a 6-year-old YouTube video of a Russian man injecting his spunk into a chicken egg to make several worm-like monstrosities. Not even joking. We're gonna go through some of the Russian homunculus series. Also, this series is really gross, so you know.
Trigger warning, vulnerability.
So basically, this guy injects his baby gravy into a pre-chicken, and then he just puts a band-aid on it and waits for a few weeks, and then he cracks it open, and out comes this thing. Yeah. This one is the best. I love that weird worm thing. Unfortunately, weird worm thing spat at Vodka Land Science Man's face, and then in a moment of pure unadulterated Russian rage, he obliterates his half-chicken son with a book that I failed to Google Translate because I don't have a Russian keyboard. After getting spit on, he's not making that same mistake again. He went full Chernobyl suit on us. He stepped up his game. He's doing a full homunculus mukbang up in here. Could you imagine a video collab where this guy works with like one of those food tubers and he cracks open a bunch of homunculi and the other guy just starts shoveling them into his mouth? Moving on. I love how he has his trusty pre-designated homunculus smashing book at the ready in this one. He will not be caught off guard again. Not again. Okay, he left this one alive and now he's keeping it kind of like an interesting beta fish. Honestly, pretty cool pet, 9 out of 10. It appears to have grown much bigger, and now it is undulating. It's beginning to take on a shape that somehow really looks a teeny bit like both types of human genitalia. That one has an eyeball. I'm not saying anyone owes anyone royalties. I just know we don't want to have to get the law involved. I don't know if those creatures you're making have skeletons, but if they do, your closet's full of them. Things are getting a bit more advanced now. We have the baby of Amoeba and Patrick Starr hanging out with his best friend, a living fleshlight. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. And it appears that one of two things have begun to happen. Either the fleshlight is attempting to vor the eye starfish, or they have combined into one being. I will update you as the story develops. They do appear to be fusing as one being. Yeah, I don't think one is eating the other. I mean, all of these body parts are just terrifying and wrong to me, so it's anyone's guess. Wow, this is quite a dramatic change. It kinda looks like the Dumbo octopus, just a little bit. Oh, he's gonna probe it with the poking stick.
Homunculus, no, I enjoy the poking stick.
Okay, so you know how I just said that they were combining? Now I'm not so sure. Maybe Dr. Frankenstein's fleshlight really was just eating the other one? Either way, it appears to have foregone the head and instead just replaced it with an upward-facing anus. Quite an interesting evolutionary strategy. It appears to have developed teeth, kind of like one of those sea cucumbers that grow teeth in their anus. Do you know what I'm talking about? Probably not. Moving on. Oh my god, look at it. It just ate a raspberry. Nature is so beautiful sometimes. I mean, like, not right now. That's a disgusting abomination, but I don't know. Go outside. I don't know if I'm gonna have to censor that. Did it just poop, vomit, sneeze, or bust a nut? I'm not really sure if there's much of a difference if you really only have one hole for everything. Oh my god, is that a fish? Oh, it's dead. It's dead. I was expecting the homunculus to try to, like, eat it or something. I mean, like, other than everything that someone may object to morally or ethically here, at the very least, that's incredibly anticlimactic. Is this real? No, of course not. I mean, like, I believed it when I was a kid, don't get me wrong, but there comes a time in every person's life where they have to inject their spunk into a chicken egg and learn things for themselves. You arrive home from a yard sale run by that creepy witch lady. You got a vintage cartridge of your favorite childhood game, Fast Jumping Hedgehog Plumber, for basically nothing. The seller seemed way too eager to give it away and warned you about vague stuff, but you didn't remember because the 12-year-old author doesn't have enough attention span for continuity in this story. Upon closer examination, you notice something is off. Hedgehog Plumber looks strange and almost evil on the cover. Ignoring this, you boot up your console, your knob moist and hard from excitement, and things were normal at first. All of the sudden, the music becomes distorted, and fast-jumping Hedgehog Plumber stares directly at you with his mouth open as hyper-realistic blood pours from his eyes and mouth. Can anyone tell me what just went wrong here? You were almost trapped inside of a poorly written video game creepypasta. Now you're probably asking yourself, what even is creepypastas? A creepypasta is defined as a horror-related legend that has been copied and pasted around the internet. Let's go through some examples. First up, of course, is the unofficial no-face of the creepypasta genre, Jeff the Killer. Jeff is a mentally unstable, incredibly violent man with a bleached white face extensively damaged by burns. He has no eyelids and carved off his lips and sections of his cheeks in the shape of a Joker smile, like an r/nice guy that took his misguided admiration for a fictional character way too far. Jeff's favorite activity is a good old-fashioned, uncontrollable, psychotic episode characterized by extreme violence. He waits at night in a sleeping victim's bedroom, and if they awake, he says go to sleep and does them the stab. I've always wondered, would he not kill them if they slept through the night? Like, would he just do it in the morning? Like, would he make increasingly louder noises until they woke up? Hey. What? Go to sleep. How do you expect me to sleep with Uncanny Valley Ronald McDonald screaming and stabbing me? How are you still alive? My cartoon, my rules. I remember being a 9-year-old Xbox Live squeaker when reading this story. This was back when you had to go to creepypasta.com or some other website and actually read the things, instead of having it spoon-fed into our collective no-attention span having faces. The next creepypasta I'm spoon-feeding into your face is Subject 3 from the Harbinger experiment. This creature came into existence when one Dr. Zimmerman undertook some shady experimentation to try to eliminate the divide between our world and the metaphysical. He used human test subjects in hopes that entities from the metaphysical would latch onto them and manifest in our dimension. You're gonna have to suspend disbelief for the story, but it's a good listen. After Zimmerman did his spooky mad scientist thing, the video monitor for test subject 3 lost picture. Upon the video returning, instead of the regular pink flabby human in the subject's jumpsuit that was there before, staring directly into the camera were two solid black eyes twice the size of regular human eyes. The creature they belonged to was completely hairless with silky smooth and unnaturally clear skin. It had grown quite a bit in size with an enlarged head and elongated limbs. This creature has its own soundtrack, Living in the Sunlight by Tiny Tim. I'd play it, but I don't want to risk throwing a week's worth of internet monies at Tiny Tim's grave. This is the same song from SpongeBob when he makes all those burgers for those anchovies. That's all I could think of whenever the scientists were fearing for their lives while living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time, bumped in the back. Whatever this thing is, it's got a sick, twisted sense of humor, and we're in on the joke. This thing somehow shuts down the power to disable the magnetic locks on the door, bursts into the room while the scientists are evacuating, with Tiny Tim bumping harder than dubstep from a Chubby Kid's Yui Boom, rips Dr. Zimmerman clear in half like the smaller prisoner's rectum, and does a magic trick where he turns all the scientists running the experiment into corpses. The next killer on the list is Eyeless Jack. Eyeless Jack is a male humanoid figure wearing a black hoodie. He dons a blue mask with no visible eyes or mouth holes. The only visible features on his visage are a set of empty gouged out eye sockets that continually leak a thick black ooze. You'll know if you've been visited by Eyeless Jack if you've had your kidney cut out and you've been sewn up with medical precision, all while you're still asleep. If the victim finds their kidney again, it has a bite out of it and is covered in a thick black film of sludge that looks the same as the liquid oozing from Jack's face holes. There is a backstory that shows him before his murderous rampages as a college student who was made this way by a cult. The original, and in my opinion, the better version, leaves him shrouded in mystery, making him that much more intriguing. We get it, you're trying to make him relatable, but the whole cool thing about him was that he was this alien, intriguing being fueled by mystery. Giving him a background just turns him back into a regular crazy person. If I wanted to deal with boring regular crazy people, I wouldn't be trying to escape reality by reading a creepypasta. Next up is the Rake. Rake with a K. You should be on this list, you monster. The Rake is 6 feet long from head to foot and moves around on all fours. Its eyes are sunken into their sockets, and it has an animal-like mouth with incredibly sharp teeth. The Rake's arms have hands with unnaturally long fingers that end in razor-sharp claws. While the Rake is a formidable enemy with some effective weapons, it's not really strong or fast as it relies on ambushing its victims, so theoretically, if you had a lead pipe, you could probably turn this thing's head into a mushy red stain without much effort. The rake was first popularly reported in the 12th century. Some reports say it just curiously observes people, whereas some reports say it attacks them. It usually visits people in their sleep and crouches at the foot of their bed, and when they awake, the rake will touch the victim, causing a sense of deep empathy or incredible fear. My all-time favorite creepypasta is the Russian sleep experiment. And it goes a little something like this. World War II Soviet Mother Russia scientists undertook an experiment involving a stimulant gas that can keep people awake indefinitely. The goal was to see if a person could stay awake for 30 days on this gas and to determine the effects of extreme sleep deprivation. The hope was that if this went well, which I'm not sure how anyone thought this was a good idea, they could use it on soldiers instead of the meth like they actually did, which every history teacher ever just forgot to mention. The subjects were prisoners of war, who were falsely promised they'd be let go if they completed the 30-day experiment. This was great for the scientific process because it lets us get rid of that pesky morality in exchange for patriotism. The 5 subjects were in a sealed compartment chamber that would be consistently filled with gas. The room was stocked with all basic human necessities for living, including books for entertainment and a toilet where they could be watched by 4 other men while making stool. The only way to know what's going on in the test chamber was by microphone feed, reading oxygen monitors, and looking through opaque, thick porthole-like windows. Things are pretty chill for like the first 3 days, but on the 4th day, all discussion has changed to the horrors that traumatized the men at war. On day 5, all subjects begin to show signs of psychosis and hallucinations. They start to distrust each other and whisper into the monitoring microphones, telling unsettling stories about their fellow guinea pigs. On day 9, one subject began screaming as loud as they could and kept doing it until they ruptured their vocal cords, leaving them permanently sounding like a squeaky dog toy. A few days pass and all is silent. They can't see the men anywhere in the big human hamster cage. They thought the microphones weren't working, so they inform the subjects that they need to lie down and get away from the door for them to test the mic, and cooperation will allow one of them to be freed immediately. A lone raspy voice replies with, "We no longer want to be free." They thought this state may have been induced because of the gas, and they promptly vented it out and replaced it with fresh air. Immediately as they did this, every subject that still had their voice pleaded to keep the gas on like their life depended on it. On day 15, they opened the doors to see one of the men dead and torn open, with the 4 others standing around him cannibalizing the body. Every person in the big human fish tank looks like they'd been dropped in a blender, and some of them looked like they did it to themselves. People had ripped skin and chunks of flesh off of their body in areas including but not limited to the chest, leaving their organs bare, and the fingertips, leaving only the exposed ends of the bones. Internal organs were meticulously arranged on the floor like an art installation while the men ate them, some of which were still attached to the bodies and functioning. The researchers immediately slammed the door to the holding cell as the men again demanded that the gas be turned back on. Soldiers were called in to remove the subjects, and a brawl ensued where the subjects displayed an almost supernatural strength. One soldier had their throat ripped out, but consider this guy lucky. At least he's at peace now, unlike the other guy who got his testicles ripped from his body like he bought a pet chimpanzee despite all warnings from biologists. They put enough morphine into the subjects to KO Big Chungus, and they still fought ravenously. Eventually, they were subdued and brought to the hospital. On the operating table, one was given anesthesia, and then upon falling asleep, his heart promptly stopped and he died. They tried fixing up one of them without anesthesia, and he smiled at a nurse during the surgery. She heard him trying to speak, by the way, this was the squeaky toy one, and she handed him a pencil and pad. Fantastic nursing, handing a drugged up psychopath with superhuman strength a sharp object. It wasn't even worth it. He just wrote down "keep cutting," and for some reason didn't even think to stab anyone with the pencil. Wow, Squeaky, what a great horror villain you are. What, are you new to this? They thought, screw him, and put him back on the gas, after which they were chilling for a sec, but then one guy just up and died. Then a researcher freaks out and asks the last remaining subject what he is, and then he goes on a rant and claims to be madness itself. The researcher apparently didn't like this answer and just shot him in the face. And they all lived happily ever after. The end. Head transplants. Are head transplants possible? If I put my head on your body and you put your head on mine, which one of us is which? How long can a human head survive without the body? If I keep a human head harvested from a freshly produced cadaver alive on a machine in my secret basement laboratory, would you make the mistake of ratting me out? At what point could science create a real-life Frankenstein's monster? Can I really make a new human by bionicling a bunch of other ones together with a needle and recycled dental floss? Find out this time on Stealing Body Parts from the Morgue, but that's that's okay because it's for science. In November of 2017, Italian surgeon Sergio Canavaro claimed to have performed a successful head transplant surgery, and then everyone in the scientific community promptly scolded him for either blatantly lying to the entire world or subjecting a human being to unproven and cruel mad science experiments. Whether you think this guy is a charlatan or a madman or both, many scientists believe we will be able to perform head transplants successfully in the future. While there hasn't been a successful recorded instance of a human head transplant, that's not the same for our animal brethren. One man who successfully performed a head transplant on a live monkey was named Robert J. White. After attaching the head of the monkey to the decapitated body of another, the monkey could see, hear, taste, and smell. Although the monkey survived, it looked confused, panicked, and in pain, which caused many people to question the morality of the experiment. I don't know why they didn't question it up until that point, but hey, you know what they say, "Sir, put down that monkey or I will shoot, this is a restricted area." So I guess legally, I'm obligated to leave this one up to the experts. Robert says that he hopes that one day they could apply the same tactics to humans whose bodies have given out on them. Now, I'm not saying the man isn't a genius, but he's acting like he's doing a really good thing by chopping off the head of a monkey and sewing it to another monkey's headless body. The weird thing is, even though he's doing a horrible thing, it might result in some good things. Imagine all the things that we could do with that. Dong and ball cancer spread to your entire body? Not anymore. And it's just as big as it was before the steroids. You want to be a man? You want to be a woman? Boom. Done. Lost the use of your legs? Check again, buddy. You want to be a meerkat? I'm beating a dead horse. This is eventually going to be a great technology for anyone who's going to die, which is everyone eventually. Don't even worry about the inevitable slaughterhouse-esque body farms that would treat humans as medical cattle. I'm sure future humans will figure it out. We can just cross that bridge when we get to it. Another surgery similar to this took place in 1939 with a machine known as the autojector, invented by one Sergei Brikhonenko? It's this. Sergei kept the dog head alive by basically hooking it up to a makeshift circulatory and respiratory system. The heartbreaking monstrosity that used to be a dog reacted to external stimuli. It blinked when its eyes were poked, licked its lips when they were dripped with citric acid, and pricked its ears up to noises nearby. It survived for a little while, but then it didn't. This episode is getting real sad real fast. Encouraged by this amoral monstrosity that he called success, he thought, might as well take this to the natural conclusion, and he and his crew got a body from someone who had hung himself 3 hours ago and hooked the man up to a head-keeping alive machine. I don't know if he got permission to take the dead guy, but that's not what we're here for. Within an hour, the crew were actually able to read vital signs. Soon after, he started scream gurgling, the gurgle of someone who was gurgling their last scream gurgle. His eyes suddenly shot open, staring directly at the medical crew, who flipped out and decided to disconnect him to, quote, let him rest in peace. A little late for that, don't you think? I could imagine this working kind of like a robot body, or like hot glue it to a remote control car, or like a toaster or some crap. It's all the same thing. So if Sergei unpronounceable name is like, comrade, I put living dog head on stick, Vlad Demikov is like, hold my vodka, and creates this abomination. So pretty much how this goes down is Bad Vlad gets a small dog and a big dog and severed the blood vessels, spinal column, and whatever else needed severing on the small dog and reattached it to the systems of the big dog. Both survived and were very responsive. They could eat and move individually, and the big one even ran around. The two dogs passed away 4 days later. Even though any mans who does this to a sweet innocent puppy definitely belongs in the worst pit of hell, Vladdy did have one redeeming factor. His work contributed a great deal to our modern technology and processes of organ transplantation and heart surgeries. So if you have a person in your life saved by an implant, you now know which old-timey Russian dog torture killer to thank. All of these surgeries are very reminiscent of Frankenstein. Yeah, I know the creature was Frankenstein's monster and Dr. Frankenstein was the guy, but Dr. Frankenstein wasn't even actually a doctor and didn't finish med school. You just wanted to correct me to seem smart in front of the internet. High-key good move for him not finishing med school. He never had to deal with that pesky Hippocratic oath. Do no harm. That's a good one. I could cover the experiment that was the inspiration for that book, but I've already stolen a lot from Salmonella. Unlike the child-friendly, buff, broken English spewing knockoff Shrek with bolts in his neck that Halloween has turned this creature into, Shelley's description would bring that big baby to tears. In her own slightly abridged words, his yellow skin scarcely covered the work of muscles and arteries beneath. His hair was a lustrous black and flowing, his teeth of a pearly whiteness, his eyes watery and shriveled, and his straight black lips. The monster was made out of both parts parts from the morgue and the slaughterhouse. While the monster we've come to know is not the sharpest light bulb in the crayon box, the OG Frankenstein is described as a well-read vegetarian pacifist who just wanted love and acceptance. Oh, that's so corny. Well, it wasn't corny when she wrote it, but it's universal, so it was bound to be cringy eventually. Anyway, his horrific mistreatment he received from humans is what led him to kill. Dr. Frankenstein abandoned the creature at the moment of its creation. Being abandoned as a newborn is bad enough, right? But now imagine you're the unholy result of someone trying to make a Mr. Potato Head out of different sized limbs from the morgue and organ meats from the deli aisle. This is the first you've seen of the world. You don't know you're a 6'5" zombie man. At least when you're a baby, people think you're cute. So the obvious question, how far is science when it comes to creating a Frankenstein's monster? Unfortunately, unless the morgue starts offering free samples, I don't think this will happen soon. While I think it's possible that someone could potentially get a bunch of organs and limbs that all share the same blood type and let their imagination take hold like pouring a bunch of different Lego sets together onto the ground, the fact of the matter is, with every piece coming from a different source, there is a high probability that the immune system will reject many, if not most of the organs and limbs it takes on. This would probably result in a death and therefore a failed experiment. Some of you may suggest anti-rejection immunosuppressant drugs, but to that I say, we just sewed a bunch of bloody limbs together from the morgue. To not die from an aggressive infection, you need a top-notch immune system. So basically, in every solution, the very thing that is supposed to save it will kill it no matter how you slice it. Think I'm wrong? I probably am. I have the same level of education as Dr. Frankenstein. No med school. Let me know how wrong I am in the comments. Meat. What is meat? Is this a meat? Am I a meat? Is meat still meat if it was made in a lab? Or does it have to be done the stabby stab? How many hamburger-sized patties do you think a human could remove from their torso and still be okay? What kind of dark god would make suffering taste so delicious? All this and more on In the Meat. Have you heard of cultured meat? It's real meat grown from animal cells in a lab with no slaughter required. Finally, I can mukbang a slaughterhouse-sized pile of chicken nuggets with the chicken it came from alive and well sitting next to me. Here you go, buddy, you go great with the sweet and sour. Basically, how this works, and keep in mind, it's literal biological engineering, so I'm guessing it was probably dumbed down really hard when it was explained to me, is that they culture cells taken from live animals and place them in a controlled environment with a nutrient-rich slurry of sorts. They're kind of tricking the cells into believing they're still inside of an animal so that they grow. Like when you trick your bits into thinking that you don't have to pee by thinking about that one other thing that humans do with them. No cap, this actually works. Once they get to a large enough mass of cells, the scientists separate the meat from the nutrient sludge, hopefully wipe it off at least a little bit, and fry it up to be inserted into the human feeding holes. Hypothetical question. If I took one of my own cells and put them in one of these matrices to grow it, creating a human meat hamburger patty, is it cannibalism to eat it? Is there anything illegal about this?
Not illegal, not illegal, show me the law, not illegal.
Keep in mind, these are my own cells, and I am consenting to this, and I am unharmed by this process. Could I sell AZFK nuggets in a fast food restaurant? This is kind of one of those things where I can't really name anything directly wrong with it, but it's still kind of sus as hell. I'm gonna host a one-time streaming special where I make a burger out of my own cells and eat it live on camera with musical guest Pink Guy's hologram. This process still needs a lot more refining, and there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be perfected before we can replicate every type of meat. For example, it's a lot easier to make a hamburger or a chicken nugget than it is a steak or a drumstick. Structured meat is a lot harder to create than unstructured meat. In nature, the meat forms around a bone, causing the formation of the unique structures of fat, ligaments, and muscle that we haven't been able to replicate perfectly just yet. We can get all the things in meat, but it's kind of just like a big blob in a dish right now. It's kind of like paper mache. What's easier to make? An elaborate structure of complex patterns and shapes interacting with each other in a very particular manner, or a shapeless blob? Some researchers had the idea for a synthetic bone-like material or an edible scaffold to get the meat to form around, and others have ideas for a type of meat cell 3D printing. This begs the question, how far are we from being able to 3D print living organisms if we can 3D print biological cells in a complex matrix? I fantasize about the day I can mass print a small army of screaming psychic pebbles-esque gremlin-like creatures to harass the local population population. Why does no one believe in my business ideas? Another huge challenge is getting the flavor and texture right. This is because our brain is a hyper-paranoid conspiracy theorist when it comes to being poisoned. Have you ever eaten something that you've eaten a million times and something is just off? Even if you can't quite put your finger on it, unless you're literally starving, you'll probably stop eating. If you don't, you probably won't enjoy it as much as real meat because your brain is fixating on the fact that this is off. Some say that the early burgers had a, quote, cake-like texture. I don't know what this means. I'd probably go uncanny valley on it, but I'm curious and still want it in my mouth. Cultured meat could potentially eliminate much of the environmental stress caused from factory farming. This would make it possible to expand humanity's already overzealous meat industry without literally destroying the entire goddamn world due to the stress it puts on the environment. In addition, this could eliminate the killing that needs to come along with the meat. Right now, they use fetal bovine serum as the nutrient-rich slurry, which is derived from cow fetuses. Obviously, this is a problem for the vegans, but it's not a problem for me. Straight up, I'm upgrading my morality statistics from cows killed to cows aborted. It's not perfect, but it's slightly better, or worse, depending on how you look at it. I guess some Christians would think cow abortion is worse than cow murder. I don't know. No progress will ever make anything perfect. It's always just slightly better, or worse, depending on how you look at it. This revolutionary technology could literally save the world, but we're still running into problems. Even though it's probably not going to completely replace real meat, a lot of ranchers are rallying for states to pass laws to prevent this cultured meat from being called meat. In my opinion, this is the stupidest, most hypocritical thing I've ever heard in my entire goddamn life. Yes, they should have to label it lab-grown, but this is still, by every definition, meat. That would be like a baker saying other people can't call their bread because they were baked in a different fashion from theirs. When progress comes, you don't crap your pants and run to mommy government saying other people being smart is unfair. You either nut up and shut up and refine your operation to get with the times, or you invest in the new thing that you're afraid is coming to replace you. No one said you can't be in on this. Make no mistake, you are choosing to be left behind like whiny little toddlers at an amusement park, and society is about to get the child leash. Okay, but when Taco Bell gets sued because only 36% of their beef mixture is actually beef and the rest of the 64% is probably goddamn silicone beads, recycled band-aids, and cockroach legs. Don't you look at me, it's 4 a.m. everywhere's closed and I already paid for this. Yeah, you could go ahead and call this meat, that's fine, even though it's mostly mystery sludge. Those 100% animal cell patties grown in sterile conditions, hell no, get that crap out of here and label it mystery sludge, so I can get back to eating my huge mystery sludge filled Dorito that a tweaker dropped on the Taco Bell floor not 5 minutes ago and call it meat. One company developing this lab-grown meat is Just Food. Just Food has recently transitioned into culturing lab-grown meat, but they are much more well-known for making vegan alternatives to regular products. For example, Just Mayo, made without eggs. Enter the American Egg Board. Yes, that is a real thing. If there's one thing that pisses off the American Egg Board, it's things that are normally made with eggs being made without eggs. They tried to intervene with basically everything that the Just Food company tried to do for a while. The group even joked in an email exchange about putting a hit on the Just Food CEO. Now, I didn't even know there was a American Egg Board, and I'm just now learning that they're thinking of militarizing. If you're a part of the American Egg Board, your job is probably a stupid one, and you're also a part of one of the most needlessly aggressive and progress-impeding boards in the world, and you should quit. Not only that, but you had so little going on other than the goddamn American Egg Board that you threatened a man's life because he doesn't like eggs, but he does like mayonnaise, and he thought he'd share. Now, I've seen some funny death threats from some sad, angry dum-dums in my day. I went after QAnon. If I got word that the National Egg Board was threatening my life, I would pee my pants. But not out of fear, out of laughter. If a member of the American Egg Board somehow sees this, if you threaten a man's life over mayonnaise, don't do that. Stop what you're doing. Do the opposite of that. I have never thought it'd be a good idea to recommend alcoholism as a coping mechanism, but it's healthier than mayonnaise-fueled murder threats. I'm really dumbfounded that an organization that only deals with eggs somehow immediately went mad with the very little power that they had. The kind of human that works at the American Egg Board is the kind of human that poops in the backup kitchen bathroom without first turning on the water and garbage disposal and aiming directly down the drain. God damn animals. Hey, whose house is this? One problem with lab-grown meat that doesn't involve humans being horrible beings that only look out for their own individual interest and worldview is the cost that it takes to produce this food. Right now, the cost for creating this meat is astronomical. The earliest examples of these cultured burgers were around $300,000, but the production cost consistently lowers as humans learn more and more about the process. As the technology develops, the price will likely drop substantially to a more sustainable level. I don't know, let's hope so we don't all die.
That thing sure is weird and creepy, huh?
Apologize! That is your great
Many greats later.
great-grandmother Dimetrodon! Your Gam was an apex predator back in the day, let me tell you. Dimetrodons were mammal-like reptiles, which meant they had many characteristics of mammals, such as having specialized teeth like incisors and canines. Luckily for you, and perhaps your entire family, as well as every human being you've ever known, unlike many species of reptiles, Gam Dimetrodon guarded her eggs. That's right, the entire human race owes its existence to this thing's maternal instincts. The largest of the Dimetrodon species could reach 15 feet, or 4.6 meters long, and weighed up to 550 pounds or 250 kilograms. For scale, this thing was a little smaller than a brown bear. If this thing is the Times Zoo football team's linebacker, a mountain lion would be a kicker. This is the Pakicetus, the first ever whale. I know what you're thinking, and no, I'm not back on the Sharpies again. I promise it's different this time. The FDA wouldn't allow them to be called scented if you weren't supposed to sniff them. Why'd I even buy this crap? It's like non-alcoholic beer. Anyways, this animal was kinda clumsy on both land and water, so it hunted as an ambush predator. Next time someone calls you gangly and uncoordinated, make sure to tell them you're an ambush predator. Don't call yourself that. That's a bad look. That came out very wrong. This was kind of the same strategy as the crocodilians we see today, except crocodiles are a whole lot better at it, so they could likely just outcompete the Pakicetus in this niche. My theory is that the crocodilians did exactly that, and the Pakicetus didn't like it, and yeeted itself back into the ocean, and proceeded to evolve to grow 10,000 times its original size, and also have no feet to get back at its millions of dead ancestors that inadvertently invented feet and therefore the foot fetish. And now it's too fat to leave the ocean because it'll die under its own fatness, and its organs will all fill with fart gas and rupture, severely injuring that group of curious children that just wanted to have a wholesome day jumping on what we would now consider a dead whale. Next up is the Gorgonopsid. The Gorgonopsid was named after the mythical creature the Gorgon. Why was it named after this if they look nothing alike? I don't know, scientists are terrible at naming things, and that's just something you have to accept. The Gorgonopsid was a mammal-like reptile. There's a lot of confusion around what the Gorgonopsid looked like. Some scientists think it was covered in hair, some think it was covered in a thin layer of patchy hair and scales, and some think it was saggy and wrinkly like elephant/scrotum skin. This creature has a mouth that was filled with tons of different teeth, including the two large saber teeth that made for very effective killing tools. They were obviously carnivores, no one gets a steak knife to cut lettuce. Anyways, Gorgonopsids were incredibly effective apex predators. Until they weren't, then they died the end. Next up are giant sea scorpions. Despite what literally everyone calls them, they weren't actually a type of scorpion. These creatures were a part of a family known as Eurypterids that were thought to be more closely related to horseshoe crabs. The largest species of these creatures, the Jackalopterus, can grow up to be 8.5 feet or 2.6 meters long, the largest arthropod in the known history of the planet. The Eurypterids were fierce predators, and the Jackalopterus was thought to have been the apex predator of its era. Like horseshoe crabs, they were thought to have had mass meetings near shores to molt their exoskeletons, mate, and lay their eggs, proving once and for all that collective cuddling is a behavior created from evolution. Straight up, these things give me like a giant lobster type of vibe. Am I the only one who wonders what extinct animals tasted like? Like, would I be wearing a Eurypterid themed bib with some butter getting a giant lobster vibe from this thing's meat? Or am I getting a mouth bursting with questionably textured cockroach slime giblets? I don't like that thought.
Jungle trail mix.
What do you mean, jungle trail mix?
I'm aware lots of people eat bugs, and my opinion is a Western perception. But oh, look where I am, the goddamn West. So bugs are considered gross here, doctor. Take one anthropology class and start acting like you have the world's biggest dick. We need to fund scientific research to bring back this glorious marvel of evolution so we can eat it. Imagine, if you will, a regular flying animal. Where would you put the wings? Probably put them on the arms, right? Well, the Cherovipteryx thinks you're a slack-jawed, dead-eyed drooling idiot for making that assumption, because it has flappy skin membranes for gliding stemming from its crotch. The Cherovipteryx is like a lizard that had an incredibly large loose-hanging scrotum, and it decided to staple it to each thigh to make a sail and jump off a cliff to try to fly. Against all odds, it worked. Maybe. I mean, it died out and there's none left, and this is the first and only animal I've heard of with crotch wings, so it might not have. Hell, humans maybe got the fossil wrong, like they seemingly love to do all the time. I don't know, but I choose to believe in crotch lizard. For some reason, I feel like I only nope with medium-sized spiders. Tiny jumping spiders are cute. Big ones like tarantulas come off as slow-moving and lovably dumb, so they're kind of a vibe. But those weird, long, gangly, skittery look away for half a second and it's gone, and somehow simultaneously in every dark spot in my house, so I gotta get rid of all the dark spots in my house and the house itself with fire. Those ones. It's not that I'm scared of them, it's just that I don't trust them, and I'm scared of them. Anyways, throw that stupid crap that I just said out the window, because this is the...
If you or a loved one was diagnosed with mesothelioma,
a giant spider the size of your head, and I am very scared of it. This thing would probably hunt small cats, dogs, or humans if it was alive today. This spider would create underground burrows equipped with silk tripwires. The tripwires picked up vibrations to tell the spiders when a creature touched the trigger, and then the spider would ambush its prey in the insect equivalent of dragging a soul down to hell. This behavior is quite like the burrowing funnel web spiders of today. Straight up millions of years of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hate them if you want, but they're pretty goddamn successful. Okay, medieval folklore fight. A monopod, which is like a Bigfoot guy, not like a Bigfoot guy, nor like a Bigfoot guy, but like a guy with one big foot, versus a Blemmies, which is like a torso face man. See, for me it could go either way because they both look equally terribly designed. Let's take a look at some other folklore monsters that are less stupid. First up is the Wendigo. The Wendigo is created when a person eats human flesh. This legendary Native American entity is cursed to lurk through the forest looking for people to eat, and like the average corporate customer, it will consume anything it comes across in vain attempts to satisfy its endless hunger. The Wendigo resembles an emaciated human skeletal figure with skin tightly encasing its bones. Its complexion is that of ash, and it's reported to have sunken dark eyes. The Wendigo has no lips, as they usually immediately bite them off to sate their unending hunger. Like a member of r/incels, you'll know if one of these beasties is nearby because this creature exudes a stench of decomposition and decay. Obviously, this myth was created as a way of dissuading people from eating each other. A lot of people mistakenly think that the Wendigo and Skinwalker are the same thing, but they're not only wrong, but also insensitive. A Skinwalker is a different entity from Native American legend that is created from the spirit of a shaman or a witch doctor who committed evil deeds during their lifetime, especially to those close to them. It's rumored that simply discussing the Skinwalker will attract their attention. And if that's the case, thanks for the extra views, and maybe, you know, drop me a like for shouting you out. The Skinwalker often appears as a mangled and distorted form of an animal, or sometimes a human. It's capable of replicating animal calls in human voices, but it has a very limited vocabulary. Skinwalkers have to learn how to inhabit the skin of another convincingly. The more experienced the Skinwalker, the better the disguise. 1 second.
Hello, neighbor who lives across the street from me. As you can see, I still have the same skin that I did this morning, upright posture, and I speak words. So it's safe to say that I'm still a normal human being like I was earlier today. Now that I have established that I am not a monster wearing your neighbor's skin, may I come in for a cup of sandwich and you go to bed immediately with no suspicion and also without checking if I have left? What do you mean I'm wearing your neighbor's skin? That's ridiculous.
That's not even my neighbor. Next up is the Kune-Kune, an urban legend from Japan. The Kune-Kune is basically one of those wacky waveable inflatable arm flailing tube men at those car dealerships, except this one causes extreme and debilitating mental illness. The Kune-Kune is a humanoid figure that waves in the wind like it's made out of paper. The Kune-Kune is reported to only be seen from afar. People usually report seeing this entity from a distance in rice fields, open plains, or sometimes the ocean. It waves around like it's being pushed by the wind, even if there is no wind, and it bends in ways that no ordinary human limbs could replicate. It is either stark white or jet black, depending on where you see it. Reports of the kune-kune usually go as follows. A person sees a figure off in the distance and someone takes a closer look. The person who takes a closer look becomes pale and begins to develop signs of serious mental illness. The first report of the kune-kune came in 2003, and people have been sharing their stories about this entity ever since. Some people suspect that the kune-kune was a scarecrow that was misidentified on a windy day. While this would explain the movement of the figure, it would not explain the mental illness that follows. I mean, I look at scarecrows pretty closely all the time, and I'd say I'm pretty well adjusted. Actually, maybe we should stop looking at scarecrows so closely. Next up is the Knuckle of V. The Knuckle of V is an evil sea spirit native to Scotland. The Knuckle of V is a horse with a humanoid torso and head sticking out of the back of the horse where a person would usually be riding. The horse and the human are fused as one singular being. The being has no skin, and the outside of the body is covered in raw exposed muscle fiber, and you can see black blood coursing through its veins. The humanoid head has an animal-like mouth, and sometimes rolls or hangs like the neck is snapped and the head may fall off. The arms of the humanoid section of the torso are so long that they almost drag along the ground. The horse has one giant red eye and flippers on its feet. Basically, the Knuckle of V is the platypus of the Scottish folklore scene. This folklore was then stolen by the SCP Foundation to write SCP-3456, the Orcadian Horseman. If the Knuckle of V sees something, it will do everything it can to make it commit the not alive. And also, it likes to light crops on fire. There's a famous quote referencing this creature as the most cruel and malignant of all uncanny beings that trouble mankind. Even though this thing is from the ocean, it has an incredible fear of fresh water, and it never visits when it rains. Seems kinda dumb that something from the ocean is afraid of water, but I got through the rest of the explanation without poking holes into it, so it seems kinda stupid to start now. Another horse folklore creature is the Kelpie. The Kelpie is basically a large black horse that lives on the edge of bodies of water. People who touch the Kelpie get stuck to it, and the horse walks into the water and drowns whoever was attached. So I think the horse is just kind of covered in sticky glue or something. I guess that qualifies as a monster. All I'm saying is if I worked at the Flex Glue Corporation, I'd throw a sign at that thing.
Flex glue is so strong, it even works underwater.
If you avoid taking responsibility for your problems, the next monster is for you. The Tokolosh is a small, hairy, goblin-like creature with long, pointy ears, gouged-out eyes, a hole through its head, a cut-out tongue, and sometimes a tail. This legend comes from South Africa, where the Tokolosh are rumored to sneak out into the night and cause misfortune and hardship for mankind. Since it can't see, it navigates using its other senses. People often blame anything from missing food to serious crimes on the Tokolosh. This is kind of just like the scapegoat monster of this society. It's kind of like the South African equivalent of when a Facebook Karen doesn't like something and wants it gone, but they can't think of anything actually bad about it, so they just start ranting about how it's involved with Satan somehow. Some think the Tokolosh is made when a witch kidnaps a person and undertakes some sort of supernatural and surgical ritual, turning them into a Tokolosh. The Tokolosh is then the witch's familiar, which kinda means like pet or henchman that'll take care of the dirty work so the witch can keep her hands clean. If I lived in South Africa, this would be super useful.
Hey, did you eat all of my chips?
Tokolosh.
Again?
It smells suspicious back here. Are you guys smoking a beer?
Tokolosh.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, there's like a bunch of severed arms sewn together in the shape of a big spider in your dumpster. Now, I'm not making any accusations, but...
Tokolosh.
Oh, sorry to bother you, sir. It must have been hard for you to witness this. I hope that goblin stops messing with you soon.
Last up is the vegetable lamb. The vegetable lamb is a lamb that's attached to a plant where its umbilical cord would be. Not a remake of The Silence of the Lambs where Hannibal Lecter is paralyzed and has to be fed through a tube. The lamb is thought to grow out of the ground like a plant, and could be grown using melon-like seeds found in the area. It can graze any area it can reach, but its travel is limited by the length of the vine. It's said that the lamb has blood like a regular lamb, but for some reason the meat was similar to that of a crab, which makes me really curious. We need to stage an expedition to find this glorious mystical creature so we can eat it. Anyways, one second.
Hello, it is I, your neighbor's cat.
Stop. First of all, cats don't talk. Second, my neighbor doesn't have a cat. That's a possum. And third, you ruined my recording session twice. Come back to my place again, and I'll kick you in the crotch so hard one of your vertebrae pops out your mouth like a Pez dispenser. Are you guys playing Minecraft? What are you, 12? Next, we should try it with people. You ever play Minecraft and wonder how or why a mob do what it do? The first thing that you have to understand about trying to apply science to Minecraft mobs is that the world has a lot of magic. Therefore, some of the entities will have properties not explainable under the current conditions known to science. Think of the way Minecraft mobs are classified like a Venn diagram. On this side is biology, and on this side is magic. And in the middle are the beings that have traits from both. The first mob on this list is the OG face of the entire game, the Creeper. Now, if you're familiar with Minecraft and/or have ever been to a GameStop, you've probably seen this shirt on a few chubby 5th graders. While this is a clever idea for a shirt, I don't think that's how it would actually work. There are a lot of theories about what makes these things tick, but I'm gonna say one that I haven't heard mentioned yet. I believe this creature explodes using a combination of 2 or more substances stored in separate glands or bladders. My theory is that when a creeper wants to explode, it fills a cavity inside of its chest with an internally produced flammable gas, and then lets other reactive ingredients into the chamber as well. The other 2 react and spur a small exothermic reaction which causes a spark, causing a large explosion, destroying the phallic creature and also the house of a screaming child. The sound it makes is the same sound as the TNT detonation, which leads me to believe that it is not in fact hissing, but instead the sound of the chemical reaction escaping through its face holes. One very common naturally occurring flammable gas is methane, which is also contained in many animals' farts. If the environment in Minecraft is similar to our own, it's likely that the same things would be common, meaning the flammable gas that the creeper would produce would likely be methane. This means not only would you be lying in the shredded wreckage of what was once your home, but it would also smell like a construction site porta potty, allowing the green phallic creature to get one more laugh from beyond the grave. Next up is the ghast. The ghast is basically a giant balloon animal that shoots fireballs out of its mouth while making a sound like an infant that's been drop-kicked into the distance. I think that the ghast most likely stays afloat like a balloon using a lighter-than-air gaseous material such as hydrogen or methane. In order to shoot fireballs, this gas would need to be flammable. The natural gas could either be naturally occurring in the nether, seeing as how this place looks like it'd be full of flammable gases, or it could be produced internally within the ghast. The ghast could change its elevation either by producing or capturing more of this gas to go higher, or expelling it to go lower. Again, this would probably make the ghast smell terrible. In order to make the fireballs, the ghast would most likely expel a gooey ball with a hard calcified outer shell, coated and filled with a flammable material. It would ignite it using some sort of chemical reaction. This is just a theory, and it might not be the case because it's very possible that the ghast would just ignite itself while trying to shoot a fireball. But to avoid this, they could potentially just isolate the 2 gases from each other in 2 different gas bladders. Next up is the mushroom, also known as the Coachella cow. The Coachella cow only spawns in mushroom field biomes. It has mushrooms growing out of its back, and it produces mushroom soup instead of milk. While at first glance they have some noticeable differences, this is actually the same exact creature as the regular cow, except one thing. This cow has either a parasitic or symbiotic relationship with the fungus growing on it, and in it. Because it's living in a mushroom biome and only eating mushrooms and mycelium, the cow has undergone drastic physical changes. This condition can be gotten rid of with shears, meaning one way to cure this is just to cut off all the visible fungus. I bet you wish you could get rid of your severe fungal infection that easily. By the way, I'm sorry for telling everyone. This cow has more mycelium in its body than that idiot that injected mushrooms. What horrific unintended consequences are happening in the cow's organ system? Don't know. Who cares? Next mob. Next up is the Slenderman, Enderman. This one is going to be based off of the game theory argument. If you don't know what that is, let me sum it up really quick for you. Endermans are human that went to the end and got trapped there because they were unable to defeat the Ender Dragon to summon the escape portal. They either went into hiding or found a way to coexist with the dragon and eventually evolved into Endermen, gaining the capability of teleportation from the environment and a diet of chorus fruits native to the end, but losing many of the aspects that made them human. This explains why they're the only other beings in the game capable of moving blocks around, and also why their idle noises resemble distorted human speech. Got it? Good. Why does this matter? Well, it means that the source of the Enderman was originally a human. The thing about the Enderman that I think the evolved human theory explains is why they attack you when you look at them. Endermen are actually neutral towards you unless you start staring at them, which causes them to try to change your insides into outsides. The thing that makes this even stranger is they don't attack you when you have something obscuring your face, such as if you're wearing a pumpkin on your head. It seems that the Endermen respond violently to observation by the human face. While I could theorize endlessly on why this may be the case, I think I've narrowed it down to one theory that makes sense to me. Sometimes in evolution, a bit of behavior wired in the brain from a long time ago remains to the modern day. An example of this in the human brain is primordial fear, responsible for phobias like arachnophobia and fear of the dark. How does this relate to Endermen? Well, since Endermen were once humans, the Enderman has the roots of a human brain in its head. Humans have a primordial fear of the uncanny, or things that are almost completely human, but off in an unsettling way that you just can't place. It's the reason why things that are almost human, but not really, give you that creepy feeling. When the Enderman glances into the eyes of a regular human, it sees something that spikes primordial fear of the uncanny, the same way your brain would react if you saw a live Enderman, something that resembles a normal member of your species, but corrupted. This would spur a fight or flight response in humans, and it seems that the Enderman tends to pick fight in response to this fear. Either that, or they know they're naked and can't do anything about it, so they end you so you stop staring at their enderdong. Next up is something more vanilla and less convoluted, the zombie. The zombie is the same general body plan as the player, implying that they were once the same being. The zombie is a human infected with a virus that plagues the overworld. When defeated, the zombie drops rotting flesh, which the game allows you to eat. So, by the way, Alex and Steve are canonically cannibals, and there's nothing that you can do about it. If one looks at a zombie, you'll notice that a zombie never lowers their arms. This could be because of rigor mortis, a process that stiffens the muscles and tendons after death, making it much harder to move them. It seems that the zombie has had its arms extended while chasing prey for a long enough time that rigor mortis hardened them in that position, leaving the mob unable to lower their arms any lower than shoulder height. Have you ever tried to hold your arms up for more than 2 minutes? It gets pretty painful. Now I know why those zombies are always moaning like they're in constant pain. It's because they are.
I call my dick rigor mortis. It's always hard. It's also not capable of feeling sensation.
Fun fact, did you know that some pig organs can be implanted in people to replace human organs? The zombified piglin's anatomy is pretty straightforward. It's a zombie pig man. I remember the old version of Minecraft, where there was no such thing as piglins, and there were only zombie pigmen. Zombie pigmen used to spawn naturally one of two ways. Either they're just wandering about in the nether, or they'd come from a pig that got struck by lightning. After Minecraft retconned the zombie pigmen, they changed that mechanic, and I'm bringing it up because I'm salty about it. The piglins have social structures, and are capable of using tools both in their alive and zombified forms. What's interesting is that regular piglins attack on sight, whereas zombified piglins only attack if you attack one of them. This may be because territorial behavior is associated with a part of the piglin brain that is damaged during zombification. This mob also drops rotten flesh, no different than a regular zombie, proving once and for all that not only are Alex and Steve cannibals, but also they literally perceive no difference between people and cattle when it comes to the meat. Next up is the slime, aka cave erectoplasm, is a giant blob of, well, slime. This creature is mostly found in cave systems, and they're all over the place when you forget to turn on peaceful when building on superflat. When you kill a slime, it splits into 2 to 4 smaller slimes, and this happens until the slimes are really small and they probably don't have enough material to split into more slimes, so they just die. This creature most likely uses a process similar to mitosis as a defense mechanism. Mitosis is when one cell divides into 2 cells. Something similar happens for slimes when it comes under extreme stress. For example, when losing in combat, it will attempt this as a divide then overwhelm strategy. This is why slimes are much more dangerous in close quarters combat where retreat is harder, or altogether impossible, such as narrow cave systems. Now you're probably wondering, how do I know if I am a Minecraft slime? If the thought of a cube man slowly chopping you to bits with a blocky sword gets you in the mood to make babies, you might be. Next up is the Iron Golem. This is likely a creature that functions entirely in the magic spectrum of Minecraft. I make this claim because this creature is created from pumpkin and iron, that when assembled by the player in this shape becomes a dim-witted version of Colossus from Marvel. Also, the Golem does not have biological needs or limitations. For example, the Golem does not need to breathe. When put in water, it will sink to the bottom and walk around on the ocean floor. The golem will protect its creator from aggressive mobs until its death, whether its creator be a player or a villager. While there is little actual biology to report upon for this creature, it doesn't need a biological heart, cause it's got a spiritual one. When encountering a baby villager, it often presents it with the flower. While this might suggest that it has a soul, one look into its cold dead eyes while it bashes an illager into a chunky red paste, and that notion will dissolve. This is still a far cry from the most dangerous creature you can build. The Wither is a three-headed flying Hydra-esque monstrosity. The Wither is summoned when a player builds a macabre three-headed scarecrow out of skeletal remains from the Nether and sand containing the literal souls of the suffering. When the Wither is created, it acts like a black hole, destroying every block it comes close to, and decimating any friendly mob that it comes close to. It also shoots skulls out of its face at you. I don't need to say that the Wither is purely a magical entity in Minecraft, because it's entirely obvious. If you're expecting me to point out the fly around and shoot magical skulls organ, I don't know what to tell you. One last thing, I would be remiss if I went through this whole video without mentioning that the Minecraft chicken is literally a cock block. Oh my god, what did we do? I didn't think this was gonna happen. What did we do? This is terrible. I know, right? Total waste of Dogecoin, silicone implants, and human life. No, I mean, like, people will find this. The police will come. My fingerprints are all over the place. I can never escape this. I think I need to fake my own death. Don't worry. Wait right here. You should probably change your clothes and also your face. If you're planning to fake your own death, make sure to limit erratic behavior before you do, as this can be one of the most common signifiers that something is up. Well, maybe erratic is the wrong word. I'm normally pretty erratic, so if I suddenly started acting predictably, people would know something is wrong. I guess just do whatever you would normally do. For God's sake, man, act casual. Avoid emptying bank accounts all at once. It can be tempting because it's easier to go on the run with a lot of money in your pocket, but you should instead put a large amount of money aside over a longer period of time. While this behavior is kinda sus, it'll most likely take people at least slightly longer to figure out this than a gap of 100k in a single day, giving you more time to set up shop in your new life. The problem is, if you need to fake your own death, you might not have all the time in the world. Going on the run flat broke would be possible, but it's a lot harder, so consider sketchier but quicker methods of getting cash. For example, selling illicit substances or services, smuggling bags of mysterious white powder, investing in Dogecoin, or distributing disposable vaporizers to neighborhood children. The good thing about these hustles is that you don't need a valid identification or base of operation to do most of them, so you can do them while you're on the run. Also, none of the tearful goodbye give away all your stuff crap. First of all, if your loved ones think you're dead, they're gonna loot whatever you have of value whether or not you give them permission. Second, I know humans say they can keep secrets, but they're terrible at it. You probably did something to piss someone powerful off, and it's best that your loved ones genuinely believe your story so no one tries to put the squeeze on them to find you. I know what you're thinking, how am I gonna get away with this without people questioning where my lifeless meat sack is? The best way around this is to plan something so it would be very difficult to recover a body under regular circumstances. You know, explosions, vats of acid, falling off a cliff into the ocean without telling people where you were going, falling off a cliff into an ocean of exploding acid without telling anyone where you were going, you know, that stuff. If you chose the right method, you won't have to worry about finding a body and trying to make it look like it was you. If for some reason you're especially disturbed and you want to do this part anyway, let me give you some tips. To make sure no one knows this isn't you, make sure to remove/heavily damage the head and hands. It would make sense to damage the entire body, but the most important things to make unreadable are the hands, eyes, and teeth. Keep in mind, if they find a corpse with no hands, eyes, or teeth, and a lot of marks that look like they were done by a frantic runaway, they'll know something is probably up. So make sure you do them in a way where it's believable that those injuries occurred naturally during the accident. Also, make sure not to make it look like it was foul play. People are much less likely to examine accidents or committing the self-die. If you've done this right, people will assume that your body was liquefied because you wanted it to be, so there'd be no point in examining it any further. Now that people think your body is acting as a form of airborne fertilization for plants within a mile of where you fake exploded, they'd be quite surprised if you showed up at the grocery store the next day. So surprised that they might tell literally everyone that you seemingly survived exploding. Because of of this, it would be advisable to get as far away from where you used to live as possible immediately after your false expiration. You're going to need a mode of transportation that you haven't used before, because if your super sick LED-covered Razor scooter goes missing that same day, chances are people will think something's up. Your best bet is to have this be a part of your bug-out plan and buy a reliable, boring-looking vehicle beforehand with the nest egg you've set aside. Use this to go as far as you can from the area where you used to live. Sleep in the car, and don't stop driving until you hit the ocean that's furthest from where you came from. If you can't get a car, find any method you can to get as far from town as possible. When you feel comfortable with the distance from whatever you're running from, buy a tent and some food and cooking supplies to set up a temporary hobo camp in nature for the moment while you plan your next move. If you want to fake your own death, chances are you don't want to go back to your old life. Even if you did, you should have thought of that before you tricked every person you knew into thinking that you're dead. You must now find a new life. Make sure to create a believable but somewhat boring backstory and memorize it as well as you can, because if you accidentally screw up and say your old name when you're trashed in front of the wrong people, it'll probably end badly. If you want to go the extra mile, you can sand or burn off your fingertips to become untraceable. Well, I say extra mile, but it's really only a few inches. I guess it does make quite a difference whether we're talking about walking distance or the amount of flesh removed, though. If you did something illegal, which I don't think faking your death is inherently illegal, at least in the US, but whatever, you'd be wise to find your way to a place that doesn't have an extradition treaty with your old home. Fun fact, Ukraine is one of the easiest places to get the basic necessities of life without any identification. At the very least, I would advise you to cross one ocean before you set up permanent shop. You could continue in your sketchier hustles, but this works better when you're drifting from place to place, so the local authorities don't have time to figure out who you are before you're in the next state. When you stand still, these illicit activities make it a lot easier to find you. Getting a job may be difficult without any documentation, but there's probably somebody looking for some sort of labor that would be willing to cut a deal if you worked for a little less. Congratulations! If you follow these instructions correctly, you should be living a new life with no economic prospects or emotional connections in the middle of the Ukrainian tundra. But hey, at least you're not dead or in jail. You awake, dazed and confused, lost in the middle of the wilderness in the pitch black of night. That's the last time I eat a handful of pills I find on the floor of the bus, you say to yourself. Suddenly, you see a set of bright red eyes piercing through the darkness, and you hear its terrifying call. Stop! You are about to be attacked by a Mothman! You wanna know why? Because you were unprepared. The simple fact is, most cryptid attacks are easily avoidable. You might be asking yourself, what even is cryptid? Cryptids are basically any animal that's existence has been speculated on but not confirmed by the scientific community. For example, Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, Jeffree Star, or the Kraken. The first and possibly my favorite cryptid we're gonna cover is the Mongolian deathworm. The Mongolian deathworm is approximately 1 meter or 2 to 3 feet long. All phallic jokes aside, this worm has been nicknamed the intestine worm because it looks like Dr. Frankenstein removed an NFL lineman's intestines and then gave it new life as a giant predatory roundworm. The worm has been said to prey on humans, and it has multiple forms of attack it can use. The worm is apparently coated in a toxin that can cause instant death in any human being that touches it. It can also spit a yellow acidic secretion capable of dissolving flesh. It's rumored that the bright yellow bile attracts more worms to the victim, either because of the bright yellow color or because of pheromones in the spittle. This wormy boy was popularized in Western culture by the American paleontologist Roy Chapman Andrews in 1926. The only evidence that supports this cryptid's existence is anecdotal, so many people believe that it doesn't exist. Some cryptozoologists have a theory about this worm that I personally prescribe to. I don't believe the Mongolian deathworm is a worm, per se, but I do believe a creature like that could exist. I think the source of this cryptid could be a large undiscovered species of burrowing legless lizard native to the Gobi Desert. No, I don't mean snake, it's a real animal and there are more differences between snakes and lizards than just legs. While a hot, dry ecosystem would dry out a worm quickly, reptiles are much more suited to desert environments. There are also multiple recorded instances of animals shooting acidic compounds as both predatory strategies and a defense tactic. There's also animals who have incredibly toxic skin. The Gobi Desert is the fastest growing desert on the planet, so there's no shortage of sand for this large wiggly predator to hide in. The next animal on the list is the thunderbird. One version of it is like a giant condor, but this is the boring version. The more interesting depiction of the thunderbird is a giant sky creature with smooth leathery skin and a head similar to an alligator. This description almost matches the morphology of the extinct pterodactyl, meaning that this could be a dinosaurian cryptid, such as the Loch Ness Monster. Personally, I think think dinosaurian cryptids are the cryptids least likely to exist. Not only did they somehow survive a grand extinction event, but they also maintained enough of a population of literal giant monsters to survive until the modern day, and kept this literal pack of monsters undetected, doing it all with the brain size of a peanut. Not only that, but this one's flying through the sky. Do you know how big this thing's turds would be? If that thing was dropping logs out of the sky, we would know. The Thunderbird is reported to swoop down and steal children from their yard. Again, the evidence seems to be mostly anecdotal, and eyewitness testimony is not always reliable. Probably the most famous story about the Thunderbird is from the Tombstone Epitaph newspaper. April 26, 1890, this newspaper published an article where they said gunslingers shot a Thunderbird out of the sky. Some claim to have seen a real picture of the beast with a few gunslingers posing next to it. However, this picture is believed to be a hoax. Some claim that this very picture was published in the newspaper along with the story, but the newspaper responsible for the article was not capable of publishing images at that point in time. Also, there are copies of this article on file in libraries, and it shows no image. Later around the 1920s, one of the ranchers involved in the Thunderbird story spoke out and said that the newspaper sensationalized the story. Apparently, how it really went down was him and the others were chasing the creature and the horses became spooked by it, and the creature got away. They never actually shot it down. Like all timeless classics, the moral of this story is just as applicable today as it was back then. That being, everything you hear on the news is at best exaggerated to scare you, and at worst, a complete lie. When you hear the phrase goat sucker, what unholy idea arises in your little degenerate brains? Whatever it is, get that thought out of your head, you disgust me. It's the Spanish to English translation for chupacabra. This cryptid gained notoriety in Texas, Central South America, and Puerto Rico when the bodies of livestock began to pile up, all mysteriously drained of blood. The rumor is that the chupacabra gives other animals such a big zuck that they don't have any blood left. There are two popular depictions of the chupacabra, one in which it's half dog, half kangaroo with leathery skin, and one where it's a bipedal hairless gremlin thing with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. Some theorize it may be a bizarre species of undiscovered hairless canine, but some scientists have another theory. Many think these are simply dogs and coyotes that are infected with a disease called mange, which causes hair loss and damage to the skin, giving it a strange, monstrous texture. While this version could explain the canine depiction chupacabra, it doesn't explain much about Gollum over here, so that leaves us with two possibilities. Either there's a hairless man-baby creature running around chugging livestock bodily fluid, or a rancher found a psychoactive cactus and saw a spider monkey from 30 feet away and then decided to call Monster Quest. Personally, I am happy with both of these scenarios. Next up is the Yeti. The Yeti is basically Bigfoot painted white. The Yeti is said to inhabit the highest peaks of the Himalayas. Scientists attribute Yeti sightings to different species of bears, or a species of monkey that's native to the area. The big thing about the Yeti that doesn't quite work for me is the sheer size of this lad. The Yeti is rumored to be able to grow up to 10 feet, or just over 3 meters tall, and weigh up to 400 pounds, or 181 kilograms. Now, I understand large apex predators can exist in tough environments, but the ecosystem in the highest peaks of the Himalayas is low oxygen due to elevation, meaning that Yeti would need to expend more energy and need more food than another massive creature that lived at a lower elevation. Add to that the energy that it would need to expend maintaining its body heat in such a frigid area, and I'm not sure there would be enough food for a creature of that caliber. If this creature existed at its rumored size, it most likely wouldn't stay up at the top, and at the very least would need to venture down to more observable areas in search of food, which in all likelihood would lead to its discovery. Another primate cryptid that's more likely to exist than the Yeti, in my opinion, is the skunk ape. The skunk ape is what happens when a mommy orangutan and a daddy Florida man love each other very much, so much that they commit a crime against nature. The skunk ape is a large bipedal primate famous for its powerful stench rumored to live in the Everglades. It just so happens that I am currently close enough to the proposed native environment of this cryptid to go investigating, so I went to a place that calls itself the Skunk Ape Research Headquarters. Upon arriving, I noticed the multiple statues of the skunk ape, all for some reason missing hair around its chest raisins. Interesting. After I checked out some of the reptiles they had chilling there, like a baby alligator and a gigantic snake that could easily swallow a small child, I directed my gaze towards a cast of what is claimed to be a skunk ape footprint. Placing my hand beside it for scale, it looks to be around double the length of the average human hand. One thing that troubled me about these supposed footprints is that they are seemingly almost devoid of the changes in elevation that occur in most primate foot structures, our species included. I'm not making any accusations, but it looks like someone could make a very similar foot-shaped cast by digging out a foot shape in the ground and pouring the casting material in. Regardless of whether or not the evidence means anything, many creatures that are monstrous in proportion escape captivity and live wildly in droves in Florida now. So there's no reason that a creature like this couldn't exist. If someone told me that an orangutan escaped a zoo, I believe it could survive in the Florida wilds. Personally, I believe the theory that skunk apes are a population of orangutans, but I don't see anything in the environment preventing the existence of an undiscovered primate. The Everglades are huge. There's plenty of trees, plenty to eat, and plenty of thick foliage to hide in. The museum wasn't enough, so the only thing left to do was get on a boat and travel down the Everglades. While on the journey, what stood out to me most was the thick foliage on all sides. This definitely looked like it could hide a creature of that size. I saw a lot of big animals and lots of places to hide, but upon first examination, I had not found any trace of the skunk ape. I asked our guide if he believed in the skunk ape. He said he did. But if a guide working for that place said he didn't, that'd be bad for business, so that was the expected response regardless. After the tour, I was kinda disappointed that I didn't see the skunk ape on account of it might not exist. After re-examining the footage, I noticed something strange. You hear that sound that I catch right at the end of the turtle jumping into the water? Well, that sound could probably be explained by something rational, but that's stupid. I'm telling you that this is the skunk ape. On the next clip I took, I noticed it. I had found the mother lode, and then I went down in history as the best cryptozoologist in history, and was still humble enough to suggest that maybe the real skunk ape was the friends we made along the way, the end. Have you or a loved one been afflicted with large pus-filled pustules on the armpits, neck, or genitals? Fever leading to delirium, vomiting blood, flesh rotting off and turning the color of coal? Call me to cure you. Either way, the symptoms will stop. A long curved beak. Small, beady, reflective eyes, waxed leather black robes covering them from head to toe, and a cane used for poking and prodding at patients. Plague doctors are not exactly the doctors you'd want to comfort your child while giving them an injection. Nowadays, the plague doctor figure is more heavily associated with SCP-049 than it is with the Middle Ages. SCP-049 is a fictional creature that looks exactly like a medieval plague doctor, except for the fact that the costume and mask are actually its skin and face, respectively. SCP-049 enjoys killing, performing horrific surgeries on, and then reanimating living beings. After this reanimation, these beings lose all semblance of what they once were and become extremely hostile. 049 claims it does this to cure them of a disease. But what disease was he talking about? To truly understand the plague doctor figure, you must understand the situation they found themselves in. During the Dark Ages, people had begun to migrate towards cities. Population density increased exponentially to an unprecedented rate, and the sanitation was basically non-existent. People literally threw their crap out of the windows onto the street. As we know all too well nowadays, when a lot of humans are in a very close group and none of them practice any sanitation methods, much less wash their hands ever, disease tends to spread very quickly. This became disastrous after medieval Europe was exposed to a novel pathogen that came from stowaways on Chinese merchant ships. These ships, as many places do, contained rats. These rats, as many rats do, contained fleas. And the fleas, as many fleas do, contained disease. When the rats scurried from the ships into medieval Europe, they spread these infected fleas to the native rat population. The infection caused the fleas to become ravenous. When sucking blood from a victim, they would vomit bacteria into the wound, making it much more likely to spread the disease. The fleas ended up biting humans, and they were infected with the lethal pathogen, thus starting the Black Plague. This image conveys how people thought of the Black Death. It's so dark, but so funny at the same time. The family is just absolutely shitting bricks, but the skeleton is so happy. Look at this guy. This is a face, or lack thereof, of someone who truly loves their job. He wakes up every day and feels like he was put on this earth to drag children kicking and screaming from their families. Most people find their purpose in life. Nah, Skeleton Man, his purpose in death is death. There's some purity right there. It's kind of like the guy whose purpose in life is just living. He does not need much, just that terrified child. So who did the government send to get the dead bodies and tend to the still living? Not an actual trained physician, that's for sure. You didn't really need to have credentials to do this. You just had to be cool with going to the irredeemable biohazard area and tally the dead and help/experiment on the still living. They could do whatever they wanted to these people. The world was ending. Who's gonna know out of the thousands of dead bodies which ones you are responsible for? No one. That's who. It's time to go get some antibiotics and invent a goddamn time machine. Even though they weren't trained in any sense of the word, people still had their theories about where disease came from and how to get rid of it. Humorism is the idea that the human body has 4 humors: blood, black bile, phlegm, and yellow bile. It was thought that when these humors were out of balance, a person would become sick. Doctors would try to treat the patients by balancing the body fluids. One of the ways they would do this is bloodletting, either with leeches or a sharp object.
Hey, Doc, I'm not feeling too good. I think I might have a slight cold or something.
Huh, let me try something. Feel any better? There was the theory of miasma, or the theory that bad air caused disease. Plague doctors used to try to protect themselves by stuffing herbs into the beak and then lighting them aflame. No, I know what you're thinking, it's not cannabis, they did all this stupid deadly crap 100% sober. Then there's my favorite theory, the time-tested classic of God hates you, you made him angry, and that is why you are dying. Plague doctors often treated people based on their own crackpot theories, and that's part of the reason why I love them so much. Examples of these theories include rubbing a chopped up snake on their wound, drinking the patient's pee to test their condition, making the patient drink vinegar mixed with mercury and arsenic, physically punishing the patient to make God less angry at them, and pouring mercury over the patient and putting them in an oven. The term medicine is used loosely here. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to eat this mystery slime that I stepped in outside, and I'll be back in 2 hours to kick your teeth in so God forgives you.
Sorry, where did you say you studied medicine again? You do have a license, right?
Can you read?
What do I look like, royalty? Of course I can't read.
Then yes, I do have a medical license. People trusted these doctors with their lives, probably because they didn't have any other choice. They also charged these people a lot of money for the equivalent of mutilating them. Not only that, but they were very likely unintentionally spreading the disease because they had contact with tons of infected people. Also, those cloaks might have helped person-to-person transmission, but they didn't protect them from the fleas, which could still run under the coat and bite their ankles. Alright, so I'm gonna give plague doctors 7 pus-filled buboes out of 10 pus-filled buboes. Seems like a cool job to have. You are a mutant. No matter who you are watching this, you are a mutant. Go back long enough and you'll find out that you're supposed to look like this. 375 million years, a whole bunch of trial and error with mutations, and for some reason 2 Boss Baby movies later, and boom, you probably look something like this. Even though mutations are the only reason that life is not just a single cell that kind of just sits there and exists, some mutations aren't so helpful, and they can result in a being whose physiology varies wildly from others of their species. In many species, humans included, young can be born with 1 eye in the direct center of their face rather than 2 eyes. This mutation also greatly affects the face. Sometimes there is no nose, and sometimes there is a structure above the eye called the proboscis. Regardless of species, most creatures born with this mutation unfortunately do not survive long, as not only does this condition make breathing either difficult or impossible, but many creatures with this condition have a brain that fuses into a single hemisphere rather than having 2. There has never been a record of a human surviving with this condition. There is a goat that survived it and is doing just fine in India. I want one so bad. Look at his face. I love it. Another condition is conjoined twins. In one case, the Colorado brothers, one grew directly out of the chest of the other. The 2 brothers, Lazarus, the one with legs, and Johannes, the parasitic twin that grew out of the chest, lived in the 1600s. The chest twin was apparently well developed, but it did not speak, and it kept its eyes closed and its mouth dangling open at most times. Fun fact, Lazarus was sentenced to death for murder, but he avoided his execution by pointing out that it would also kill his innocent brother. Another darker case of somebody sharing their body with a parasitic twin was Edward Mordrake. Mordrake had a face on the back of his head. Edward was apparently a stone-cold Chad with a jawline chiseled so sharp you can impale an insect on it, and he described the face on the back of his head as twisted. He even said it looked evil. He often complained of his parasitic twin whispering about things only spoken in hell inside of his mind, attempting to tempt him into doing inconceivably evil acts. At the age of 23, he unfortunately ended his life because of his parasitic twin's constant tormenting. While Mordrake's actions clearly clearly show that he believed that he was being tormented in his own mind by this parasitic twin, science has not discovered this to be possible. So either our understanding of this condition is wrong, or he was suffering from a mental health condition such as schizophrenia, which would cause him to hear voices in his head. Nowadays, we know that you shouldn't disparage someone who was born differently, because no one can control how they're born, and oftentimes this can cause great struggle for the afflicted and their families. Go back 100 years ago and people profited off of subjecting these people to being public spectacles. Now, these cruel quote-unquote freak shows were still taboo at the time, don't get me wrong, but like, this is 100 years ago. There's no Twitter to get canceled on. You probably know less than 20 people. Half of them are related to you, one runs the freak show, and most of them are just focused on not dying anyways, so who would you even tell? One weird thing that these shows did, in addition to subjecting people with disabilities to the gawking of the average parasite-ridden citizen in the early 1900s, was preserve fetuses in jars and put them on display. These were called pickled punks, and they were considered rare and valuable oddities for shows and collectors. The most valuable pickled punks displayed a unique physiology, such as polycephaly or a condition called sirenomelia, which is when the lower half of the body does not have enough of a blood supply to fully develop, and it instead forms a tail-like structure. They claimed that these were baby mermaids. Another thing that they falsely claimed was a mermaid was the Fiji mermaid. The Fiji mermaid is, and I'm not exaggerating here, literally just a monkey sewn to a fish. And lots of people believed it. I wish people were still this easy to fool. If I was alive back then, I'd like to think I'd be stapling dead animals together and selling them at auctions, but even today, there's a good chance I'd be the one bidding. A lot of people say they were born in the wrong generation, but I'm the only one with a valid reason. Hey, anyone remember when Animal Planet decided to make that documentary hinting at the possible existence of mermaids and then everyone roasted the ever-living shit out of them? I mean, lots of animals go into water and evolve to live there after first being on land, for example cetaceans. I'm not saying I believe in mermaids like that Animal Planet documentary that's really a mockumentary, but the creators didn't think that when they were making it. I'm just saying, I've heard much dumber conspiracy theories before. Okay, now I'm rewatching it and finding it convincing and I feel stupid. What was I talking about again? Oh yeah, have you heard of the blue people of Kentucky? In Kentucky, the Fugate family had many members with a bright blue skin tone. This was the result of rare genes thought to be exacerbated by keeping it in the family on account of them living in the middle of nowhere. This family baffled science for over 100 years, and then it was discovered that the Fugate's blood had a lot of methemoglobin, a mutated version of hemoglobin. This has a blue hue, so they were blue because of their blood. Anyways, the last Fugate descendant to have this blue coloration was born in 1975, but the blue quickly faded from their skin as they aged. This is Myrtle Corbin. Myrtle Corbin was born with 4 legs, 2 fully grown legs, and 2 underdeveloped legs. She was very healthy and had no life-threatening complications from her unique anatomy. Her extra legs were more than just cosmetic too. She could move her inner legs, but they were too weak for walking. Also, each pelvis had its own set of functioning reproductive organs that Myrtle used to birth children. She also had 2 holes in the back, both connected to separate bowels, and before you ask, yeah, they were both functioning. Other conditions include hypertrichosis, a condition that can lead to the entire body being covered in hair, ectrodactyly, a condition that causes the fingers in the human hands to fuse into claw-like appendages, and oh yeah, did you know human beings can grow tails? Yep, humans can grow tails, and they can be over a foot long, so you know, insert ad-lib furry joke. Dante's Inferno, a classic tale illustrating the 9 circles of damnation, but unfortunately, it's a book, and none of you know how to read. That's okay though, I can't either, and I would rather breach the gates of hell than learn, and I'm dragging you down with me. The first circle is Limbo. The people who were here weren't necessarily bad, but apparently they weren't good enough to get into heaven. Dante described them as unbaptized yet virtuous pagans, so basically, they committed the crime of think different. You'll find that in the time Dante lived in, being different was the worst sin of all. Obvious commentary is obvious. The second circle is Lust. It's ruled over by Menos, a big snake man. He examines the crimes of all those who find themselves trapped in the Inferno, and he sentences them to spend eternity in the circle that will suit their sins. The lustful spend eternity in the snake man's horny jail dimension, being battered by smelly winds. This was considered the least of the sinful acts that could lead to one's damnation, so regular viewers of r/butt sharpies can rest easy knowing that you'll only go to the the second circle. The third circle is gluttony. This is where it starts to get ugly. This is where people who gave into extreme excess in their lives remain for eternity. They've morphed to resemble large maggot-like gelatinous masses. Too fat to move, they lie immobile, being pelted with sewage and putrid filth that constantly rains from the sky. A giant three-headed hellhound named Cerberus roams this land. Whenever he comes across one of these wiggly jiggly squiggly pigglies, he mauls them for a while before getting bored and moving on to the next large mass of gluttonous sinner. I'm wondering what happens when someone commits multiple sins. Like, do they just go to the worst circle? I just know a lot of perverted people who also really love hamburgers, and I want to know if we're going to the same place. The fourth circle is greed, and this circle was divided into two groups. Each group would be placed on opposite sides of a mountain, and they would have to push a bag of valuables to the top. They would meet at the top and argue about how the other one is dumb for hoarding or squandering. They would knock each other and the bags down to the bottom of the hill during the fight. And then this cycle repeats again and again, like the Sisyphus ripoff that this part of the story is. I would be like, I'm literally in hell, this is terrifying, but whatever. I mean, I know it's supposed to illustrate how their greed blinds them, but like, not a single one of them would stop for a second and realize after the millionth time this has happened. The fifth circle is wrath. This circle is a swampy marshland where the wrathful fight each other on top of the surface of the water, and the sullen remains sunken below. This one's kinda boring, so we're gonna move on to the sixth circle, heresy. This was a place for people who believed the soul died with the body, so they pursued pleasure in life to the maximum extent, and they did not participate in religion. For the crime of think different, these people were burned in a box. Forever. The sixth circle is violence. This circle was divided into 3 sections categorized by the type of violence the sinner committed. I'm beginning to notice a theme here. I think Dante characterized the devil as that hyper-organized kid in the class that had 14 pockets in their pencil case for each mechanical pencil, dividing all their notes with color folders. Not for me. If I was in that class, I'd stuff all the souls into one folder and get on with my day. To get to each unique area, you gotta get past a huge minotaur. Once you evade the consequences of an unholy matrimony between man and bull, you'll get to the first section. The first area was for people who committed violence against their fellow humans. They were submerged in a river of searing hot blood. How deeply they would be submerged depended on the severity of the violence. If it was a little bit of assault, they might be waist deep. But if they murdered, they're going swimming deep in that crimson pasta pot. This area is guarded by centaurs with bows on the sides, taking pot shots at anybody trying to escape the river. The second area of the seventh circle was for violence against oneself, aka doing the go commit die. Dante considered the sin of ending one's life as an insult to the body, so these souls are no longer allowed to take human form. Instead, they're turned into sentient, gnarled, thorny trees created by twisting the human physiology to unrecognizable ends. This forest of flesh is also populated by harpies, which are like an anthropomorphic bird lady. The harpies survive off of the meat and the blood of the human pseudo-trees. As the trees bleed, they begin shrieking like someone who was turned into a goddamn tree that's being eaten by a bird-loving furry's fantasy. Is a bird-loving furry a feathery? Anyways, these trees are only allowed to talk when they're broken and bleeding. I'm sure some English teacher thought of a beautiful metaphor about feeling trapped and only being able to express oneself through pain, but I'm gonna duck so it flies over our heads because this show has too much edgy cringe as it is. The third section of the seventh circle is for people who committed sins against God, art, and nature. This section was filled with blasphemers, usurpers, and quote-unquote sodomites. This area was barraged with fireballs at every moment, so every soul here was constantly burned by this hailstorm. Afterlife hack: to get a triple threat, usurp a ruler and then sodomize them while yelling, "Oh God!" to really FC this whole third section of the seventh circle thing. If heaven really exists, and it really follows human beings' morality at the time, would they start to let the sodomizers into heaven after public opinion changed? Hey, sorry we put you through damnation and torture for what you thought would be forever, but like, society has evolved now, so I'm like super cool and accepting now, and you can come up to heaven if you want. But we're cool, right? The eighth circle is fraud, which is also separated into a ton of different pits. My favorite of these pits, the ninth pit, is for people who sow discord between others. A demon brandishing sharp swords roams this land, slicing up any sinner they come across. The sinners crawl around mangled for a long time while their wounds slowly heal, and when they're just barely healed, he comes up and does it again. And this goes on forever. Religious discord sowers were sliced from tongue hole to bung hole, goo hole to poo hole, leaving them like this. So in political discord got your throat slashed, your tongue cut out, and your face just generally sliced up. And sowing discord within your own family would have your head cut off and you just carry it around with you. What I don't understand is, how is your head supposed to grow back onto your neck if it's chopped off and you're carrying it around by the hair like a grocery bag? At the end of this circle is an abyss containing a monster called Geryon. Geryon is a monster of fraud, with a reptilian beast body, wings, a scorpion tail, and a trustworthy human face meant to deceive others into trusting it. The only way to get down to the next circle is on its back, so it's incredibly risky seeing as this beast could easily turn a human being into an assorted pile of viscera. The only thing that'd have an easier time turning a person into a stain is the Grand Canyon-sized drop to the last circle. So how about you shut up and get on the lizard scorpion man thing? The last circle of hell is a cold, barren wasteland called treachery. You know how that person you're dating said they'd do that really weird thing for you when hell freezes over? Show them this video. You're welcome. Depending on who you betrayed, you were frozen at a corresponding deepness in the ice. While most people were frozen neck deep, people who betrayed guests lay face down in the ice while their tears turned to icicles in their eyes, and traitors to the Lord were completely frozen in ice. At the center sits Lucifer, who is half frozen in ice, and he flaps his wings to keep all of the sinners nice and refrigerated. He has 3 faces, all with razor-sharp teeth. His body constantly weeps pus and blood. He gnaws at the feet of Brutus and Cassius, letting their bodies hang from his 2 side mouths. His center mouth constantly feasts on the head of Judas while it regenerates. I guess at the time this was written, these were the 3 worst people in the world. The world was a lot simpler then. Someone could pinpoint the most evil person in the world, and everyone just agreed. Nowadays, we got so many monsters running around that Lucy would need more heads than an echidna dick. A lot more, because an echidna dick only has 4 heads. It's important to remember that this is a gross oversimplification of a long and very complex piece of writing with a lot of meticulously interwoven details. Imagine that this pile of moist, dripping meat is Dante's Inferno, and I'm cramming it into a sausage grinder to make it more easily digestible. You could eat everything separately over a longer span of time and know much more about each food. But lots of people like hot dogs. Nothing wrong with hot dogs. This IRL Lovecraftian nightmare that makes me want to burn down the ocean is known as the sea spider. Despite its name, it's not related to land spiders, and is actually a part of a family of marine arthropods. The legs contain most of its vital organs, including the digestive tract, the respiratory organs, and its genitals. If you want to know what it's like to be a sea spider, imagine that every time you tried to shake someone's hand, you had to check that it wasn't a dick first. There are 1,300 different discovered species of sea spider, and they range in size. The smallest species having a 1 centimeter leg span, and the largest species having a 70 centimeter leg span. Next up is the goblin shark. The goblin shark has a face that looks like it was designed for an anti-Semitic propaganda poster. As a Jew, hashtag Mother Nature is over party. The goblin shark is a deep sea shark that can grow as large as 18 feet or 5.5 meters. It's an opportunistic predator, but the mouth and teeth are designed for crushing the natural armor of arthropods. The goblin shark is considered to be one of the rarest sharks in the world, and it's the only living species left in its family. This shark has electroreceptors in its nose that allows it to more efficiently hunt prey in the darkness of the deep sea. The goblin shark has more than one trick up its sleeve when it comes to hunting. Goblin sharks are capable of extending their freakish maws at speed of up to 3.1 feet or 10 meters per second in a method scientists call slingshot feeding. Because human observation of this shark is very rare, they are still pretty mysterious. We don't even know how they fuck. An animal that we know even less about is the Magnapena squid, or the big fin squid, as it is sometimes called. This squid has incredibly long tentacles and huge heart-shaped fins. They hold a short portion of each limb almost perpendicular to the body, and then extremely long tentacles shoot straight down into the darkness of the deep. Since we see them so rarely, we know very little about them, but most scientists assume that it uses its long stringy tentacles to catch prey. Basically, if you're a deep sea fish, not only are you living in a world completely devoid of light that's hiding literal fucking monsters, you can also randomly get sucked into what you consider the sky to get eaten alive by this abomination. Next up is the vampire squid, which is neither a vampire nor a squid. It's actually its own cephalopod that looks closer to an octopus. Scientists name these things, right? Vampire squid isn't a squid, the sea spider isn't a spider, someone at the nomenclature department is doing a shit job. The vampire squid is different from many of its relatives in that it cannot squirt ink. It lives a mile below the surface where there isn't any light, so an ink defense would be kinda useless. Instead of ink, the vampire squid is capable of expelling bioluminescent mucus-like material that is capable of glowing for around 10 minutes independently of the squid. They can also produce light at the ends of each tentacle, which they use to confuse predators. The vampire squid feeds by using long filament appendages unique to this species, which it uses one at a time to catch dead organic material. Next, we got the frilled shark. While some may be unsettled by this shark's unnatural grin, all I can see when I see that face is that this man does not look like he is all there. The frilled shark is kind of like the shark infringed upon the snake's copyright. This shark is capable of distending its jaw like a snake and then uses that ability to swallow prey items whole. It can even swallow prey items that are up to half of its body length. The backwards facing rows of teeth are used to snag the prey inside of the mouth and keep it from escaping. Its digestive tract also functions like a snake, slowly digesting the prey item over time. The largest recorded frilled shark was 2 meters or 6.6 feet, so unless you're a deep sea dwarf, you don't have to worry about getting swallowed alive by a frilled shark. One last thing, scientists will have you believe that sperm whales were named for spermaceti, a waxy substance that comes from their heads used in the creation of oil lamps. But if you know the truth, you'll see this magnificent beast and determine that it's a much more evolved version of a simpler organism. It seems like for as long as there have been dead humans, there have been stories of vampires. Vampires appear in every culture as far back as prehistoric times. Before we had legitimate medical systems, many more people died, and back then, with very limited medical science, many deaths would go unexplained. Without scientific explanation for deaths, people turned to more supernatural reasons, and found what looked like evidence by desiccating graves. They would find bloated stomachs, blood at the corners of the mouth, and what looked like longer hair and fingernails, and long fang-like teeth. People thought these were vampires, but science has told us that after death, the tissue recedes from the areas around the hair, teeth, and fingernails, and the stomach would fill up with gas from bacteria breaking down the corpse, and this forces blood out through the mouth. Some vampire myths most likely also originated to reinforce certain societal norms. Take for instance the Sampiro vampire from the Bosnian Alps, which feeds on its closest companions because it was never laid to rest properly. I think maybe this myth was created by society to reinforce the societal importance of burials. Also, for some reason, it sounds like it's running in high heels and making kissing noises. I have no fucking idea where that part of the myth came from. People say if you encounter one of these vampires, you should move very quickly in the other direction. So if for some reason you didn't know this before the video, if the corpse of your improperly buried, partially decaying dead relative rises from the grave and runs towards you wearing high heels and making kissing noises, move in the opposite direction. My personal favorite vampire is the aboriginal Yaramayahu. Yaramayahu is a mouthful, so I'm gonna call it a Yara for short. These creatures are nothing like movie vampires. They're around 4 feet tall and are covered in red hair and skin. They have an incredibly large toothless maw and sucker pads on its fingertips and toes. They sit on the tall branches of fig trees and wait for unsuspecting victims to wander under the tree. When a human goes under the tree, the Yara leaps from the tree and grabs onto its victim with its fingers and toes, using its sucker pads to suck the blood out of the human. The Yara will drain its victim's blood until it is incredibly weak, and then it will swallow them whole. It will rest for a while before regurgitating its victim, who is now slightly smaller and slightly more red. It will then re-swallow its victim and throw it back up until it is also a Yaramayahu. The Yaramayahu only preys on living people, so if you play dead, it'll probably leave you alone. That's a pretty weird and creepy vampire, but the Dakanavar vampires are a whole different type of weird and creepy. This vampire preys on sleeping campers in the wilds of Armenia. It waits until its victims go to sleep, and then it sucks on the victim's feet and toes until they have no blood left. Dude, I'm not even fucking with you. Actual people feared camping in those areas because they might get their toes suckled on by this guy. Let's say you're the type of victim that wants a vampire that's a monstrous creature like the Yara, but don't want to miss out on being perved on by the Dakanavar. The Aswang vampire is both monstrous and uncomfortable. The Aswang is a humanoid vampire from the Philippines with bat wings and scaly dragon skin. This vampire is capable of shapeshifting and prefers to feed on small children and the elderly. It feeds using a long hollow tongue to suck the blood and other bodily fluids like sweat from the sleeping victims. To make sure this thing doesn't come tongue fuck you in the middle of the night, pee on a bag of salt and sleep with it. Also, make sure there are no flies in the room, because some rumors say it could be an aswang that shapeshifted to disguise itself. Another strange type of vampire is the bajang. This vampire most commonly takes the form of a cat, but they can also appear as weasels or polecats. Bajang are the deceased soul of a dead person that did evil things in its life, or someone that inherited this curse from a family member. That's right, you can live your life completely morally and spend your afterlife as a goddamn vampire cat all because your dumbass distant relative fucked you over when they got drunk and committed evil deeds with some farm animals. These vampire cats prefer to feed on children. This has led to the myth in some religions that when people see a stray cat near their home, they think it means a child is about to die. That might seem morbid, but the bajang ain't got shit on the Malaysian penanggalan. This vampire is the floating head of a woman that has its entrails dangling behind it. It bears a set of razor-sharp teeth and is capable of shooting fire out of its nose. It also has a deafening shriek that is capable of damaging human ears. This vampire is created when an evil spirit possesses the body of a woman that died while giving birth. Hence why it prefers to feed on pregnant women and children. When they have consumed enough, the vampire returns to the tomb and the head reconnects with the body. If you are being pursued by one of these monsters, it's advised to run through a bush because its organs can get snagged up in the branches. Let's ease off the gore for a sec and talk about a funny one. This is the Jiangshi, a reanimated corpse in traditional robes. It's also known as the hopping vampire. The only movement it's capable of is hopping, and it has to keep its arms outstretched in order to keep its balance. A Jiangshi is formed when a spirit possesses a corpse. If a person is bit by a Jiangshi, or if someone's grave is jumped over by a pregnant cat for some reason. If you need to get away from one of these fuckers, I suggest climbing a ladder and then flipping it off from the roof of a building. Maybe pee on him for good measure. Do whatever, I don't give a fuck. Next up is the Virkoklus vampire from Greece. Like traditional vampires, and unlike most of the ones on this list, this one is almost indistinguishable from a regular human. These vampires have red hair and cast no shadows. They don't only drink blood for sustenance, but they still drink it from time to time. Legend says if you get cornered by one, you can throw whatever food you might have at it, and it will get distracted and proceed to eat the food off the floor. You'll know if you've been visited by one of these monsters in the night because it'll beat the shit out of you in your sleep and then steal all of your food and alcohol in the entire house. This is fucking hysterical because it just sounds like someone blamed vampires to get away with beating and robbing people.
Yo, did you hear? Our neighbor got beaten up and robbed last night.
Yup, but what do you expect with all the vampires around?
I thought vampires drank blood instead of beating and robbing people.
Nah, I mean like sometimes, but mostly they just beat and rob people.
Why are you doing this to me, Jerry?
Don't worry, Mr. Legs, it's for science.
You need to lay off that stuff, Jerry.
Why do you say that, Mr. Legs? Mr. Legs?
While there are many examples of animals getting lit in nature, the current scientific consensus is that most animals are not actively seeking out an altered state. Some species excluded because even select chimps nowadays are dealing with their stress with a bottle of booze and a pack of Marlboros a day. Like an insecure child in a grown man's body who gets their self-worth from booze and fighting, humanity has forced inebriants down the throats of many smaller, more innocent beings. Humans have been giving animals substances for scientific purposes for generations, and I'm willing to believe that they've been doing it much longer just for fun. First up is mice on mushrooms for science. This was a laboratory experiment to test the effects of psilocybin, the active ingredient in mushrooms, on the fear response of the mouse. Half of the mice were given the substance and half were not. Within the group that was administered the chemical, half was given a low dose and half was given a higher dose. The mice were put in research/torture chambers which played a tone and then tasered their feet. This continued until the mice associated the shock with the tone and froze in fear in response to hearing it. After the mice understood that they existed only to serve the mysterious purposes of the primate eldritch monstrosities in white lab coats and that they must fear the evil tone, a process in science known as conditioning, they started playing the tone without the shock and seeing how long it took the mice to get over their learned fear responses, confirming the mice's fear that this is in fact just a sick game for their vengeful gods. The results showed that mice who were given low doses of psilocybin recovered more quickly than both the group with high dose and the group with no dose at all. On top of that, the mice with the low doses of the substance grew new brain cells. With this information, scientists hope that they can use psilocybin to treat PTSD and neurodegenerative diseases. Next up is elephants on acid for science. In 1962, Tusco the Asian elephant was used in an experiment on the behavior of elephants. Elephants have an annual period of seasonal aggression and violence known as musth. This behavior is quite problematic for people who decide to keep elephants in captivity or use them as an agricultural animal. Scientists decided to see if they could better understand this mental state in hopes of reducing or eliminating it so the animal could be kept more easily. Almost 300 milligrams of this intense mind-altering substance was injected into the elephant's bloodstream. To put this in perspective, the average dose that a human would use for recreational purposes is around 150 micrograms. Not milligrams. Let's do some math here. An adult male elephant weighs up to 14,000 pounds. Let's divide that by the weight of, let's say, a 200-pound man to keep the math simple. So if you scale that average human dose up 70 times, that would be 10,500 micrograms or 10.5 milligrams. They gave this elephant almost 30 times that dose, after which the elephant promptly screamed a trumpety scream of terror that can only be made by the first member of a species to have an existential crisis, collapsed onto the ground while seizing uncontrollably, violently expelled all of the feces in its system, and straight up died after several minutes of extreme pupil dilation and heavy breathing. What kind of scientist can't do basic multiplication? What kind of lab is this?
Hey, so once a year, this otherwise gentle giant goes literally insane, stomps people's guts out, and commits incredible property damage. So I was thinking we go ahead and try to cause that intentionally. Got any ideas?
I got a ton of this acid stuff from some kids at a concert for this band, The Grateful Dead, that won't exist for like 3 years. It's all the rage right now because you and I both know it is currently the 60s, so it was useless for me to mention the year unless we're being observed in the future in the form of some poorly drawn parody cartoon. By the way, have you ever really looked at your hands?
Okay, so no more for you. How much should we give him?
All of it. We're already giving an elephant acid. Don't have send.
Fascinating data.
The next scenario is a wild pig on a lot of alcohol by accident. Or maybe it's negligence. Who cares? This happened in an Australian campsite where a wild pig ate all of the stored food, drank 18 beers that campers brought, ripped apart a bunch of garbage containers, and then attacked a local cow. It turns out animals can go on self-destructive benders too. Who knew? The cow was later seen chasing the pig, and campers reported seeing the same pig passed out looking sick under a tree, maybe nursing a hangover. I know it was mean of those kids to say to you, but maybe the insult of being a pig isn't unfounded after drinking 18 beers in under an hour, assaulting someone, and passing out naked under a tree. Next up is rats on oxy for science. The scientists behind this one wanted to know if it was possible to vaccinate people against addiction. Now, anyone watching who knows how a vaccine works was probably confused by my last statement. Typically, a vaccine is a disabled or altered version of a pathogen that helps the body learn how to defend against the real pathogen. How does this work for addiction? In simple terms, the researchers attached the molecule to a tetanus toxoid protein, or the vaccine that was meant to prevent tetanus. This was in hopes that the rat's antibodies would recognize the oxycodone molecule as a threat and attach to it, making it too big to get into the brain receptors associated with it, and therefore preventing a dopamine spike. All the unvaxxed rats got addicted. Only half of the vaxxed rats did. The rats that did get addicted from the vax group could also more easily kick the addiction than the unvaxxed rats. If anyone figures out a vaccine against getting fat, call me. I want to be first in line and I'm investing. This guy is gonna be a billionaire. Yeah, it sounds stupid, but I didn't think you could vaccinate for oxy addiction at first. Next, we got honeybees on coke for science. To understand the effects of Colombian white on bees, you need to first understand how bees communicate. Like a creepy guy who frequents nightclubs, bees looking for resources find what they want based on the specific gyrations of others' butts. This form of communication is known as the waggle dance. When researchers gave the bees coke, the bees heavily over-exaggerated the quality of the food source associated with the substance. Kinda like how when some guy that you don't even know comes out of the bathroom at a party with his face covered in white powder and talks to you for 10 minutes straight about how his synthwave rock opera is gonna change the course of human history and fix climate change. Keep in mind, at higher doses, coke is toxic to bees, so when the coked out drone went back to her dealer, Mr. Coca Plant Flower, the bee would most likely just OD and die from consuming too much of the active ingredient. After scientists stopped giving the bees coke, the bees went through withdrawal symptoms and performed poorly on whatever counts as a memory and learning test for a bee. Next up is zebrafish on everything but the kitchen sink for science. A study undertaken by the Research Society of Alcoholism concluded that when given a moderate dose of alcohol, the zebrafish was more active and swam faster than regularly. When given a higher dose of alcohol, the fish acted sluggishly, which might imply that it was in a drunken state. In a follow-up study, it was discovered that when a drunk zebrafish was introduced to a group of sober ones, the sober fish will then follow the drunk fish as their leader, proving once and for all that the zebrafish social structure functions in the same fashion as a collegiate fraternity. When given THC to test its effect on zebrafish memory, the fish were able to recognize a color pattern associated with being fed, but they were not able to recall a spatial pattern associated with being fed. This suggested that the spatial memory recall is impaired while under the effects of THC, but associated memory recall remains unaffected. Under the effects of acid, they had increased cortisol levels, which is the chemical in humans associated with stress, and they also swam farther away from each other. Under the effects of a small amount of ketamine, the fish became more aggressive, and under a large amount, the fish became less aggressive. What does this all mean? Don't know. Even though it's borderline impossible to tell this today, the average human brain is actually much larger and more complex than a stupid fish you can get at Petco for $10. That being said, it's important to remember that how a substance affects a fish's brain can be, and most likely is, very different than how it would affect a human brain. So remember folks, like I always say, you should only give animals drugs for science, and not just for fun. Besides, if you're doing it right, science is fun. So next time you hit rock bottom so hard that your hallucinations give you an intervention, just remember, your species isn't alone.
This unassuming device is the breaking wheel. To use this device on someone, you would first have to thread the limbs of the victim through the spokes of the wheel to keep them suspended on it. Do you work here, or are you just reading off of the info plaque?
Well, if you're such a genius, you tell me how it works.
Probably none too well. There's no way a fully intact human bone is plastic enough to be interwoven into the...
Correct. You would first have to shatter most of the limb bones so you could easily thread the resulting wiggly yet crunchy appendages into the device. After they were trapped on the wheel, sometimes they got roasted on an open flame until their skin was crispy, sometimes they were sliced and diced for days and nights, and among other probably really creative methods, sometimes they were just left up there until they expired. Fun fact, if the wheel for some reason didn't work or broke during the execution, the accused would get to go free because they thought God loved them enough just to keep them alive. I'm not sure why God thought it would be suitable for the innocent man to have all of his limbs broken before he intervened, but I'm not God, so don't listen to me, I guess.
Well, he doesn't deserve to die, but I also don't think he appreciates having his bones enough.
Next up is probably one of the most over-the-top examples on the list from some of the most over-the-top warriors in history, the Blood Eagles by the Vikings. In this method, the victim is laid on their stomach, and the executioner slices the entire backbone down the middle to sever the ribs on both sides. The ribs are then pulled out to each side, and the torturer then stretches out the lungs around the ribs to look like wings. Now, I'm not sure if they ever checked if these mutilated human remains could actually fly, and despite what every rule of aerodynamics says, I say they should have given this a try just for sheer entertainment value alone. Now, that's pretty brutal, but it's a little convoluted if you ask me. Maybe you're the type of person who yearns for a simpler time. A time when the only way a kid had fun was playing push the wheel with the stick, kick the kid with polio, or go into a good old-fashioned public sawing. Humans have been sawing each other in half for a long time, and these sick creeps have gotten prolonging the suffering down to a science. The most efficient way to keep the accused alive as long as possible was to flip them upside down so the blood rushed to their head. The victim was restrained upside down, and then the two executioners would saw from one set of cheeks to the other, connecting the poo hole with every goo hole, creating the one holy canyon of body orifices. I really hope they went around the scrotum, because the only thing worse than getting sawed from taint to head is getting sawed from sack to scalp. Fun fact, the Roman Emperor Caligula had people sawed in half while he ate because something about it appetized him. Karens be like, video games cause violence. Humans before video games be like, saw go brr. Maybe sawing in half is a little bit too barbaric for you. Now, I'm not saying we should do anything crazy, like treat these people with basic human dignity, or maybe not use inhumanely violent punishment methods to punish seemingly minor crimes. But I'm just saying, let's get creative with it. Next up is being hung, drawn, and quartered. In this method, the accused was hung until the brink of death, but similar to the intended method for autoerotic asphyxiation, they were cut down before they died. The executioner would then sever their lever, remember to disembowel of course, dismember their members using some horse, and burn the corpse to embers to show no remorse. Fun fact, did you know that some species of bamboo can grow almost 3 feet in only a day? This fact gets even more fun when you learn that sometimes people who had gotten themselves in trouble for one reason or another would be placed with their bunghole directly over a sharpened shoot of bamboo. Sometimes the person would have their hand, face, or gut right over the bamboo, but obviously I gotta go with the butt. It's for the viewers, you understand. The person is tied in place so they can't move, and the bamboo grows upwards and slowly impales them. Another really strange punishment was called scaphism. The victim was nailed into a floating box with only the arms, legs, and head sticking out. They were then continually force-fed Nikocado avocado level amounts of milk and honey and had their face covered with it as well. They would eventually have to expel some of this food, and the boat would fill with their waste. Obviously, like every time you leave a large pile of sugar, fat, and feces, which, either way, we have talked about this, a bunch of insects show up. They begin to feast on the pile of sugar and poop, and also the victim's skin and internal organs. Fun fact, flies like to lay their eggs in rotting meat, so I'm willing to bet they were laying their eggs in this still living victim. Anyways, the victim slowly dies by insect food orgy. One particularly twisted punishment that was sometimes utilized was being sewn up in a sack. The sack was then thrown into a large body of water so that the accused would drown. In the worst version of this punishment, they threw in an ape, a venomous snake, and just to make sure it was overkill, they added a dog and a chicken before throwing it in the river. Obviously, the animals would all freak out and probably attack you out of fear. I would. You kind of look like that thing that just threw me into a sack. So basically, you're getting your danglers and face ripped off by a chimp while you get filled with approximately 1 snake's dose of lethal venom while a chicken and a dog fight for the scraps. I know what you're thinking. Hopefully drowning will be fast. Many times, they used a leather sack, which was almost airtight, so it might take a while. At least you can take solace in the fact that you'll probably black out from the pain long before you drown. Damn, after all that, I kind of just feel bad for the animal. I mean, like, even if the guy didn't deserve that, he probably did something. The snake was just kind of sitting there, being a snake. To even this out, let's take a look at some karmic revenge for the animals. Sometimes, elephants were trained to stomp people's guts out like a tube of toothpaste. The elephant would be instructed to break the bones of the victim, but to avoid the vital organs. That way, they could prolong the suffering. Sometimes the elephant would be given stabby shoes with blades on them to inflict more damage. When the executioner wanted to deal a lethal blow, they would instruct the elephant to put its foot on the person's head and crush it like a grape in a vice grip. Sometimes they just use these elephants as a display of power. Oh, don't worry, he's just playing. He only likes to kill people that betray me, and you would never do that, right? By the way, no one is allowed to get mad at me for using a ton of crap from the infographics show. I literally tried to find an interesting one that they haven't covered, but every time they had already done it.
I'd like to think my jokes are better, but I guess they're just better at being sociopaths. Thanks for rubbing salt in the wound, jeez.
Also, that means if I got anything wrong in this video, it's all their fault.
Hey, what are you doing?
Government stuff. Yup, this water cooler is up to code. Don't have to give you a ticket. I have to go do my civic duty and turn some tax evaders inside out. Bye.
Project MKUltra is talked about a lot in popular culture, but what even is an MKUltra? This all started with a CIA project called Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip used the Ausenberg list, a catalog of scientists and researchers that were aligned with the army of a horrifically evil man that looked eerily similar to Charlie Chaplin, to find and relocate 1,600 German scientists and their families to the United States during the Cold War to work for the US. The idea was to use German resources to research and develop biological and chemical weapons. This leads us to another secret program known as Operation Bluebird, aka MKUltra. This was originally stated to test out how Americans would react to apparent Russian mind control procedures. This seemingly frail and fake shadow goal quickly dissolved as they immediately moved on to attempting mind control tactics of their own. They did this by experimenting on thousands of American citizens, many of which didn't know what they were signing up for or didn't sign up for anything at all. Some of these people were alternative massage therapists, some were convicted criminals, and some were hospitalized people with terminal illnesses or injuries. But some were just random citizens, and some were even agents in the CIA itself. In order to really rattle up them brains, the CIA administered the following substances to their victim subjects: lysergic acid diethylamide, along with other hallucinogens such as mescaline, psilocybin, scopolamine, aka one of the active ingredients in datura, various depressants such as heroin and morphine, alcohol, and temazepam under a name MK Search, sarin nerve agents along with various other biological agents, and a combination of barbiturates and amphetamines that's basically a CIA speedball. What they did is set up both arms with one IV each. They released the barbiturates into one of the arms first, and then when the person began to feel the sedative effects, the amphetamines into the other arm. This person would start babbling incoherently, and it was reported that sometimes it was possible to get useful information out of them. They put people into chemically induced comas for up to 40 days while continually pumping psychoactive substance into them with IVs. While this was happening, they strapped headphones to people's ears and made them listen to the tape-recorded messages for weeks at a time. One mentally ill patient in Kentucky was continuously fed acid for 174 days just to see what happened. They even hired a magician to teach field agents sleight of hand tricks to slip things into people's drinks without them noticing. After all that, the hypnosis they were doing sounds like the tip of the iceberg. One of the most notable operations under the umbrella of MK Ultra was Operation Midnight Climax. Basically, the CIA set up brothels and slipped the subject one or more of the chemical cocktails from the aforementioned list of brain-go-bird juices, before watching them one-eyed worm the lady while drinking martinis behind a one-way mirror in a disturbing and exploitated government-funded undercover beta version of a dark web show. If I had to do it all again, maybe I'd be a CIA guy drinking behind the one-way mirror. Actually, wait, no. I'd be the guy in the brothel getting force-fed illicit substances. Unless they blackmailed me with some photos. Actually, yeah, the agent. Needless to say, almost every study in this method went against the Nuremberg Code, especially the part where they used biological and chemical materials to alter human behavior without the subject's consent, so yeah, pretty much all of them. So who was the big bad behind all of this? One mad scientist cliche by the name of Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. In the early 1950s, Gottlieb arranged for the CIA to buy the entire world's supply of acid. He sent it to hospitals, prisons, and other government-trusted facilities to be administered in a series of secret research projects. Even though Gottlieb was supposed to report to higher-ups in the CIA, many claimed he operated basically without supervision because his bosses didn't want to know. This basically meant that Gottlieb never had to file reports when experiments ended badly. The thing about experiments conducted by an unsupervised man with access to the full CIA budget and the entire world supply of a newly discovered hallucinogen plus almost every other psychoactive substance in the known world, they tend to end badly. In 1963, one CIA Inspector General John Vance learned of the project. His office reported that, quote, "The concepts involved in manipulating human behavior are found by many both within and outside the agency to be distasteful and unethical. As a result, the project was slowly scaled back." One very suspicious series of events connected to MK Ultra is the case of Frank Olson. Frank Olson's job was to engineer biological weaponry for the federal government. He had witnessed violent interrogations by the CIA using his creations, and in some cases, these interrogations ended in the deaths of the interrogated. He became increasingly distressed following his involvement in these operations, so much so that on November 24th, 1953, he claimed he was resigning. He was persuaded by the agency to go to the Hotel Statler for a psychological evaluation, and on November 28th, he called home saying he felt much better. Later that day, he fell from a high-up window in the hotel and passed away. The CIA claimed he jumped because of work-related stress and suffered fatal injuries when he hit the ground. His family accepted this explanation until much later when evidence of MK Ultra leaked. An investigation years later showed that the hotel window was too small for Frank to jump through. In the 70s, the CIA admitted that Frank had been drugged, and the president at the time, Gerald Ford, apologized to the family. It doesn't end there. In 1994, Frank's son had his body exhumed, and they saw that he had suffered a blow to the head before falling to his death, but another investigation showed inconclusive results. Many still speculate as to why the CIA did what they did, and some think it was to keep some of the more sordid details of the operation under wraps. So where does that leave us now? Well, in 1973, the program ended, and Richard Helms, the CIA director at the time, ordered all documentation of the program to be destroyed. Mr. Helms seems like someone you might need on a shady team. The destroy the evidence type of guy. Anyways, most of it's gone, but there were some financial documents that were left behind. These, along with eyewitness testimonies, could piece together some of the sordid history of Project MK Ultra. All of the weird stuff that we just talked about was just the information that survived. Jesus, Operation Midnight Climax proof survived. What in the hell were they burning?
doing?
MKUltra was in total 162 separate projects that we know of under one umbrella, many taking place at universities and research foundations that didn't even know they were taking part in a covert CIA research operation. Finally, in 1974, Seymour Hersh exposed the MKUltra program for the New York Times, and the government never did anything bad ever again. The end. Ever wonder what comes after, but then you remember all the horrible things you've done and you think you're better off not knowing? Have you ever been told by an incredibly angry person to go to hell, but you were confused and irritated at the utter lack of direction or specificity in their request? Stick around, we're about to talk about some of the strangest versions of hell from all around the world. The first strange version of hell we're going to cover is the House of Lies from Zoroastrianism. In this realm, the souls must cross a bridge to the afterlife, and on this bridge they will meet a woman. The woman will either be gorgeous or monstrous, depending on if the person committed sins in their life. The sinners are judged for their sins and thrown from the bridge, and they fall into the House of Lies. Once inside the House of Lies, the first thing the damned soul will notice is a horrific stench of rot and decay. Right after noticing the smell, the soul will then be force-fed things such as corpses, bodily fluids, trash, and rotten foods. Guess that explains the stench. Next up is Mictlan from the Aztec culture. After death, souls have to go on a 4-year journey in order to reach this land. They have to battle through mountains that actively try to crush them, icy winds that cut them like knives, and face a ton of demons. I have no idea why they fight so hard to get there, because Mictlan is basically just a dark pit filled with spiders, bats, and for some reason owls, ruled over by a giant blood-covered skeleton who wears a necklace made of severed human eyeballs. Actually, that last part's pretty dope. Let me just, take that. What? I like to accessorize. Sue me. You won't be the last. You don't even have to be a bad person to go here. Funny thing is, you can get into their version of heaven and avoid this by being a warrior, dying during childbirth, or if you die by hanging or drowning. Let me get this straight. Your two options to get into heaven instead of spooky skeleton land is dying from childbirth while also in battle, or tying your own noose underwater without learning to swim? No, that's not what this means at all. Next up is Avicii. No, not that Avicii. Pure Land Buddhism Avicii. Usually the imagery of the punishments depicted here are people being boiled alive while being kept in there by these demonic-looking creatures. Avicii was the land of the dead reserved for only the worst offenders. You could only get there if you committed one of the 5 grave sins, which included killing a holy man, a Buddha, or your parents. Avicii is surrounded on all sides by inescapable iron walls, and the land is patrolled by iron fire-breathing snakes and hounds. This hell technically doesn't have to last for eternity, but it will last for trillions of years regardless of your sentence. You can actually die from wounds suffered here, but it makes no difference because you are simply born back into the same hell. Next up is Swedenborg's hell. Emanuel Swedenborg, a philosopher born in 1688, had a series of visions in which he visited the realms of heaven and hell. His ideology still has active churches to this day. Swedenborg describes hell as a run-down city slum rather than a plain of fire and brimstone. The designates of hell can leave the city whenever they want to, but the problem is, where would they even go? The suffering of the damned comes not from external punishments, but rather they have to fester within the twisted inner world of their own mind for all eternity with no hope of escape, a fate worse than any physical torture. Yeah, I could be an Edgar Allan Poe and say that this is scarier than physical torture, but I'm sure anyone would take that back the second they see Satan holding the searing metal spike that's about to go in their ass. Next up, we got a place called Helheim from the Viking mythology. We all know about the Viking heaven Valhalla, where the dead souls of warriors go after dying gloriously in battle, but what about those unfortunate souls who did not get their skull gloriously busted open in two for Odin? Vikings who didn't die a glorious death end up in Helheim, a cold permafrost latent tundra. The entire land is watched over by a giant eagle named Corpse Eater, who, eats corpses. This eagle's wings are so powerful that when it flaps its wings, they create the icy winds for the entire land. The entrance to this hell is guarded by a 4-eyed hellhound, so it's basically all the coward Vikings versus giant monsters. Next up is Irkala. This afterlife comes from Babylonian mythology. When the souls die, they must pass through 7 gates, bribing each gatekeeper with a piece of clothing or jewelry. Similarly to those on the way to Mictlan, the people on this journey maybe didn't think this through so well. The world they eventually get to is just a dark, gloomy expanse where the souls are forced to eat dust. Forever. Also, everyone wears feathers for some reason, just to look nice, I guess. This place was also not a form of punishment. With the exception of some amazing heroes, literally every soul will end up in that crap hole. Last up on the list is something I just thought was hilarious. In Hindu scriptures, there is a hellish realm called Narak. In this realm, the damned are compelled to perform their own punishments rather than being punished by another entity. This hell is divided up into at least 25 realms, and each realm is separated by the type of sin they punish. These realms each have their own unique name. Some are pretty run-of-the-mill, like Forest of Sword Blades, but there are some stranger realms. My favorite realm is named Diarrhea, and you can probably guess what goes on there. Before we go, let's talk about 2 honorable mentions that I found while researching. While these were not exactly what I was looking for in this video, it's still something you probably want to hear about. You know Rastafarianism? Well, in that religion, both heaven and hell are geographical locations on Earth. Ethiopia is heaven, because Rastafarians consider it to be Zion and the location of the creation of man. Apparently Jamaica is hell, because Africans could often end up in Jamaica due to the slave trade, so obviously this area had some serious negative connotations. Next honorable mention is Tartarus from Greek mythology. Before anyone gets mad at me, it's Tartarus, spelled with 2 T's. I am not disparaging any group of people, this is the historical name. In Tartarus, the punishments are decided individually based on each sinner. For example, a famous sinner called Sisyphus had to push a rock up a mountain. Forever. Caffeine is dope. Caffeine is a stimulant and the most popular substance on the planet. 80% of people in the world consume caffeine every day. As MatPat claimed in a food theory video, since the introduction of caffeine, humans have been much more efficient as a species. It actually helped our Western civilization break out of the Dark Ages. That being said, caffeine can cause dependence, and it also gives you the shits. Scientists theorize that in some cases, everyday use of caffeine in a dosage over 100 milligrams can cause physical dependence. Don't get me wrong, as far as addictions go, caffeine wins every single time, hands down. Alcoholism makes you hit your kids. Coke addiction makes you buy a jet ski, move to Miami, get your hair spiked like Guy Fieri, and pass out under a nightclub table with your eyes wide open. And caffeine addiction just makes you slightly more productive than you would be otherwise. God damn. Okay, I'm switching my mask for a second. Here is an incredibly oversimplified version of how addiction works. Humans are motivated to do things that are good for their survival, like stuffing their face hole or sexy time, because of a chemical called dopamine. Dopamine is released in the brain following these actions, and it causes a sense of euphoria in the person. You know what else triggers dopamine release? Drugs. Because drugs are easy to do and they give your brain more dopamine than literally anything natural, it's really easy to overdo it. People will abuse these substances and use them all the time, and eventually their brain becomes dependent on this substance for part of its chemical regulation. When the person stops using the chemical, they will crave the substance, and they can go into withdrawal symptoms, and they get really annoying for the rest of the day. On top of this, some chemicals are physically addictive, meaning that in addition to your brain, systems in your body can get addicted to the chemical as well. This is why humans can't have nice things. We take one sip of the brain make happy juice and then boom, we're always like, oh, I wonder what would happen if I did all of it. Someone could make the comparison between different types of caffeine and different types of alcohol. And someone is going to, and that someone is me. First up, we got regular old coffee. The thing I would compare this to is beer. Nothing special, but it gets the job done. And some humans absolutely hate how it tastes until the moment they can no longer live without it. Next, we have concentrated cold brew. I say this is like wine. It isn't potent enough to be compared to the hard stuff, but it still packs slightly more of a punch. Also, for some reason, this type is considered more fancy than its regular counterpart, so much so that people have created a community of hipsters who like to gatekeep the brain go burr juices. No, Brendan, I don't give a shit about the tannins. I don't think that diminishes my experience at all. Straight up, dude, the part you're supposed to enjoy is the drinking it, not the lecturing of your friends. Next up, we got 5-hour energy shots. The obvious thing to compare this to is a shot of hard alcohol. Unless you're a masochist, you want to get that shit down as fast as possible. It's important to note with both kinds of shots that more does not necessarily mean better. It's actually pretty easy to overdo and overdose both. In both caffeine overdoses and alcohol overdoses, you'll projectile vomit into a toilet like a backroom whore, fall to the tiles, then convulse on your bathroom floor. Next up is energy drinks. You got things like Monster, Venom, Bob Ross's positive energy drink, which is actually real and I like totally want it, Celsius, Rays. For some reason, most of them sound like supervillains. This is like one of those 14% can drinks, the ones where you always see tweakers drinking them out of paper bags. Like a Four Loko. No, literally, Four Loko used to have like a ton of caffeine in them. And then they took it out. Maybe some underage kids died or something. Oh look, a Wikipedia page that says the FDA says that selling a product with both caffeine and alcohol constitutes unsafe food additives, and Four Loko, along with many other brands, had to pull all offending products from the shelf, and it resulted in a black market can trade. That's pretty neat. How the hell did the first recipe for Four Loko get through testing? Tell me their target audience. I know alcohol is for adults, but I have never seen anyone in my life over the age of 18 drink a Four Loko. If you're old enough to buy a Four Loko, why would you buy a Four Loko? Four Loko is what you want to get when you want a lot of alcohol, but you can only fit one can in your pants before the cashier notices you're stealing. If you are over 21 years of age and you drink Four Loko, get help. Okay, so this video devolved into why I hate Four Loko for some reason. Today, we're taking a look at some of nature's failures. I'm cutting right to the chase on this one. We gotta start with the poster child for extinction and the all-time winner of the Darwin Awards. Dodo birds. The dodo bird is around 3 feet or just under 1 meter tall and around 45 pounds or 20 kilograms. Upon first discovery of the dodo bird, it seems so ridiculous some scientists doubted they existed. Studying the history of science has allowed me to realize that scientists are just as close-minded as the rest of us. Really? Big dumb bird was that far removed from reality for you? Granted, this was 1598, and in the 1600s, Galileo was put under house arrest for disagreeing with the Bible. If you're a naturalist back then, and you couldn't remember if Jesus mentioned big dumb birds, you'd be best to keep your mouth shut lest you want the guillotine. Now, when you think about dodo birds, the first word that probably comes to your mind is stupid. It certainly wasn't intelligent by any stretch, but this bird was actually just a product of an isolated environment that never required it to develop a sense of fear or intelligence. Dodos have very little fight or flight response, and weren't afraid of humans at all. The dodo might not have been smart, but that's actually not why it died. Sadly, it was because humans cut down its forest for timber, leaving them much more exposed to any predators. This is disastrous for an animal with no fight or flight response. Also, humans accidentally introduced stowaway animals from ships such as rats that outcompeted the dodo for food. Leave it to humans to murder an entire species and then call them an idiot for it forever after. The next animal on this list is the Incisiviosaurus. The mispronounced Incisivosaurus. This dinosaur is like the aftermath of a strange Timmy Turner and Velociraptor fanfiction from Fur Affinity, and the resulting offspring gets raised in a strict vegetarian household. Some of the dinos in this genus were thought to be omnivores, but I thought that was a good way to end that joke, so I'm keeping it despite the misinformation. This dino had a set of huge buck teeth, and it could grow up to 3 feet or 1 meter. It's thought that this animal used its feathers as a mating display, a behavior shown in many bird species today, or to intimidate others while fighting, which is hilarious because no matter how dangerous this thing actually is, it just looks like SpongeBob SquarePants as a dinosaur. Some of you might be wondering why this thing went extinct. To that I say, if the T-Rex couldn't survive the mass extinction, what makes you think this buck-toothed goof would be any different? Speaking of weird teeth, have you ever looked at an elephant's lower jaw with the desire to surgically replace it with a shovel? If so, seek counseling, but not before you hear about the Platybelodon. This relative to the modern elephant lived around 8 to 20 million years ago, and it looks like a regular elephant that had its snoot smashed flat with a comically oversized frying pan. Scientists used to think that it used its scoop-like lower jaw to shovel up vegetation as it grazed across the bottom of swamps for food, but now they think it may have used their teeth to strip bark and eat vegetation from the trees. Is it just me, or does everything about this animal make me think it belongs next to some kids cosplaying as characters from Avatar: The Last Airbender? It's believed that these creatures died out due to a drought because of changing weather conditions at the end of the Miocene. Keeping up the brief streak of the freak teeth motif is the Helicoprion. This aquatic beta test for the circular saw lived around 280 million years ago. It has a continuous spiral of over 100 teeth in its mouth. They continue to make new teeth throughout their life, but the Helicoprion never loses any of them. It just keeps growing the spiral. It has a completely different kind of bite than any other shark, as it has a swift chopping and slicing motion rather than a crushing and stabbing one. At first, all people had to go on was its fossilized tooth spiral, and they couldn't tell where the spiral went. Some put it inside the mouth, some put it below the jaw, and some put it on top of the snoot to block boop. Some even put it on its back. Multiple scientific discoveries and revolutions later, they no longer needed to play evolutionary pin the tail on the donkey. They found out that it really looked like this. Not quite as weird as we imagined it to be, but still pretty weird looking. Personally, I want it to look like the nose one because it's ridiculous, so I'm going to bury my head in the sand and believe what I want. Feel free to do it with me. Oh yeah, and we found out that it wasn't a shark, but a relative of sharks known as a ratfish. Next up is the terror bird. The terror bird is kind of like a big old ostrich that could swallow a dog whole. This flightless carnivorous bird lived around 5 million years ago in South America. It was around 3 meters or just under 10 feet tall and weighed 330 pounds or 150 kilograms. It has a very large, sharp-hooked beak and incredibly strong leg bones like an ostrich that could deliver a bone-shattering kick. Not only that, but all of the bones in the terror bird's skull were fused as one big bone. This reinforced its head, allowing to smash its beak down in a much more aggressive peck than a regular bird. The closest living relative to terror birds hunts prey by picking it up and repeatedly smashing it against the ground until it stops moving. So some scientists think this is how the terror bird would hunt as well. This is kind of the same motion as one of those drinking bird toys that the school counselor had on their desk when you had to go there when you hit that kid with a rock. The only difference is that instead of taking a drink of water, it's using this motion to brutally incapacitate another animal to make them easier to consume. These birds were thought to have gone extinct because of changing weather patterns and outcompetition from other predators. The next animal on the list is Bovirasuchus. This creature was a crocodilian that's unlike anything we have today. The Bovirasuchus is what happens when a horse meets up with a crocodile from Craigslist without using protection. This crocodilian has narrow hooves instead of claws, unlike almost every other lizard-like creature, and its legs were also longer than most species of crocodilians. Its body looked as if it were more structured for running on land than swimming in water. Its teeth are flat and serrated, unlike the cone-shaped teeth of many other crocodilians, meaning it was designed for slicing through things, rather than gripping and holding onto its struggling victim until it met a watery grave. Some scientists theorized that it could run on 2 legs, and that it would be even faster when doing so, but some scientists said it was much too fat for this. I guess the only way to know would be to clone it. This creature was probably another example of something that went extinct because of outcompetition from other large predators. Last, but certainly not least, is the Opabinia. The Opabinia is an extinct marine arthropod that lived during the Cambrian period. It's pretty small, only around 4 to 7 centimeters or 1.6 to 2.8 inches long. It has 5 eyes that it likely used to scan for predators. 2 look forward, 2 look sideways, and 1 in the middle looking upwards. It has a phallic-shaped proboscis that it uses to eat. It uses this flappy doodle on its face to dig around in the mud looking for small burrowing creatures to digest for sustenance. This thing is so weird looking that the first scientific appearance of Opabinia was met with laughter.
Scientists laughing, calling me dickface. I'll show you who's the dickface. Dickface!
People aren't sure how the Opabinia moves around in the water. Some thinks it scuttles around on the ground, and some thinks it undulates in the water as some sort of wiggle swim. Personally, I want it to be the wiggle swim one. So that's the one that I'm telling you that it did. Slime molds. What are slime molds? Is it true that this pulsating pile of goo can solve complex math problems faster than machines and put the human brain to shame? How does that make you feel, you weird, flabby, hairless ape? And how did this slime get a faculty position at a US college? Stay tuned to find out on In the Slime. Despite their name, slime molds are actually not a fungus. Scientists are terrible at naming things, and no one seems to be firing them. These are actually a eukaryotic amoeboid organism. These things are protists, which is the kingdom of life that's just a grab bag of anything that doesn't fit smoothly into bacteria, plants, animals, or fungi. Think of it as life's misc category. There are over 900 species of slime mold, and they live everywhere on the planet. But we're going to be talking about the plasmodial slime molds because those are the coolest ones and the only ones that I know anything about. Slime molds spend most of their life as a single-celled organism on their own, but under certain conditions, they can combine into a multicellular superorganism. One remarkable species of this goo is Physarum polycephalum. Its supercolony acts as one cell with a ton of nuclei that can grow to over a foot in diameter. It explores by sending out gooey tendril webs to feel and fondle its surroundings. The slime mold's ability to survive is based on its ability to find the most efficient path to resources, and because of this, it's developed something that is reminiscent to a form of intelligence. Scientists have been studying its behavior by placing treats strategically around them and watching how they react. When a food item is placed at the start and the end of a maze, they find the shortest route route through the puzzle every time. To compare, many humans can't figure out mazes even with a bird's eye view. They took this Darwinian bred talent to find the shortest possible route and put it to the test. They took a map of cities around Tokyo, placed food scraps at locations of all of the cities, and simulated natural boundaries with things that the amoeba doesn't like light and dry areas. They then introduced the slime mold to the environment where Tokyo would be. In one day, the slime mold mapped out a route that looked incredibly similar to the real Tokyo transport system that took human engineers years of planning and work to create. The difference was, it was more efficient. They have since then tried it on a lot of other countries' transport systems, and sometimes the slime mold comes back with something completely different and much more efficient than the human version. How does it feel to be called stupid by a pile of goo? They have since used its behavior to create math formulas that may be useful in designing future transport networks. Slime molds also display behavior that looks like they're weighing risk and reward. For example, if the slime mold detects a particularly high-quality resource, or if it needs food desperately, it will sometimes go into an uncomfortable environment to retrieve or look for said resources. They're also capable of using information from past experiences to change their behavior, and they can share this information. When it gets in contact with other slime molds, this information can pass on to their new friend. They can learn from each other. They display another type of strange goop memory as well. They leave a slime trail to remember where they've already been. Unlike the trail of slime that I leave wherever I go, this one is actually useful. This allows the slime to keep track of changes in surroundings and when they take place. They're able to keep track of these changes so well that if you subject a slime to hourly stressors, it will begin to recognize when it is happening and brace or try to adapt to avoid the stress. When humans saw this intelligent creature, they thought they had to respect it and treat it with the dignity that all possibly sapient life deserves. Nah, I'm just messing with you. They subjected it to weird and nightmarish experiments in science. They put a slime mold into a robot, and it could control the robot like a small biological brain. The slime receives information relayed from sensors on the robots, and then directly responds with its own output, which is connected to the robot. It still just kinda thought it was a slime though, because it would avoid bright areas and actively seek out dark, moist areas. There's a decent chance that slime molds are more talented than even you, the viewer. In fact, a researcher taught one slime mold how to kind of play the piano. He rigged the slime up to a circuit that converts sound vibrations from the piano strings into electrical signals, which are then fed through the slime-based circuit to the slime. The slime responds by changing its shape. The change in shape activates the system and creates a signal that goes back to an electromagnet over the piano, vibrating the strings again. So basically, when you play a song, you'd be duetting with the slime mold as it responded to what you played with past information in context like a human musician. It's essentially acting as an electronic component that can remember data, which has many other potential uses that are way more practical than playing the piano, especially because it's both smaller and more efficient than the mechanical components that do the same thing. The reason these feats of intelligence are so incredibly impressive is because they're essentially just a colony of single-celled organisms. They don't even have a brain, or any organs at all. Scientists are baffled as to how they can display these seemingly intelligent behaviors. So many of the things that humans thought made them special about them and their overrated meatballs in their head could be achieved even without a neurological system. Makes you think, doesn't it? Oh wait, you're a human, so nothing makes you think. Man after man, return to monkey. How would you feel if your child was genetically engineered with a ruminating gut to eat grass? Where have I seen this picture before? If a creature inherited genetic memory from its ancestors, does that mean it will inevitably be scarred by the memory of its own inception? And are you telling me I can find water in the desert using only these greasy potato babies? Stay tuned to find out right now. If you haven't seen my first Man After Man video, you should probably go watch it. It covers most of the story of the book, and if you don't know that, you'll probably be really confused. Knowing that this is YouTube and most of you won't do that, here's a really quick summary of the last vid. Man After Man is a book by Dougal Dixon that follows the story of humanity on a dying Earth. To escape their fate, some of the humans genetically engineered species of other humans called the vacuumorphs and aquamorphs that lived in space and the ocean respectively. These people collected materials and built a generation ship, and then some of the vanilla humans went off into space with it, leaving their disfigured cousins that they just leather-faced behind without so much as a thank you. Flash forward a little bit, and now the earthbound normal humans that weren't turned into space eggs or frogmen now reside in big metal machines that keep all of their failing organs alive, only sliding out to reproduce to bring a child into this horrible dystopia. They were called the high-tech, and they genetically engineered a bunch of Sasquatch-looking people to refill the niches of the ecosystem that were squished by human activities. The high-tech then turned themselves into big tumor people with limbs sticking out every which way that they called the tick. Then everyone died except for the Bigfoot people because the magnetic poles shifted or some shit, And then the vanilla humans from the beginning came back on their motorcycles / friends / pets looking like they did some serious self-exploration and stumbled upon something very dark. They then went Q on every single creature left on the planet, making them into tools, exhausted the environment's resources, and then promptly wandered back off into space. Got it? Good. Now that we know the inevitable fate of humanity, let's take a look at all the humans that filled the niches left behind on Earth and what they were up to while the technologically advanced people were committing crimes against God. Among these human descendants were a variety of dwellers that inhabited different environments. The plains dweller was a large human creature that lived in savannas and subsisted on grass. It had curved fingernails like a scythe to help it gather foliage. From the eating hole, the grass would travel to its ruminating gut to undergo digestion, similar to how a cow eats. The plains dwellers evolved into the socials, and they made friends with another human species called the water seekers. The water seekers mostly died out due to the changing climate of their environment. The only members of this species that could survive were able to find water instinctively. The socials adopted their endangered cousins and cared for them in exchange for their water-seeking abilities. The socials did all the hunting and gathering, and because the water seekers didn't have to do anything, all their limbs and sensory organs became vestigial and shriveled up, leaving them looking like weird faceless potato babies. If a tribe of socials doesn't have enough water seekers, they'll attack another group and try to kidnap their seekers. Also, only one social female can mate and produce babies, and every male in the society mates with them until they can't push out babies anymore or die. Their strict social relationships soon developed into a strict societal structure. They were now known as the hivers. In hiver society, you were born with one job that you keep for your entire life. You're either a gatherer, a nurse, a warrior, or a queen. Are you not happy with the current state of upward mobility in our world? Be thankful that you're not the potato baby. This is the Ant-Man. Basically human anteaters. They have long wiggly fingers to stick inside insect mounds and other unspecified holes in hopes of slurping bugs off their fingernails. For all those people itching to eat it, I'm sorry to say that the meat isn't edible as it's filled with formic acid from the ants that make up its diet. Not that anybody's eaten that. That illustration is the first thing I've ever seen that looks thick in an uncanny valley kind of way, and I just hate it. Like a zit that's about to pop. Like if the plastic surgeon took a patient's words way too literally when she said perfectly round. Like for some reason the exact shape, size, and texture of the anthills that they stick their fingers into, and I just had an awful realization and you just had it with me. The woodland dwellers were some of the most adaptable of the new human species. They were generalist omnivores like many of our primates today. The high-tech thought of them as possibly the most human of all, living in harmony with nature. Some of the woodland dwellers evolved into the memory people. They retained genetic memories from their OG human ancestors and could use some of it to help with survival. I'm not sure about that. How does that even work? Because the parent can still gain memories after the child is born. So does every single genetic lifespan's memory cycle end at the soon-to-be generationally scarring moment of inception? Does that mean that every memory person has like an eons-long movie in their brain that's just every ancestor up until they nut to create the next ancestor? Please tell me in the comments that I'm misunderstanding what he means by genetic memories. I'm gonna stop digging for answers now because there's nothing in that vein that I would ever want to find. These are the boat people. Like the memory people, they retained skills from their ancestors and remembered how to do things like woodworking and metalworking. But they also remembered what happened to the species after we started doing those things and would immediately murder whoever did that. Basically an entire species of Amish cultists. The tundra dwellers were like migratory polar bear people in the snow. They have toenails that can function like ice picks to help them move around and get to foliage under the snow to eat. This creation is also responsible for this image, where most of you are probably getting that nostalgic feeling from. The tundra dwellers' offspring and the woodland dwellers' offspring became besties, and now the Yeti-looking guy carries around the smaller guy and the little guy hunts for food for both of them. You know what they say, sharing is caring. This allows the little guy to preserve their energy for hunting while the Yeti guy can focus on covering vast distances. In this new symbiotic relationship, they were called the symbionts. To any of you who are making a spec zoo project, don't call any two species in a symbiotic relationship a name stemming from symbiotic. Everyone, including this book, which I think might be one of, if not the first to do it, does it. Do something else. That same idea is about to be recycled less efficiently than a plastic bottle due to the spec zoo boom. Never thought this genre would get big enough to have tropes. The islanders were isolated on an island, no shit, with a very limited food supply. Because of this, like the modern Prius, they became smaller, more energy efficient, and ravenous, hyper-violent carnivores to sustain themselves. They devoured other larger species of humans like like strange anthropomorphic land piranhas. Eventually, they shifted from eating a prey item immediately to slowly draining it over time, and evolved a parasitic relationship with a megafauna of host humans. They eventually acted like a human tick that slurped gallons of red vitality juice from the fat tumory monster man. Humanity diversified into basically every niche that would typically be occupied by another animal. For example, this is the fish eater. It's kinda like a monkey otter. Like an otter, it has a hydrophobic coat to help it glide through the water, but unlike an otter, it does not like to have relations with other dead members of its own species. Actually, I don't know that last part for sure, but I would hope not. It also has a brain adapted like an archerfish, so it could aim accurately when hunting, even with air, water, light refraction. They also evolved into the tree dwellers, which are basically just sloth people. These are the desert runners. They have spiked ears like a Pomeranian for internal temperature control, and have humps of fat and water like a camel. I wonder what it would sound like if you slapped it. This thing is known as the sloth man. It had no competition or predators, so like the human ancestors of long ago, it decided to get as morbidly obese as it possibly could in order to take advantage of the situation. They kinda look like Snorlax people. This is the spike tooth, a predatory species of human that kinda looks like the end result of a caveman having a few too many fermented figs, waking up next to a saber-toothed tiger and waiting out a gestation period to see how it turns out. All today's an alternative paleontology. How would you interpret the skeleton of a giant creature that you've never seen before? Would it be harder to be accurate if the creature was formerly obese? Do hummingbirds harbor a dark secret that links them to the cabal? And what the hell is this thing? Stay tuned to find out on In the Shrink Wrap. All Today's is a section from the book All Yesterdays created by C.M. Kozman, Darren Nash, and John Conway. The section is written from the perspective of imaginary future scientists who are trying to interpret the animals that we live around today. You see, no one was around back in the days of when ancient animals were vibing, which means that some of the assumptions we make about these animals are entirely wrong, some in very comedic ways. Following this theme, this literature explores how a scientist from a species far in the future would reconstruct animals we live around using only their bones as a guide. It shows the potential for scientific mistakes in an entertaining and educational manner. One of the most comical real-life examples of this is Homo deluvi. This creature may not be realistic or even feasible in any sense of the word, but it's so weird that I had to give it the starting spot. It was a giant salamander skeleton that was thought to belong to a humanoid being. This thing is so incredibly misinterpreted that even an infant whose soft spot has been modified for use as a cereal bowl could see this thing is not a bipedal human. It was discovered by one Swiss scholar, Johann I don't know, man. Saying that's a human and then calling yourself a scholar is a bit like drinking a beer at an AA meeting. Something don't add up. Yo, real quick, reading directly from a Wikipedia article I got after Googling Homo deluvi. In his book, Lithographia Helvetica from 1726, Johann Jacob described the Miocene fossil dug up in as Homo deluvi testes, believing it to be the remains of a human that got drowned in the biblical deluge. The fossil was about 1 meter 3 feet long, lacked its tail and hind legs, and thus could be interpreted as showing some resemblance to the remains of a violently trampled human child. The scientist interpreted hummingbirds as blood-sucking parasites. Their beak could easily be seen as something to pierce an animal's hide, like a hypodermic needle. Their skeletal anatomy suggests that they could cling to the bellies of large terrestrial creatures with their little foot claws and use their beaks like vampires to suction out the life juices. This hypothetical hummingbird may also use their face spikes to pierce eggshells and lap up the nutritious fluids inside. From the bones of baboons, they've recreated this leathery, wrinkled terrestrial predator that gives me major satyriac vibes. A far cry from the bright, colorful, flabbily butted creatures that we live amongst today. The fangs of baboons are lined with grooves that are usually signifiers for if the animal is venomous. They also have a complicated sinus structure that could be misinterpreted as the locations for venom glands. Because of this, the scientists think that the baboon would track its prey before sealing the deal with an envenomated nail in the coffin. One of the most common mistakes paleontologists make when reconstructing animals animals has been affectionately named shrink wrapping. Oftentimes, when people only have bones to go off of, they will reconstruct the creature, highlighting the bony ridges in its body, almost like they took a skin and literally wrapped it around a skeleton. Without the guides of the animal's fleshy bits, it's very easy to create an incredibly inaccurate representation of the beast you're trying to recreate. So basically, it's like when you get a trash bag and a vacuum cleaner and it vacuum seals you and some people get off to it, but instead of a creepy man in a hefty plastic bag, it's an animal skeleton very tightly encased in its own skin. For example, this is a flawed representation of a common house cat. You can see here that it's undergone a form of shrink wrapping with a clear skull shape to its head. This shrink-wrapped fingerboy monstrosity is apparently a spider monkey. The scientist misattributed the skeleton to be an arboreal predatory species of human. They have long bony fingers with curved talons on the ends, theorized for used in fishing the intestines out of a poor small rodent's rectum. Well, the book didn't theorize that, but I just did, and now it's in your brain and there's nothing you can do about it. The mouth has the same fangs as a regular spider monkey would, but because they portrayed it with a skin tighter than a Botox addict, they look much bigger as a result. Take a quick guess what this wasteland horse of the apocalypse is. Unless you've read the book, you probably won't be guessing zebra. Every identifiable characteristic about the zebra is absent because every identifiable characteristic about the zebra was apparently only skin deep. There's a lesson in there somewhere about not being shallow. Nah, just goofing. This is nature. The only lesson here is don't be food. Since hooves aren't bone, they weren't preserved as well as the rest of the skeleton. So scientists had to do some guesswork, and they guessed wrong and gave it one long, horrifying, wiggly toe on each foot. This thing that looks like a goose that I hit with a flamethrower is a swan. Instead of the waterfowl we know from those hilarious YouTube channels of them attacking children, they were represented as a bare, wrinkly skinned, nightmarish creature with talons used to skewer their prey alive and slurp it off their knife hand like an hors d'oeuvre while it slowly loses consciousness. In the same vein as the swan is what was supposed to be a hornbill. Instead of the bright plumage we're used to, these things look like a chicken that's been processed for cooking with a sea snail stapled to its head. Some is very clear when one looks at their representation of whales. A sperm whale was thought to look like the aquatic dinosaurs of the past. This makes me wonder if the paleontologists who interpreted marine dinosaurs are just editing their fossil Instagram photos to make them look skinnier. They turned the bowhead whale into a serpentine gulper eel looking body with a big old mouth for swallowing big old prey items. That may look ridiculously off base from the animal we know today, but look at this thing's body and then look at this thing's skeleton. Honest to God, it does kind of look like a snake creature from its bones. Another large animal that had elaborate structures made from soft tissue that these scientists will never know about is the elephant. They saw the skull and didn't immediately think trunk. They gave it a weird fleshy face sack for fleshy face sack related activities. While you can cockily lie in the comments and say that you'd think of it, even if you would you really be confident that the other scientists wouldn't laugh you out of the room if you claim that thing has a dick on its face? This is how they would interpret a rhinoceros. Very clearly, it's missing its horn. Despite how very funny I would be for saying horny and bone in the same sentence, the rhino horn is actually made out of keratin, so it would not be preserved for as long as the calcium-enriched body support sticks. Instead, these scientists have observed the anatomy of its back and decided that it had a large sail-like protrusion coming out of it like a Spinosaurus. I don't know why they think this, but it looks cool, so now I believe rhinos look like this. They theorized that this flappy doodle would be used to regulate body heat. Nah, I'm just kidding, that's a regular old land shark, but I had you though, didn't I? This is supposed to be a cow. It was represented as a light and dainty, fast-moving creature. To any human being that has ever seen a cow, this is not what they look like. They're either jacked to all hell, or look like they survive entirely on the McDonald's that they will soon be turned into. If you ever see a skinny cow, it's likely very sick. Without all the muscle/obesity that would be rotted away with time, there's no way a scientist would know how bulky these animals would be. So with only a skeleton to guess from, this isn't that bad of a reconstruction. This is a recreation of a toad. It walks instead of the hopping motion that we know that toads do. Don't worry, they realized their mistake because they saw the structure of the legs is different than most quadrupeds. To rectify their mistake, they then said it stood upright, signaling that the entirety of the frog and toad literature is canon in all today's erroneous speculative evolution universe. So close, but yet so far. This This is what they made when they saw an iguana skeleton. Basically, a rat iguana, and that's it. But pretty cool, right? If iguanas were mammals, they'd probably cause a serious problem specifically just in Florida, because they're super invasive in Florida. With all the ecosystem damage of an invasive species and all the rabies from a regular raccoon, this thing would be the ultimate double threat. When they saw a snake skeleton, they thought to themselves, well, we've never seen a reptile without legs. We're damn sure not gonna start today. To avoid seeing something without legs, they made a reptile wiener dog and assumed that the legs weren't fossilized properly. This may sound like a stupid mistake, but it's kind of commonplace for paleontologists to assume that not every piece of a fossil is intact. So this is definitely a mistake that we're already making in real life and just don't know it. This goofy looking dude is what they thought a manatee was. It takes on the same form we'd see from buffaloes. They only found the skull, so why wouldn't it be on land? They don't have any evidence otherwise. I would love it if we farmed these things instead of cows. But if that was the case, I would be saying the opposite, because I only want it because it's weird and I'm bored. Speaking of incorrectly classifying water species, this is what they reconstructed after finding a hippopotamus skull. It shows a monstrified version of the original vegetarian creature we know today. We associate things like strong jaws and large teeth with predators, but in relying on this, we can make the mistake of mislabeling creatures. The scientists thought that this creature was capable of chewing through the metal of cars, which they can't do that, right?
This is the vulture, and I had to record it from the bathroom because I'm a fucking idiot and didn't record it when I had time. You got a problem with it? Take it up with the bots, because apparently their ADHD is worse than a squirrel's, and I don't have time to record it correctly before they dropkick my content under the fridge. It looks kind of like a penguin mixed with a pterodactyl. Instead of the traditional bird wing structure, they attached it in both the arms and the thighs like a typical flying dinosaur. Arm scrotum rating 6 out of 10.
Man after man. Will your descendants be pulsating swollen tumors who fashionably accessorize with new organs and severed limbs, or will they be large, ever-expanding, morbidly obese biological meat factories? Are humans still humans without their humanity? What does that even mean? And do I have to put my body in the aluminum foil box to get free blood opium? All this and more on In the Man. This all started slightly in the future on a dying Earth. Some of the humans of the future wanted to leave and find new worlds to colonize, but the problem was, they needed a labor force to gather materials. Casting ethics and morals to the side, these humans began to engineer new species of people for life in different environments. These people existed for the sole purpose of constructing a generation ship that they never got to go on. Without further ado, let's take a look at the new species whose entire existence was getting the short end of the stick. These are the vacuumorphs. Avocado-looking space turtles created from former humans to work in the zero-gravity vacuum of space. Genetic engineering, selective breeding, surgery, and other methods of haphazardly playing God went into the creation of this being. They had pressurized bodies to keep the vacuum from forcefully suctioning out all of their organs. This green meatball has a tough layer of outer skin, thick eyelids to prevent them from going blind due to solar radiation, and extra lungs it refills by going to the edge of the atmosphere. It also has a waste gas lung that it can use to propel itself through space. They can't talk seeing as how they're in a vacuum, so they communicate through uncanny valley Eskimo kisses with these whisker-like structures on their face. Because of the way their bodies are structured, they could never exist on the surface of Earth, as gravity would crush them like the balls of a guy who paid $500 to get them stomped on. Meet the aquamorphs. Frogfish people genetically engineered from regular humans that live in the waters of the world. They have flat, wide faces and large mouths. Despite their slim torsos, they have chins all the way down their torso like Honey Boo Boo's mom. They also have this neat little Wombology mermaid man tool belt. They were created to scour the waterways for useful building materials and contribute to the generation ship's progress. These two groups of unconsenting victims of eugenics worked hard to create the spaceships for their unfeeling, unmodified creators, who then took the ship and left without saying thank you. Flash forward 100 years, and many of the vanilla humans that didn't get on the ship now take on the form of extremely inbred, constantly drugged up vegetables in big metal boxes. These are the high tech. All this tech and they still couldn't come up with a better name. Either many or all of their organs failed, and to avoid the fear of non-existence, they kept themselves alive with complex machines. Understandably, when your organs can go obsolete like an iPhone, it's quite a stressful situation. But that's no problem if your aluminum foil sausage casing can put lots of Xanax in your blood. The only time they slide out of their ketamine refrigerator is when they want to clap cheeks. They both strap into the swings and slap their flabby meat piles parts together like a fleshy Newton's cradle. Because they for some reason have to be detached from their most vital organs for it, this is often fatal and rarely fruitful. These conscious toasters genetically engineered a ton of different dumber feral humans to replenish the holes in the ecosystem that humanity left by killing everything. These creatures eventually adapt and evolve to fill a wide variety of niches in the ecosystem, and they'll likely have a video all to themselves. Meanwhile, in the ocean, the aquamorphs got Apple updates from genetic engineers in the form of the aquatics. They would now have the grace of a beached whale on land. The sea is their home. They slowly evolved to begin to resemble uncanny valley seals, still with fully articulated human fingers for use in tickling me in my nightmares. The aquatics overpopulated the ocean and because of this had a food crisis. They adapted and gained the ability to produce a gel substance to take water with them, allowing them to traverse on land and find more food. I bet it had a consistency somewhere between snail slime and snot. So just remember, if your skin is constantly moist to the touch and resembles a slime of sorts, in aquatic culture, you would be considered advanced. While we were looking at the creepy water people, the high-tech replaced their machine organs with lab-grown synthetic organs, calling themselves the tick. They came to resemble swollen flesh tumors with limbs sticking out haphazardly in every direction. In the tick society, you used the amount of limbs you had to accessorize. Not only that, but you could solve all of your medical problems just by slapping on new body parts. Alcoholism killed your liver? Get a new one and keep on chugging. Lung cancer? I got good news. Break out the cigars. You want a tail? I don't get it, but I'll still take your money. No matter how many organs they replaced, they couldn't avoid the disaster of Earth's magnetic pole switching, which for some reason the actual science doesn't think is legit, caused a whole bunch of natural disasters that bodied the ticks into non-existence. For a while, the many different species of wild human that the high-tech created were allowed to exist and evolve in the natural state of the world. That was until those vanilla humans that left 5 million years ago came back home looking notably less vanilla. This living leather gimp suit is known as a builder, and they're soon to be the only descendant of humans that isn't completely Cronenberged. For example, these are their mounts. When creating the mounts, the builders were basically like,
hey, getting around is kind of hard. We should get something like a car or a plane or a spaceship.
Oh, you mean genetically engineer our friend to make him shaped kind of like a motorcycle, and then we can hook tubes into his head to control his brain and ride around on his back like some sort of flying man horse?
I meant more like a vehicle.
Well, it's already done and you should have been more clear.
So basically, they're flying around on their former species members and turning the remaining humans on Earth into niche goal abominations. This is the air changer. They're basically living air conditioners controlled by mechanical brains and are constantly altering the atmosphere to be more suitable for the new GIMP people.
We're just air conditioners. I mean, after all, we're just walking around on the planet, breathing, conditioning the air.
Alongside these monstrosities, the genetically engineered human food creatures. Basically, they made a big blob to make as much meat as possible and harvested it while the creature was still alive. You know a buffet carving section where they have a cut of meat and the guy is slicing off pieces for everyone? So it's like that, except a living, forever regenerating, morbidly obese man. All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and mixed fortunes of man. Will your descendants have organs that each have their own sentience that they can mix and match like Mr. Potato Heads? Or will they be slimy, arm-sized, vor enthusiast earthworms? What ungodly force could transform human beings into this? And why do SpaceX interns keep going missing? Find out this time on Playing God, but just for fun. This all started when humanity began to colonize Mars over a few centuries. They got water from comets to make oceans, sent microbes to create a habitable atmosphere, and then sent genetically modified plants and animals to create an ecosystem. After it was transformed, the first steps on Mars were not taken by some poor intern that Elon crammed into a suit and threw haphazardly at the big red dot, but rather by barefoot children on lush green grass. The people of Mars became quite different from those of Earth. Low gravity made them tall and lanky like Napoleon Dynamite, and they basically became a different species. They coexisted peacefully for hundreds of years, but then they didn't. They got butthurt with each other and had a big, tedious, systematic war using drones programmed with an AI almost as cutthroat as the YouTube algorithm. There were no extraordinary Star Wars-esque battles, billions died in the war, and humans almost went extinct without a single cool space battle story to its name. To make that not happen again, the two planet survivors came together and genetically engineered engineered the Star People, made to be better, smarter, and to adapt to alien ecosystems. The Starfolk created machines to terraform other worlds and then germinate them with the genetic material for people. Many humans fell in love with the machines that created them. I mean, look, you're the first generations of humans on this big rock ever, and you're telling me not to fall in love with robot parent God. The humans that planned this sound like they never met humans. The colonies that survived thrived and colonized the galaxy. As they explored space, they found some alien creatures, but didn't find any intelligent life. They began to wonder if they were alone. Really original thing to wonder about, guys. Glad we used all those fetal stem cells to make that brain you're putting to great use. After wondering for a while, they got their answer in the form of intense genetic alteration body horror. Enter the Q, a strange alien race with a fanatical religious devotion to remaking the universe with genetic modifications. If you're wondering if this is the same Q from the radicalized 4chan cult, that's a stupid question. Of course it is. The Q manipulated the genes of the Star People to change them into a variety of wacky, wild, and grotesque forms. They changed humanity into pets, tools, and wild animals, stunting most of their brains more effectively than Facebook confirmation bias groups. The Q ruled the galactic dinner table at the head big man chair for 40 million years, and then they went to go get a pack of solar smokes and never came back. Without their overbearing cosmological abusive parents keeping them frozen in their current state of development, some of them regained their cognizance or even societal structures. Without further ado, let's take a look at some of these horribly scarred children that Quaalude left behind. These are the Lopsiders, Cronenberg pancake people that were created to live in an incredibly high gravity world. You know that fish from SpongeBob and also from real life? So it's that, but a person. The Lopsiders developed society and figured out spaceflight to escape their world's morbidly obese gravity. Like a girl in a high school drama written by men, they were worried that on other worlds they would be made fun of for being too flat. To cope with their insecurity, the Lopsiders genetically engineered the asymmetric people so that they can function on other worlds, and then the asymmetric people turned right around and systematically eliminated all of the Lopsiders. These are the Tempters. The females are strange fleshy cones that stick out of the ground like phallic meat plants, and the males are tiny simps who do everything for the girls in exchange for sometimes being allowed to slither into the mating tube. Whoops, they exploded. These are the worms. Blind human earthworms around the length of an arm. They have the amount of intelligence you'd expect from a worm, so if they run into each other, it's a 50-50 shot whether they eat the other one or smash. After millions of years of wriggling through the mud to find food mates, the worms eventually regained sentience and evolved into the snake people. The snake people had vast cities and tunnels sprawling through the underground of their planet. They liked to listen to literature and music played through vibrations in the ground, and they manipulated tools using hand-like appendages at the end of their tail. You know what else they're using that hand for? Maybe. Unless, like, they lay eggs or some shit. These are the Mantelopes, and they're singing memory retainers. They were smart and remembered what happened to them, so they made an entire sad boy culture and wandered around singing sad songs. The thing is, they became dumb fairly quickly because a smooth-brained Mantelope that's happy would survive much better than a wrinkle-brained Mantelope that's sad if the only requirement is eat grass. These are the Colonials. They're basically a living sheet of flesh bricks with eyes and a strange slit orifice. They resisted the Q, and the Q did not like that, so they left them with their sentience and made them live off of Q waste products. Over millions of years, the Colonials evolved into separate colonies and competed for the title of best hive of flesh bricks by killing each other. The most successful of these colonies became the Modular people, tower bionicles of living tendrily flesh giblets that they mix and match like those weird pendants when crocs were a thing. Every little fleshy croc pendant has its own function, like a cell in a body. Imagine if all of your organs had their own sentience and you could pull them out and swap them with your friends. That is how the Modular people do. These are the Swimmers. It's basically a blubbery human dolphin. The Swimmers eventually evolved into the Tool Breeders. They couldn't make fire, so instead they used selective breeding to create animals that could serve purposes that we would typically use technology for. They built entire cities out of organic life. Massive heart-like animals pumped fluid through a vascular network to feed the Tool Breeders bioluminescent living shell homes and brothels. In the Tool Breeders world, instead of using a gat to rob a pharmacy for fentanyl, the citizens would use a living mollusk that fires teeth to rob a hive of recreational sea squirts. These are the spacers. They escaped the queue by living in asteroids. They move around by farting at extreme velocities with a pressurized digestive system. The spacers became the Asteromorphs, which look like aliens but with spindly, finger-like appendages so long that they could go up a traditional human butt and come out the mouth. Their brains expanded in the weightlessness of space, and they developed hyper-intelligence compared to most other human species. They were fine with staying in space away from the dirty dirt creatures on their dirty dirt balls, but after a series of disasters that required them to look after their insignificant, duller human relatives, lest they light the galactic house on fire again, they created these versions of themselves, the terrestrials, and they watched over and protected other human species unless they were corrupt and abused them, which also happened. These are the hedonists. They're quite small-brained and lived in paradise, constantly boinking each other and shoveling bacterial juice into their feeding holes as the queue's lapdog. Then the queue abandoned their lapdog in a space box on the side of the galactic highway. Most of the hedonists died on the side of the proverbial highway, but one group didn't, and they got sentient and started doing things other than mukbanging and regular banging. They still had this hedonism in the genes though, and this stayed prevalent in their society. But now this was experienced by conscious beings known as the Satyriacs. All tomorrows. The future of humanity? Will your descendants evolve into asteroid-dwelling, fart-propelled alien creatures, or will they cram their brains into a big metal ball? If I upload a human brain into a machine body, what kind of being is it? And what tech support line do I call to make it stop killing everyone? More importantly, what that tongue do? All this and more in the Asteromorph Gravital War. If you haven't seen my first video about All Tomorrows, you should definitely go watch it. It covers the earlier parts of the story, including the Martian War and the Q, and if you don't know that story, you're gonna be really confused. Knowing that this is YouTube and most of you won't do that, here's a quick summary of the last video. All Tomorrows is a book by C.M. Kozman about speculative evolution in which Earth terraformed Mars, and then Earth and the newly established Martians get into a war. They almost all die, but then they don't, and create the Star People to colonize the galaxy, who promptly get Cronenberged by the Q, which turns them into a myriad of strange and uncanny forms, which eventually evolve into a series of new humans with their own societal structures. Got it? Good. The post-human species made contact with each other over vast distances to establish an alliance of species. They found out about the Q and were wary of being horrifically Cronenberged for a second time. Two human species didn't join this alliance, one called the Bug-Facers and one called the Ruin Hunters. The Bug-Facers were a species once known as the Insectophagi. They fed on insects using their long and strangely suggestive tongues. Over millions of itchy years of bug bites, their faces hardened so as to protect from the incessant chomps of their prey. They were soon attacked by an unknown alien race, which instilled a lot of xenophobia into their society. The Ruin Hunters didn't really have an excuse. They were just kind of awful for reasons I'm about to go into. The Ruin Hunters were still biologically dunked on by the Q, but because the Q was sloppy when it was destroying the tech, the Ruin Hunters still had access to some of the Star People's technological marvels. This allowed their society to advance technologically without needing to advance socially, culturally, or likely for the average citizen, intellectually. So basically, imagine if you went back in time and got the most violent, superstitious, mentally incapacitated caveman you could find and gave him an automatic weapon, an iPhone, and a car, and just let him loose on the street. So it's that, but that person is everyone in society. Because of this, they had massive worldwide nuclear wars and almost destroyed the entire planet. Evidently, they were completely insane, and the sustained trauma and radiation over generations probably didn't help. The weird Squidward-faced people thought they were the only ones worthy of being an ancestor to the Star People. They eventually ditched their flabby biological forms and uploaded those same undeveloped, scarred, irradiated brains inside of flying metal Orbeez that could manipulate their surroundings with gravity fields. Unsurprisingly, they went full space Stalin almost immediately and began to eliminate all other human life. The Gravitals weren't described as hating other humans, they just saw them as we would an ant. I don't understand this comparison. I get that some people wouldn't think twice about crushing an ant, but people wouldn't travel the entire Earth to murder every ant in existence. That to me sounds like hate, or at least some sort of strange obsession with murder. two-parter. Almost all of the awe-inspiring strange amalgams of flesh that we talked about last time were wiped out in one fell swoop. For some inexplicable reason, they kept the bug facers alive as material for genetic experiments. Oh, how heart-distorting. The Gravitals twisted them into the subjects, distorting a living being into any form on a whim. Remember the ad campaign There's an App for That? Made to show that any task, no matter how insignificant, had an app designated solely to it. In the Gravital Society, it's like that, but with an unconsenting conscious being. Imagine that for $1, you could go up to a flesh vending machine and genetically engineer a living creature to follow your friend around and screech whatever meme song is trending at unbearable volumes, only to put said animal down and genetically engineer a new one when a different meme becomes popular 4 days later. That is how the Gravitals do. The Gravitals made entire ecosystems out of humans basically just for fun and out of boredom. Like that kid Sid from the Toy Story. After they got bored with their living thinking toys, they ripped the same biological materials apart and slapped them back together in a new form they hadn't seen yet. Some Gravitals branched off into a new sect of thought and thought all life should be respected, so they created humans that could think and exist on their own. Some Gravitals fell in love with their humans, having a relationship with them like a benevolent god, and that's it. In order to avoid the societal problems between the two sects, the Gravitals did what anyone would do trying to avoid their problems. Find an external problem to distract yourself and deny that you ever had the other one in the first place. The Gravitals went to war with the Asteromorphs. This lasted for millions of years, doing unprecedented damage to the galaxy, but the Asteromorphs were the victor. They took the subjects and created worlds for them to live in. On these worlds, they placed the terrestrials to watch over humans, to make sure no one decided to do a galactic genocide again. These fleshy spider fetuses were usually pretty good guidance for the new humans, but sometimes they weren't. Likely on average, it just raised the bar up from immediately killing them, but hey, progress is progress. They didn't actually completely get rid of the Gravitals because it's pretty useful to have gravity robots around. To fix the whole mass killing part of them, they just kinda ironed their brains to smooth the wrinkles out. Think about it. If all toasters one day gained sentience and they said they wanted to kill humanity, would you A, get rid of toasters and never use them again, or B, just lobotomize them so you can enjoy your breakfast? They used the Gravitals as laborers in the galactic equivalent of coal mines. They also got new wiggly nanobot bodies. They eventually became citizens but were often discriminated against on account of the whole trying to kill everyone thing. Okay, so that's the history of the Asteromorph Gravital War, and now I'm gonna go through a bunch of humans that I haven't covered yet. If you don't see your favorite, write me a comment about it, and if enough people ask for it, I'll make a part 3 after man after man. These are the blind folk. They're mice people that live underground and have no eyes. Chuck E. Cheese has smooth, flat skin where its eyes should be, and I hate it. Whoops, they're crushed. These are the hand flappers, and if I uncensor that, the robots say I don't eat this week, but that doesn't matter because they're dead. This is a human parasite on a human host. They evolved into a symbiotic relationship where the former parasite controlled the host from designated parasite roost on top of their heads, calling themselves the symbiotes. These are human predators and they're human prey. Basically, human-animal planet. The predators evolved into the killer folk with a society revolving around violence, and the prey continued just to be eaten and farmed. These are the lizard herders, and they got lobotomized by the Q. The lizards evolved into Saurosapiens, a species of human-like lizard folk, and they selectively bred humans into pets and livestock animals. These are the bone crushers. They communicated by pooping on each other and survived off rotten meat until they didn't, then they starved. These are the striders. They're so tall and lanky that they can't fall over without shattering all of their paper-like bones, and they got bodied by giant chicken monsters. These are the sail people. They're basically living sailboats with long wiggly tongues to snag fishies and shove them into their face holes. These are the Pterosapiens. They're smart and they fly, but their bodies break down quickly due to the pressure of flight, and they only live like 20 years. These are the Titans, and that they were at some point kind of smart, and they have a face dong, and this one guy got sad that I didn't include them last time. And now all humans are extinct forever, the end. Buzkashi. I promise it's not what you're thinking, you dirty little filth creature. Buzkashi. Afghanistan's national sport. A shining star for dangerous sports in a world where humanity has shifted from smashing brains out immediately to doing it slowly over a longer and more boring period of time. This game is played on horseback, and two teams compete to see who can throw a decapitated goat into the other team's hole more times. Just like all times in life, the most important thing is to protect your holes. You may find the dead goat part strange, but what's even stranger, there's a distinct lack of decapitated goats in other sports. To some this may seem barbaric, but you gotta remember footballs used to be made out of pig bladders, and many major sports use leather in the construction of their balls. After someone dies, a decent amount of people would rather not have their carcass used as a soccer ball. If you insist on doing it though, I doubt it'd make much of a difference to them whether you just cut off their head or use their skin to cover an inflatable children's toy. Actually no, you know when I say it like that, we're definitely the deranged ones. This is one of the oldest sports in the world. Some say this originates from when competing societies would steal each other's goats and run away on horseback. Turns out, fighting over a corpse while riding on a 1-ton animal is pretty fun, so they made a game out of it. Traditionally, in some regions, this game would be played for 3 to 4 days in honor of a king, and some historians theorize that this was played with dead humans who were defeated in war. So that's pretty neat, I guess. Before we go any further, it's important to note that Buzkashi is played in many different Central Asian countries, and there are many different variations. This video is basically me haphazardly listing multiple aspects of multiple different cultures that I know very little about. For example, it would be like if you made a Frankenstein out of all the most interesting parts of humans. It would just be a blob of faces and demonetization giblets. Sure, it would be entertaining to look at, but it would be a lie to pretend like it's an accurate representation of the beings it came from. Anyways, think of it like rugby on horseback, but instead of a goal, it's a hole, and instead of a ball, it's a goat with its head and feet cut off. Got it? Good. Buzkashi is still played today, and it's known as one of the most dangerous sports on the planet. The players are allowed to use the whips on their horses, and in some but not most variations of games, they can use it on their adversaries. People regularly get hit point blank with over 1,000 pounds of horse moving as fast as it possibly can, which according to Google is around 55 miles per hour. If you like your bones in the same amount of pieces that you have them now, you're out of luck. Players are looked up to for their strength and fearlessness, so understandably, quitting the game due to injury is looked down upon pretty severely. When injuries are severe, sometimes the player will inject something that they weren't too clear about, but that I assume was some sort of powerful pain-killing narcotic. After all, riding a big hoof creature and yeeting a headless goat like a sandbag with a shattered tibia isn't nearly as fun without 20 cc's of heroin. In some versions of this game, there aren't clearly defined boundaries that determine where the game can be played, so it takes place on more of a freeform type of field. This has the unintended consequence that sometimes even spectators are at risk of injury. If you're going to a Buzkashi game, make sure not to pre-game too hard, lest you black out and wake up in a Central Asian hospital with no memory of why you now roughly resemble a puddle. After learning all this, I only have one question. Who's gonna try out for my Buzkashi team? Remember folks, next time someone scolds you for throwing a headless animal carcass into a pit with such force that its bones snap with a sickening crunch, tell them you're a sports historian, and then they'll look like a real idiot while you go about your completely normal activity of chucking decapitated squirrels into a dilapidated well.
Hey you, please, you gotta help me. I'm trapped, and I think this is a carnivorous plant. It's gonna eat me. What? Nah, that sign's wrong. It isn't truly carnivorous because it's not capable of digesting animals on its own, so I'll be okay? Oh, thank God. If you're done interrupting me, I was going to tell you that this plant relies on insects to eat the trapped prey and then poop it out onto the plant for fertilizer. So it's not a carnivorous plant, it's a proto-carnivorous plant. The definition of true carnivorous plants are plants that derive some or most of their nutrients from trapping and consuming animals or protozoans, typically insects or other arthropods. Carnivorous plants often evolve in nutrition-poor environments, lacking things that plants need to survive, like phosphorus or nitrogen, so they supplement their diet by eating animals. First up is the pitcher plant. The pitcher plant has modified leaves that create a slippery pocket filled with digestive juices. The plant excretes sugary nectar at the rim of its trap to attract insects, and when the insects get too close to the edge, they fall in and get digested by the plant. There are many different species of the pitcher plant, and they have unique abilities and relationships with their environments. For example, some species produce conine, a sedative for insects, which makes them get clumsy and fall, and some species have a top that they can close to prevent escape. In Borneo, 3 species of this plant have a mutualistic relationship with the tree shrew, where the plants grow, quote,
Toilet pitchers. These toilet pitchers secrete nectar in a spot where the shrew has to position its back meat over the pitcher's pocket to be able to lick it. And the shrew often poops in the pitcher. This gives the shrew food and the plant nitrogen, helping both of them. Once again, the mutual exchange of body fluids is quite pleasurable for both parties. The largest known pitcher plant is Nepenthes raja. It's capable of holding 3.5 liters or just under a gallon of liquid. It works in a slightly different way than most pitchers. It secretes the sugary liquid from its lid, and then when the prey goes to drink, it falls on top of them, trapping them inside. It's been observed eating lizards, birds, frogs, rats, and even tree shrews. If you're wondering, this is also one of the ones that eats the tree shrew poop. Imagine a world where your toilet is actively waiting for you to slip up so it can eat you. This is the tree shrew's everyday life. The California pitcher plant, or cobra lily, has a different way of eating. It's called the cobra lily because people think it looks like a snake, I guess? It waits for an insect to enter its hole, and then folds over the exit and turns the insect into a nutrient slush. The cobra lily has slippery walls that make escape difficult. Also, it has multiple parts in its skin that are more translucent than other parts. These look like fake exits from the inside, which lure the insects deeper in. Evolution is weird. Like, the plant is deceiving an insect with false hope so it seals its own fate. That'd be psychological torture if insects have enough of a brain to have a psyche. Next up on the list is the Venus flytrap. In addition to an extensive musical career, the Venus flytrap has stalks with two lobe-shaped leaves at the end connected at the center by a midrib. The trap produces nectar to attract insects, and when the insect brushes past the trigger hairs on the lobes, the trap snaps shut and the little hair-like extensions at the end lace together at the other side, making it as tight a seal as possible. This trap is powered by a complex system of pressurized water in the plant. The plant then digests the insects with digestive enzymes, leaving behind only an exoskeleton. Kind of humiliating if you ask me. I feel like getting eaten by a carnivorous plant is the Darwinian equivalent to dying on the toilet. Next up is Drosera, or the sundew. The Drosera has many stalks, all tipped with mucilage, a sticky substance that the plant creates alongside sucrose to attract insects. As anyone would, the insect tries to drink the delicious mucousy slime and it gets stuck to the stalk. The insect begins to freak out because the mucus that it was just devouring seems to have turned the tables. And that movement causes the stalks to slowly wrap around the insect and digest it, again leaving only an exoskeleton. Now that's pretty terrifying. Just goes to show you that no matter what species you are, you should never trust a stranger offering you sugary treats. Another plant that's suspect and sticky, digesting insects quickly, is the Peningula morinensis. This plant has pad-like leaves connecting to a stalk that extends upwards. The leaves are coated in a thin layer of sticky juice, and they look like they are covered in dew or nectar or whatever. The point is, insects love to eat sticky stuff, so they land on it, but it's too sticky and they get stuck and they freak, and the movement causes the stalk to release more sticky juice to surround the insect, where the insect is broken down by digestive enzymes, and the goo and insect juice are reabsorbed by the leaves, leaving only an exoskeleton. Now, what have we learned so far? If you get trapped by a carnivorous plant, do not panic and flail around because the plant will just try harder to turn you into a skeleton. Last up is the bladderwort. When I first heard that name, I wasn't imagining a plant, I was imagining some bladderworty creature like this. The bladderwort is an aquatic plant with a series of trap-filled roots that expand into the water. The bladderwort has the most sophisticated trap in the entire plant kingdom. When prey activates the bladderwort's trap, a flap opens up while the bladder pumps out water and creates a vacuum, pulling the prey inside, and then the flap closes behind the prey. While dying inside of a bladder sounds terrifying to me, there's definitely at least one person that paid to be drawn doing exactly that on DeviantArt. The plant can consume much larger prey, such as tadpoles or mosquito larvae. They catch one section of them inside and pull them in and slowly digest them bit by bit. That settles it. Carnivorous plants are officially nature's Saw movie traps. So what did we learn today?
Xenobots, machine-animal hybrids. What is a machine-animal hybrid? Is this a xenobot? What about this? How about these? Did you know that a team of researchers in the US took stem cells from an aquarium frog and manipulated and programmed it using an AI to create an unholy fusion of flesh and technology capable of self-healing and reproduction? And just exactly how fucked are we? All this and more on In the Xenobots. Scientists in the United States have created the first living robots, known as xenobots. These xenobots were created from stem cells of African clawed frogs and put under certain lab conditions to become new independent organisms. Instead of being true machine-animal hybrids, these are a programmable organism entirely made of flesh and blood. No metal, no wires, no mechanical components at all. These squishy robot frog orbs are less than a millimeter wide, and they're capable of movement, working in groups, and even self-healing. These possibly world-ending programmable globules were first unveiled in 2020, and now the scientists behind it have come forward and said that their creations have found an entirely new form of biological reproduction, different from any other plant and animal on Earth. A quote from the guy who has a piece of paper saying he's smart at bio and also was the co-lead author of this research: frogs have a way of reproducing that they normally use, but when you liberate the cells from the rest of the embryo and you give them a chance to figure out how to be in a new environment, not only do they figure out a new way to move, but they also figure out apparently a new way to reproduce. If I understand what Mad Science Man is saying correctly, these frogs have figured out an entirely new way to fuck. We are all gonna die! The researchers use stem cells from the frogs because stem cells are highly adaptable, not yet specialized cells that can develop into numerous different cell types. Fuck you, car! Why are everybody use the street? Eat my dick. They scraped these cells out and left them to incubate. There was no genetic manipulation involved in the experiment. Sounds like a big missed opportunity. These frog bots started out as initially sphere-shaped and were made from around 3,000 cells. They could rarely self-replicate using a process called kinetic replication. This process occurs often at the molecular level, but it's never been observed on the level of an organism as advanced as an entire cell. With the help of AI, the researchers have trial and errored billions of body shapes to make the xenobots as effective as possible in their replication. Because what could possibly go wrong, you dumb primate fuck? They came up with a Pac-Man shape, and the xenobots developed a strategy of gathering hundreds of cells in their quote-unquote mouth, and then turning the cells into new xenobots in a violation of every hive mind sci-fi movie copyright. While the AI did technically program these xenobots, they didn't do it in the traditional method of programming. It shaped and sculpted the bots into their current C-shape, like those bonsai kittens when you grow them in a jar and then they're shaped like a little cube. While it may not seem obvious, the shape of the xenobots affect their behavior in a very notable way. For instance, the gathering and use of other cells in the divot for the creation of other xenobots. The xenobots are a very primitive technology. Think a 1940s computer, or the original smartphone, or a hand crank vibrator. They don't yet have many practical applications. However, this could be used in a myriad of tasks in the body and the ecosystem. They could collect microplastics in the ocean, or inspect the environment to maintain its health, or even go into your butt to get that thing that was too deep even for doctors to get out. While the process of self-replicating biotechnology could spark concern because the idea of a million frog Pac-Man robots dissolving me into nothing to create more frog Pac-Man robots is absolutely terrifying and will never leave my nightmares, the researchers said that the living machines were entirely contained in a lab and easily extinguished, as they are biodegradable and regulated by ethics experts. So basically, the only thing that they can even attempt to reassure us and justify this shit with is that it's still in the box. Whoops. I guess all the frog robots are dangerous now that the glass is broken. It wasn't dangerous before. Dr. Spencer Black, resurrectionist, the monster surgeon. What would you do if you went in for a surgery to fix your bum knee and woke up with your torso sewed to the decapitated neck of a dolphin? Is it really possible that some mythical creatures exist? Or did Dr. Black just say that because everyone got mad when he nailed a bunch of rats together? And why does the man creating anatomical body horror equivalents of children's macaroni pictures still have funding and a medical degree? Stay tuned to find out right now. Spencer Black was born in 1951 to a father who was both a doctor and also named Greg. In this time period of medicine, human cadavers were much harder to come by than they are today. You know, you can just make a corpse super easily. Even the doctors in the past were stupid. Sometimes his dad needed dead bodies for medical presentations, so he would dig them up out of the ground for what he insisted repeatedly was not for sexual purposes. You know what Greg thinks goes really well with corpse burgling? Parental bonding. He was wrong, and it significantly affected young Spencer forever. After fondling corpses for a while, Greg soon became one in 1968. Rumor has it that he is still dead to this day. After his father committed the not alive, Spencer and his brother went to live with his aunt and uncle in Philly, where he attended med school and excelled. This is where his fascination with mutations and deformities really got going. In 1870, he joined a team called Ward C to research and operate on birth defects. They did a lot of good things and helped people and stuff,
stuff, but you didn't click on a video called Monster Surgeon to hear about that. Dr. Black claimed that defects are the body trying to grow back what it once had. He also claimed that mythological creatures were real, and some mutations were examples of this. In 1878, he started going full nuthouse and started talking about mythical animals being concealed by hidden groups of people, you know, the typical homeless meth head tinfoil hat stuff. One day, he went to an oddity museum and saw a deformed specimen of a boy that appeared to have horns and hooves. Thought it was a mythical creature and promptly purchased it. He started showing his doctor friends his quote-unquote mythical creature, and they were like, "Oh my god, why are we still giving you money?" So yeah, his funding got cut off, and then he said screw academia and ran away to join the circus where he presented oddities. Not gonna lie, I kinda want that job. Following in his father's footsteps of fucking up his kids, Spencer took his son into the woods where they would kill small animals and Frankenstein them back together in new wacky forms. The carnival goers were in awe and disbelief of these monstrosities, so he decided to go further with it. He began performing medical reparative surgeries on people live on stage, and his madness descended to a state that not even a drunk carny would tolerate.
Everyone thinks you're so cool when you're murdering squirrels and sewing them together, but when you staple a human torso to a horse neck to make a centaur, all of a sudden you're the bad guy.
So he went away from performing and took on a new hobby of experimenting on live animals. One day, he invited his entire family over to witness, quote, his greatest achievement yet, and this motherfucker just up and plops the family dog onto the table with rooster wings sewn to its back. The dog was in bad shape, and it looked like it was barely hanging on to life, but the wings were barely moving, almost like they were functional. The family freaked out and booked it, and then the wife came back with a gun and shot all of Dr. Black's experiments in the head before setting the house on fire. In his final American show in 1893, he presented a bird with a woman's face. A quote from an audience member at one of his shows, "We saw the beasts move on stage. They crowed and moaned like real living things. Not God's creatures, but instead something else. Something terrible." A mob quickly rushed the stage and destroyed all of his work. He then performed in Europe for a few years, but one of his creations, called the Serpent Queen, kinda killed a spectator, so that put a damper on the whole thing. He went back to Philly and continued his favorite activity of having a consistently deteriorating mental state and became a shut-in. As most shut-ins with consistently deteriorating mental states do, he wrote an incredibly detailed and expansive book called the Codex Extinct Animalia. It was about mythical animals he thought existed. He published 6 copies and then disappeared forever. The anatomical drawings in the book were miraculously detailed, and many think that he tried to recreate each animal in this book with real-life subjects. Apparently, he sewed wings to a horse, but they were never functional. 2 tragedies in one day. Also, there's this recreation of Ganesha. That's pretty sick. And this 3-headed puppy. I love him. This is all pretty cool until you realize how many times he must have trial and errored 3 poor dogs at once to get this crap all that detailed. The most detailed creature in the codex is the harpy. It includes depictions of their strange vocal system that was capable of producing both bird noises and human language. They reproduced via laying eggs, and he detailed the complete embryonic development process. There was also this weird, nonsensical, rambling note that he suggested he turned his wife into one of these, so yeah, there's that. Apparently, it's still unknown if he actually did, but I have no qualms at all with lying to all of you, so I'm gonna say that we know that he did. So that's the story of Dr. Spencer Black, or at least the heavily abridged and nonsensical incorrect version that I chose to present to you.
Today we're going to talk about arthropods. Arthropods are invertebrate animals such as insects, crustaceans, arachnids, and centipedes or millipedes. Basically, if it wears its skeleton on the outside, it's an arthropod. This is the giant coconut crab. The giant coconut crab has a leg span of 1 meter or 3 feet and weighs around 4 kilograms or 9 pounds. The claws of the giant coconut crab are incredibly strong, so much so that it's rumored that they can rip off fingers or even a hand with their claws. Coconut crabs are opportunists, meaning they'll eat whatever they can get their claws on. In a particularly gruesome case, a coconut crab was observed climbing a tree and grabbing the wing of a bird and crushing it. The bird fell to the ground and the crab followed it and promptly began eating it with not a single speck of remorse in its cold, dead eyes. Other crabs smelled the blood and swarmed around the bird to join in the most fucked up crab rave I've ever seen. There's a video of it online if you're morbidly curious about that shit. Some people theorize that the giant coconut crab was responsible for the disappearance of Amelia Earhart. Some believe that she washed up on shore either dead or badly injured and then was eaten by coconut crabs and smaller hermit crabs, bringing the bones to their various burrows. In 1940, the heavily damaged remains of a skeleton was found on Nika Maroro, I probably butchered that, island, which is close to where Earhart was believed to have crashed. In 2007, a group of scientists tested this theory by leaving a pig carcass in the same location. The pig carcass was promptly swarmed and devoured. This is the lacewing larva. The lacewing larva larva hunts by grabbing prey with its large jaws and then injecting them with venom and digestive enzymes. The larvae then sucks the insect dry like a kid with a juice box. The lacewing then places the dead body of its victim on its back to use its exoskeleton as armor plating. After a number of victims, it uses the dead body armor collection to pupate and undergoes metamorphosis, turning into an adult lacewing fly that trades away all the cool shit for a basic bitch set of wings. Next up is the cockroach. You might have heard that these guys can survive a nuclear disaster. While they do have a high tolerance for radiation compared to humans, other insects have been able to survive doses 10 times more intense than what would kill a cockroach. Scientists and some morbidly curious hobbyists have figured out a way to turn a roach into a cyborg that they control remotely. The procedure is done by implanting electrodes into the brain and antennae and stimulating them to produce movement.
Honestly, I can't think of something that horrifies me more than the idea of being fully awake and fully conscious, but having someone else control all of my movements. The only thing that comes close is the guy in the roach surgery tutorial video said the roach is completely fine as he stabbed it in the brain and stole its free will. Don't tell me the roach is fine. You just stabbed the roach in the brain. The roach is not fine. If you're feeling bad for the cockroach, this might help.
There have been multiple reported cases of cockroaches climbing up into people's ears, getting stuck, and biting their eardrums. Speaking of horrible things that involve cockroaches, this is the emerald jewel wasp. The emerald jewel wasp has a terrifying method of reproduction. It finds cockroaches around 4 times its size and stings the cockroach to disable it. It then stings its head to disable the part of the brain that facilitates dopamine output, taking away its survival instincts and putting it in a zombie-like state. The wasp then lays eggs in the abdomen of the roach, and afterwards it eats the roach's antennae. The eggs will hatch and the larva feeds on the roach's insides. A little while later, the new wasp bursts out of the roach, already having eaten another creature alive as an infant. They grow up so fast.
Do you yearn for a simpler time where we hadn't evolved legs yet? Have you ever heard of ocean? Did you know that animals can live underwater? That's right.
Without further ado, let's take a look at some of the monstrosities that marine life has to offer.
First up are the deep sea anglerfishes.
Now usually, when someone says deep sea monstrosity, this is probably the first thing you'll think of. It's common knowledge that anglerfish use that glowy dangle on their head to attract prey, but what's really weird about these things is what goes down when they reproduce. In a lot of species of anglerfish, the males are way smaller than the females. The males bite the females, and then digest his own face and fuses into the body of the female. After he fuses, all of his organs atrophy except for his gonads. The male will then get all of his nutrients from the female and continues to exist as basically just a testicle that's attached to the female for the rest of both of their lives, proving once and for all that simping is a behavior created from evolution.
My favorite species of angler is called the sea toad, and it's special. While many of these species are capable of swimming around in the water, the sea toad most often moves by using specially adapted fins as legs. I like to think that the sea toad believes it invented a completely new way to move around. No one tell the sea toad about land animals. It'll get really depressed.
The next animal on our list is 2 animals, the pearlfish and the sea cucumber. You see, the sea cucumber and the pearlfish have developed quite the relationship. Sea cucumbers are basically a living tube.
They eat by eating sand, absorbing anything nutritious, and excreting the rest out the other side. The pearlfish is vulnerable to predators out in the open, so it needs a place to hide. And the sea cucumber has an anus and very little means to protect anything from going inside. You see where I'm going with this, right? The pearlfish will make a home out of the sea cucumber's butt, and oftentimes, more than one pearlfish can live inside of one cucumber.
Another one.
Next up is the bobbit worm.
Bobbit worms are ambush hunters that burrow into the ground and wait for prey. They have been recorded to get up to lengths of 10 feet or 3 meters long. These worms are nocturnal, and they sense the world with these antennae on their face. When something triggers the antennae, the worm will react and attempt to grab whatever triggered it with horrific mouth parts and pull it down to its inevitable doom. A bobbit worm's mouth parts can move so fast that they can slice a fish clean in half. I know the question on every single one of your minds. How do these things fuck? No one's quite sure how bobbit worm does the nasty, but here's what scientists think.
The animals grow gonads in the lower segments when they mature. When it's time to do the deed, everyone drops the equivalent of a worm penis, and all the worm penises go to the surface of the ocean to have sex with each other.
The human equivalent of bobbit worm sex basically consists of ripping off your dick and throwing it out a window.
Another example of a long wiggly nightmare is the gulper eel. The gulper eel is is not only a low-hanging fruit for a blowjob joke, but also an interesting deep-sea fish. The gulper eel varies in length from approximately 3 to 6 feet or 1 to 2 meters. The tail of the gulper eel is equipped with a bioluminescent organ called a photophore, which gives off a pinkish light. Like many animals on this list, we don't actually know that much about the gulper eel, because it lives at depths that do not allow for easy observation. The gulper eel can open its jaws to nightmarish proportions to try to capture its prey. There are two groups of thought about how this animal feeds. Some people think that it uses its exceptionally large jaws to swallow things much larger than itself, but some people think that it filter feeds with its large maw. It's also possible that it does both. As with most animals on this list, his face is just fucking amazing. I mean, look at that guy. Look how happy he is.